Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Huh. I let out a breath as I looked at the huge, flying whale, who seemed to stabilize me in the air. Are you here to take a trial? A voice boomed in my head. Did this flying whale just talk? Not really. Sir, I just ended up here because my words were cut off by the whale swallowing me. You've been chosen by the gods to do this trial. He yelled. That's some bull. I was tossed by that one woman. I didn't really get to finish the thought as I realized I was inside a whale. The huge, rough tongue under my hands moved up, causing me to fall and roll until I was in front of 3 different tunnels. Choose. The voice rang in my ears again. Seems I'll need to do this. But what about the others? Clarice and them. Choose. Okay, geez. No need to yell, I said, sighing as I walked through the first one, my eyes widening as I saw myself. Huh, I said No, I looked at myself. What's wrong with you? Never seen a supreme god before. I said, looking at me in disgust. The hell are you talking about? I said, only to be ignored as he continued. Tell me, mortal, what holds you back? I said to myself, a small smile on my face as I stared down at myself. Well, I guess others hold dash. Before I even finished, his eyes rolled, and he flicked me. He had turned huge all of a sudden. A large ring-type crown was around his head as well. Come back when you are less stupid, he said, staring mockingly as I opened my eyes, the woman from earlier staring down at me. Well, I guess go try again, she said, sighing as she flicked her finger again, sending me into the clouds once again. This time the whale didn't bother. I was back inside its mouth and in front of the paths once again. I should finish that other one, right? What holds me back? Percy? Yes, sure. He's the cause of all my problems. Oh, you're back again. Wow. Who knew Kim was so generous? God, I love that girl. Anyway, let's do the questions again, yeah? What holds you back? Percy Jackson. He's the cause of everything. He's the one holding me back on this quest, I said quickly as the god's face grew more and more bored. It was weird seeing such an expression on my face. Do you mind not using my face? I asked before a flick came to my forehead again, causing me to wake up next to the woman again. This time she was feeding Scylla. Seeing the deadly sea monster so docile was weird, seeing as she had nearly killed me and my friends. Back again. Maybe try a different path. The future is the hardest. Choose present first, the woman said, flicking her wrist again. I should have asked her name, but oh well. I didn't listen, though. For the next 2 hours, I chose the same path each time, getting it wrong every time. Okay, this is getting annoying. I want to cause terror in the seas, but you are wasting my time, the woman finally said to me as she glared down, her face only inches from mine. Sorry, I guess. What's your name? I asked as she pulled away, an annoyed expression on her face as she seemed to look to the side. My name? Why does that even matter? Hey, if you don't choose a different path, I'll feed you to Scylla. You're lucky the Leviathan insists. Otherwise, I'd have killed you by now. Before flicking her wrist, she looked down at me once more. Chymopolia. It's hard to say, but that doesn't matter since you'll forget it soon enough, just like everyone else. Before I could answer, I was back in front of the paths. How much time had I wasted? Were the others still alive? I didn't know. Hopefully, instead of choosing the familiar path, I went to the left, opening my eyes and seeing me once again, except this time I was a kid. Arjun, get your ass over here, my father screamed, throwing a beer bottle at the wall and startling the younger me. Daddy dash. Before he could finish, his face was kicked by the older man, causing him to fly into the wall. What the hell did you do at school, huh? You know how hard it is to get a good education, and you're gonna fuck it all up, the man yelled, stomping the younger me on the floor. I couldn't move. My entire body was shaking as I remembered every place he hit me. Bruises started to show up once again before my father finished, sighing as he walked away. The scene shifted to later that night. My father was on his knees, holding my hand as I stared at him with a frightened expression. I'm so sorry, son. I'm so sorry. The bad man did it, not me. My father yelled, tears streaming from his face as he hugged me, I guess I had received a hug before. Not that I knew what it was at the time. It's okay, Dad. I cried as the man continued to apologize. The next morning, he beat me again, only to apologize later. I had learned to dissociate my father and the bad man he always talked about. It's insane, isn't it? Father was such a good dad, don't you think? He wanted to protect us from the bad man. But why lock shit away? Want to see everything. He was here too. The god who seemed to steal my appearance grabbed the back of my head, a smile on his face. It was 1 year of beatings later. I had just gotten an A on the test, and my father had finally come back from work. After 8 p.m., Father was always normal. From 8 a.m. till 8 p.m., the bad man took over. When Sam tried to report him, I begged and begged. My father wasn't the bad man. It was just a misunderstanding. Wait, I don't remember this scene. Hey, Dad, guess what? I yelled happily, my 1-year-old smile still upon my face. Smack! My eyes widened, both me and the little boy. I don't remember this scene. Hut, Dad. But the bad man never comes out this late. I yelled, shocking my father as he looked down on me, sighing as he rolled his eyes. Shit, I forgot about that. Guess what, kid? There's no such thing as the bad man. I just wanted to hit you without you telling anyone. But you won't tell anyone, will you, son? He said, smashing his fist into my surprised face, breaking my nose, and continuing to hit me. This, the bad man, was never real. Why didn't I remember this scene? Oh, it's because of your mind. You've locked most of your trauma away. That's probably why you were even able to smile. This test is to see if you can accept the memories back. Good luck, and so started a few more hours of memories flooding into my mind. Why? Why? My father, there was so much I had forgotten. He'd even sold me to the neighbor once for a few days' worth of cocaine. She had had fulfilling time with me, to say the least. She'd done anything she wanted as I cried there. I didn't want to remember this. Please, let it stop. I managed to choke out as the memories finally ended. Well, it seems you passed this time, right? Well, good luck and you dash, Kim. What the Leviathan, pretending to be an older me, had called her, started to say before I hugged her tightly. I could feel the surprise, then anger, then confusion, and finally, understanding as she felt them. Maybe it was an Artemis thing or something. I didn't really care at the moment. I guess your parents aren't all that great, huh, kid? Kim said after a few minutes of letting me hug her. Well, I say fuck them. Be your own person. I never let my father define me, Kim said, probably to cheer me up or something. After a few more minutes of silence, I let go, only for my consciousness to be thrown back into the Leviathan. Congratulations. On to the next trial, then, the voice, which I believed to be the Leviathan, said, as I ended up back in front of the 3 paths, except one of the paths was glowing now. I still remembered everything, the pain and hate I felt when I was a kid. How'd I just sealed it away? Getting up, I breathed out in relief. I was done with one of them. Only 2 more, then I can see. See, Clarice. Yeah, Clarice. Wobbling toward the right path I stumbled in, I felt weak, but at least the memory was over. You aren't done. The Leviathan's voice rang in my ears as I looked up. My surroundings changed again, except this time I was kneeling on the floor, a pressure forcing me to bow my head in front of a woman. Useless trash. How dare you have the courage to say you're my son? I should kill you. Artemis said, looking down on me. My son? Seems I wasn't hard enough on you, boy. My father said, holding a beat bottle and sneering down on me. What should you do? Their words are important, right? I mean, they're your parents, meaning you need to be in their image, the Leviathan said as I gritted my teeth, my eyes glowing as my moon aura burst forward, tearing this image to shreds. I'd always dreamed of them being together, but lately, I think that's changed. Seeing them together made me pissed off. It was even worse than when they were on their own. Raging at your problems? What a stupid way to try and win. How do you get rid of your problems if you just rage and cry at every corner? Shut up, I said, all the pain from earlier turning to rage as I used my moon aura to tear the surroundings, only for them to come back perfectly. I yelled, slamming more into my make-believe parents, my anger boiling. Stop! My hand was caught by the older Mez, who had an annoyed look as I was again pushed into the grass, kneeling in front of my parents. If If I'm being honest, I don't even care about your words, I said quietly, getting ready to be sent out and have to restart. Wow, that was pretty quick. I'm surprised you admitted that. The last one is the hardest, though. Mental games sure are fun. Take a rest, otherwise your brain might melt from the trials you've done today. With these words, I woke back up, staring at a starry sky. Kim was staring at the stars from the cliff, a smile I had never seen since meeting her upon her face. Wow, I said, looking at the sky and drawing her attention. Seeing me awake and sitting up, her expression continued to remain neutral. At least I got somewhat of a reaction. Oh, I see you're done. How was it? Kim asked, staring down at the ocean now as I stood up, walking next to her. It hurt. A lot. The silence filled the air before Kim looked at me again, a curious look in her eyes. What did you have to see? She asked, perhaps noticing my still shaking hands. After a few more minutes of silence, I looked back at her, my eyes shaking as I managed to let out. Well, I relived a year or two of my father's abuse and mental trauma he gave me, and then I had to see my mother who said I'm simply a mistake. Not to mention I had to relive all the times I was sexually abused. But hey, that's just normal for kids, right? I said, trying to laugh it off as the memories resurfaced. I think I liked it better when these were gone. Kim was silent as we looked up at the stars before I heard a reluctant sigh and a hand placed on my head. It's going to be all right. At least the worst of it is over, right? Silence ensued again before she sighed, a sad look on her face. I was thrown out of my family because of them not being comfortable with my divinity. I was then married off to a 100-handed one. While he'd been gone, I've been sexually assaulted as well, though I call it rape. Well, these are just godly things. Huh, not that my husband would care, and I don't care about him either. Hearing Kim's words were enlightening. Sad? I don't know, I couldn't really feel much, but I do admit, maybe there are people out there with worse lives than me. An immortal goddess getting raped? I almost wanted to ask, but the glowing hand mark on her neck and her tear-brimmed eyes stopped me. Well, like you said before, right, the worst of it is over. And with that, we stayed silent for the rest of the time until morning, time for my final trial, then to get back to the quest. It's been at least 24 hours. Though, who did I want to be okay again? Good luck. Normally, you'd be able to leave automatically. Sorry that it took so long, kid. Kim said as she waved her hand, my consciousness appearing with the Leviathan. Past, present, now future. I'll be honest, kid, I only kept you here because of outside interference. Well, good luck with your last trial. The Leviathan, which had been taking the shape of him this entire time, changed and disappeared, leaving me in front of the last dark path. What did he meant with outside interference? Was there someone trying to make me stay here? Why? I couldn't think of an answer. Maybe some random god wanted to test me. I just can't bring myself to care, though. I feel so numb. That's the best way to describe it. I know that Clarice and the others could be dead, but I don't know. My heart just isn't into it. There's really no point, because if I really had to guess, they probably haven't been through half of what I've been through. I can't bring myself to worry about them right now. I'll focus on me and this last trial. I'm ready, I said as I stepped through, seeing my older self once again, though this time I was sure it wasn't the Leviathan. I stood there confused. My older self was just looking out at the sun as it set. Hemra, am I doing the right thing? I said, well, not me, but myself said, looking out as the day went away. The right thing? Well, I guess if you want it then, it is the right thing. To you, that is a golden-haired woman said, appearing next to my older self, a soft vibe filling the area. Yeah, but to do what I need to do, my older self started to say before he was pulled in a hug, Hemera stroking his hair with a smile as two other shadowy figures stood behind him. I couldn't make out their features, but I could feel they cared for him. Do what you need to do. It's not about if it's right or wrong, nor is it about who will say it's wrong. You want this. You saved me, Arjun. Do what you believe needs to be done, just like that time. I saved her, the primordial goddess of the day. I remember I prayed to her a few times, at least before the quest. Does this trial show the future? The scene shifted suddenly to me, standing in front of a beaten and broken Megan with a saddened expression on my face. I don't want to fight you. I know you just want to come back home, but I don't think it's my home anymore. Just, just leave Meg, my older self said, waving his hand and turning his large gates opened up, the aura coming from them nearly making me faint. Are you the keeper? Let's test your worth. A voice came from them as the scene shifted again. No, Percy. A younger version. No, this was just me, except not in any event I could recall. You don't understand. The years and years of abuse. No one understands. I just want to die, you know. I walked to the edge of a waterfall, my fist tightening as I looked at the shocked son of Poseidon. My life is useless. Megan and Sam always say I'm special. That's bullshit, Percy. Me and you, we're just mistakes, haha. Hey, if it makes you feel better, I don't actually hate you, I said before dropping into a waterfall. The scene shifted again. Wait, no, this time I was in control of the scene. I felt the sadness and anger I had been feeling up to this point. I could smell the salt water of the waterfall next to us. Each misty drop that touched my skin felt refreshing. Now choose. No future, or a hard future, the Leviathan voice said. I had a choice. To end it all, I could kill myself and not have to go through anything. My life would be over, and so would the bad stuff. Is that what I wanted? To die and leave the struggles behind. What about earlier? The future I had seen. Would I give it all up to escape the pain? Arjun, I know how you feel. My stepdad, he beat me too. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Percy yelled after hearing me tell him something. The worry in his eyes, it was real. A stepdad? Beat him? Mr. Perfect Jackson. It's hard to believe anyone would beat him. No, Percy, you don't understand. I started to say, my heart racing as my fists tightened. You'll never understand. Percy flinched back as I glared at him, all my emotions bubbling to the surface. Not just from this moment, but from my entire life. I was feeling 12 years of emotions that were driven by abuse and trauma. So you choose to end it all? The voice said again as I stepped toward the waterfall. Yeah, this life, as of this moment, is over, I said, falling into the waterfall as Percy's scream filled my ears. No, he yelled, jumping forward and missing my hand as I closed my eyes. But that doesn't mean my life is over. I finished, opening my eyes as silver aura burst from me. I was back on top of the cliff. Scylla and Kim were off to the side, one smiling as I soared in the air. When did I even learn to fly so well? The Leviathan is pleased. Good luck. Kim's voice reached my ears as I flew off. The future was going to suck, and I was going to do not so good things. But that didn't matter. I'll do what I want from now on, and Kronos. Well, he can go fuck himself. I'm surprised you made the Leviathan keep making him take the trial. Not very natural of you, you know. A woman said, smirking behind a man who had just destroyed a crystal ball. It's the least I can do for my silly grandson. Maybe he won't be useless like his father. Well, only time will tell. It doesn't even seem he has any of your powers. What do you mean? He's already shown signs. The dark side of the moon goes hand in hand with Venus. The man smirked as he looked to the side. A powerful demigod had been born 12 years ago, and he was only 25% human. Shoo, Annabeth said as they hid behind a boulder, all of them trying to keep their breaths at bay. After the warship incident, Clarice had been shipwrecked and captured as Annabeth and the others managed to make their way here as well. Polyphemus, the Cyclops that Odysseus fought and blinded in the legends, was now here roasting Grover slowly as he looked at Clarice, or as he called her, Wifey. Wifey, I cook good goat meat for you. Polyphemus bellowed as Grover yelped, practically crying. Who's your wife? Ugly bastard, you'd never get married even if your partner was blind and brain dead. Clarice yelled back, struggling against the ropes. Clarice, Percy whispered as he started to sneak into the cave. Megan and Annabeth nodded as they went off their own way, wary of the Cyclops who seemed distracted. Seeing it, Percy started to tear up. Tyson had died in the warship explosion, something he just couldn't accept. He hadn't liked the Cyclops at first. Well, at least he hadn't accepted him as his brother. After a while, though, and after the many things Tyson had done to save him, he had grown to call him his brother. Now he was gone, destroyed in the explosion of the warship. Calm down, Percy, he said to himself as he climbed Clarice, Annabeth, and Megan nearing the huge Cyclops. That's when things went to shit. Percy! Clarice yelled, not thinking of the consequences. Polyphemus looked, overseeing the boy. Not seeing him, but seeing the blur. Hey, who are you? Polyphemus said dumbly as he started to walk toward the shocked Percy. Nobody. Annabeth's voice called out, causing Polyphemus to freeze in place. Looking back, he saw nothing, not even a blur, as Annabeth was under her invisibility, courtesy of her magic cap. Nobody. You. Polyphemus threw a rock toward the direction Annabeth's voice had come from. Come get me, stupid. It's me, nobody. The same man who blinded you. Not only was Polyphemus blind, but also stupid, as he couldn't tell the difference between Odysseus's voice from Annabeth's. Phew. Percy wiped the sweat from his brow as he began on Clarice's restraints, looking back every once in a while toward Annabeth and Polyphemus. Hey, let go of me already, Clarice said, just as a thud caused Percy to widen his eyes and look back to see Polyphemus with Annabeth in his hands. Finally got nobody. Polyphemus smirked as he said these words and threw Annabeth against a rock, a sickening crack enough to cause Percy to start running toward the huge Cyclops. You! Percy yelled as he ran toward Polyphemus, riptide in hand, ready to slice down the monster. Crunch! Percy stopped as he realized he was swatted to the side, the crunch waking him out of his stupor. He gasped out as he looked at his snapped arm. Polyphemus's hit had hurt him more than he had thought. Hey, Cyclops! Clarice yelled as she reached behind her back and held her electric spear in front of her. No fear could be seen in her expression. Clarice, just leave the poor guy alone. Arjun's voice echoed throughout the cave as he dropped down. Though he looked a little different, his silver hair spiked up as his expression had a more serious look to it. First POV. Polyphemus. He smelled terrible, but we were the intruders. This guy just wanted to eat, right? I felt kind of bad. Is that what you expected me to say? As I told Clarice to leave him alone, I tossed his giant heart in the fire that had been cooking Grover. My hands were sticky with the blood. Disgusting. Hey, Arjun. All three people called out, seeing me standing there. I had been watching for a few minutes, enough time to change my style. Currently, my bow or guns or whatever was morphed into a silver jacket. It was covering me as I stood there, my hair spiked up. I gotta say, I like this style. It almost made me feel free. Not caring for my mother's words, not for anyone's feelings about me, just doing things for myself. I can't wait to leave after this. I'm gone. The least I can do, though, is help them finish this quest. Let's go. The fleece is in our hands now, right? No reason to stay for the man-eating sheep to have dinner. I said as I turned and walked out of the cave, noticing Luke and a couple of other demigods skulking in the cave before leaving. I guess he'll try and take the fleece, huh? Aye, like your new style. Megan said, trying to sound encouraging as I laughed, nodding as we continued. Thankfully, Grover was able to be covered in the mist. I love manipulating this stuff. Stop! Luke's voice yelled, a sigh escaping from my mouth as he did so. Luke, you dash. Quiet, Percy. Just hand over the fleece, or we'll take it forcefully. When Luke said this, he gestured his head toward me. The others all looked at me in confusion as Luke smirked. You guys didn't figure it out? Arjun's on our team. His confident tone pissed me off. The same with Kronos. He'd taken my only vulnerable trait and used it against me. He was no different than the gods in that sense. I'm just tired of it all. I'm leaving the country. I'll stay out of all this crap. Hemera seemed to be in my future, though. I guess I try to find her. I liked her warmth. Hey, Arjun. Megan's voice snapped me out of my thoughts as I looked back, seeing Percy pointing his sword toward my throat as the others didn't move a muscle. HM. Okay, right? Yeah, he's right. Or he would be if it was a few days ago. As of this moment, Kronos can kiss my ass. With these words, my silver aura picked up the others. In the form of a huge hawk is carried them away, leaving only me and the others there, the fleece gone with my old friends. Arjun Strauss died today. Now, he was simply Arjun, no title, no parents, he'd do what he wanted, and he wanted to beat the shit out of some demigods. My fist was faster than I thought it would be. Did I get some sort of power-up? Or maybe my mind was clear and not unstable for once I could control myself perfectly. Either way, When I punched Luke in the jaw, it gave me a satisfied crunch. This day couldn't be ruined. Artemis, have fun. I assume your hunters are properly disciplined, Zeus said as he remembered striking them with his bolt as they went hunting Arjun, who had disappeared from his sights for a few hours. He had found a Cyclops, though, and promptly sent him to Camp Half-Blood per his request. He wasn't a total asshole. Yes, but if they are hurt by a god again, I will never forgive. Yeah. Well then, shall we meet your future husband? He only has a few days left. Being a god has its uses. Also, find out why he feels so off. Zeus smiled as he led Artemis into the prison for their visit with her new husband. How do you think Arjun will react? Selene asked her moon buddy as she watched said boys start fighting the rogue demigods. Well, he'll be furious, of course. He's just running away, but even he knows he'll stop and see his dad. Just one more time, though. Take that as you will. Selene nodded as she could guess what Arjun would do. She couldn't lie that she never expected this. It was almost as if someone was messing with Arjun, and something else felt off about him now, as if he had awakened something. Well, that's that, right? Or are you going to fight me as well, Luke? I asked the sandy-haired 19-year-old as he stood there, looking at the 3 other demigods I had just beaten. It seemed I had the experience of my older self, but not as much skill. That kind of sucked, but it still helped me make fools out of those idiots. Oh yeah, I will, but can I ask why you changed your mind? You seem different than before. Was he trying to stall? Or maybe he was actually curious. I'll have to be careful with this silver-tongued piece of shit. Yeah, I've changed, and that's why I'm not going to help you in Kronos. You were the one who poisoned the tree after all. Luke scrunched up his eyebrows, confused, though he just nodded his head after. Good, now I can leave peacefully. I had secretly thrown a gold drachma into the misty waters next to us, calling Mr. D and Tantalus just before asking him this question. Well, there you guys have it. Goodbye, Camp Half-Blood. I smiled at my words, seeing that everyone who was in view looked surprised. Now, are you going to hold Backbiter behind your back all day, or do you want to get your ass kicked? Luke gritted his teeth as he lunged at me, Backbiter flashing through the air as he swung it down. The sword that can harm both monsters and humans, something entirely forbidden and unnatural, was now swinging down toward me faster than normal people can see. There was one problem, though. I'm not normal. Smiling, a small line of moon aura deflected the blade away from me as I kicked my foot out, hitting him in the diaphragm and making him fly back. Luke isn't complete fodder, though. He quickly flipped in the air and landed on his feet, biting his lip as he paused. A small line of blood dripped from it as well. Lord Kronos! Luke yelled out as I widened my eyes. This coward was trying to get divine help. That's not fair. Fight for yourself, I said as my finger tapped his throat, causing the older teen to fly back. All that could be heard as he smashed into the brush and dirt was a choking sound. All right, today's my birthday. Where is he? Megan yelled, kicking at the camp lake with an enraged expression. The huge silver bird had dropped them in the water, allowing for a safe landing. She didn't care about any of that, though. She saw the expression Arjun had made, and she didn't like it. He'll be back, right? Megan asked, not really looking at the others. Claire eyes looked toward the sky and turned away. As far as she was concerned, Arjun had given his life to save them. No point in trying to see if he's alive. No, he won't be, she replied, her voice nearly choking up as she started walking toward camp. What do you mean? She asked as Clarice paused and looked back. He's dead. He's not coming back. These were the last words Megan heard as she fainted, the last few days finally getting to her. Luke swung his sword down once again, the blade slashing through the air as I zigzagged through his attacks. I have to admit Luke is stronger than I thought, even being a demigod of Hermes, who usually specializes in stealing. Come here, he growled out, slashing Backbiter once more. The sword was dangerous, yes, but he's much too slow right now. I think I've gotten faster. You once said I'm an assassin-type class. Then what exactly would you be? I asked, sidestepping the sword. My casual tone obviously made Luke even angrier, causing him to make a daring move by jumping, only to land on the ground as I dodged. Do you remember that? Well, if I had to guess, I'd be something that couldn't be classed. Can I leave it at that? With his last word, Luke resumed his attacks, this time much faster and sharper than before. Was he holding back earlier? Yeah, I said, ducking just in time to avoid my head being cut off. I guess we can leave it at that. Finishing my words, I kicked forward, my leg a flash of silver hitting the middle of Luke's stomach. I didn't kill him. That would be too much. Luke was just an idiot, not exactly evil. Wait, I can't go back with a loss, Luke said, persisting even after being beaten near dead. I didn't understand. Why was he going through so much just to please a bastard who didn't care about him? Ignoring the teen, I flew into the air, just in time for him to miss his sword swing and fall face into the sand. He'll be fine, I'm sure. Now, I have business. I want to leave everything as is, but no, that would be too easy. My father, no, the man who raised me, he deserves to die, and he will. I don't care about all the hero shit, no matter what. Even if the gods themselves try to keep me from doing it, I'll kill him. If I had been paying attention, I probably would have noticed the red tinge in my moon aura, but I was too preoccupied with the fact that I was now outside of my father's prison. It's time. Third POV. Prisoner 325, for 637, your son is here to see you, a guard said as she wiped a small bit of liquid from her lips. The prisoner nodded as he was escorted to the visitor room, seeing his son for the first time in 2 years. Arjun, he muttered, looking down on the silver-haired boy. Tears welled in the man's eyes as he dropped to his knees. I'm so happy you're okay, he yelled, causing Arjun to widen his eyes as 2 people walked into the room as well, a silver-haired woman and a golden-haired man, both looking toward the table with Arjun and his father in slight shock, perhaps not expecting one of them to be there. I was sat down with my father as 2 suspicious individuals stood off to the side. I was pretty sure they were some kind of monster, especially since the mortals seemed to ignore them. Seems they're using the mist somehow. Well, it doesn't matter much. I'll take care of them after my business with dear old dad. How have you been? Father, I said, stalling my last word a little. It was annoying calling him that, but what can I say? Guy? I don't even know his real name. Just the last one. Arjun, I've been good. I'm getting out soon, Dad said, breathing in, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. This was news to me. How in the world was he getting out soon? The last time I checked, he was set here for at least 25 years. What are you talking about? And I leaned in close so no one would hear. Stop acting like that. It's revolting. What's going on? When I said this, he looked genuinely confused. What do you mean, son? Acting like what? Oh, I should have known you wouldn't just forget like that. I'm sorry. His words echoed in my ears as he bowed his head, grabbing my hand and holding it up to his own. I'm so sorry. I should have never done those things to you. But I'm trying, I've been clean for these past 2 years. I'm ready to be a real father. I know it's going to be hard, but I'm ready for change. What? What the hell is this bastard saying? The room grew cold around me, and even though I couldn't see, I could tell that my eyes were glowing silver. You damn Dash. My eyes widened as a hand grasped my shoulder, causing me to lose focus as the room went back to normal. Other prisoners and visitors didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. But wait, how did this guy sneak up on me? I thought as I looked up, seeing the suspicious man from earlier. Let go if you value your life, I said threateningly as a subtle glow illuminated my hand, revealing the end of my gun. Now, Arjun. No need for that. We're all family here, the man said with a smile as a small jolt of electricity flashed throughout my body, causing the pistol to burst away. Who are you? I managed to stutter out. It was kind of embarrassing, but much better than randomly fighting someone higher than me. I hate to say it, but even with the added experience from the future trial, this man was leagues ahead of me. Me? Oh, come on now. You don't even recognize your grandpa? That's sad. See Artemis. If only you'd raised the boy right. Boom. My hand was a blur as it smashed into the man's jaw. Really? He said, snapping his fingers. All of a sudden, I was stuck upside down in the wall, everything around us frozen. Why? Why did you say that name? I yelled, bursting out of the wall as the man's eyebrow twitched. Seems he was starting to get annoyed. Isn't it obvious? I was speaking to your mother, he replied, pointing to the woman who was sitting down at the table with her head down. My mother? What are you, Tal Dash? How dare you hit him? A new voice interrupted as a silver circle opened up in between us, revealing a woman with silver hair wearing a glittery silver dress, mostly see-through except for the more explicit bits. Celine, both the man and my supposed mother said at the same time. Celine, Titaness of the moon, Celine. Why was she here? No, I don't have time to worry about that right now. It's obvious that things are gonna shit. I'll kill Dad and get out of here. Then I can finally be free. Whoosh. I sprinted past the silver-haired woman and the Nan, lunging at my father with a knife, aiming for his throat as he widened his eyes. It wasn't the woman who the man had called my mother, nor was it the man. It wasn't even the woman named Celine. No, it was my own father who managed to stop me. What the hell? Arjun, uffed. How fucking dare you? Do you want to harm me? I didn't want to use this. But gods are here. The situation has changed. I guess I am my father's son. Through my father, getting taller and more muscular by the second, said as I flew back, stuck in the wall once again. I managed to gasp out as a huge hand smashed into my ribs, breaking a few of them. Bastard. I heard someone yell as my vision blurred. What was going on? How was that thing? My father? Third POV. Celine slammed into the 9-foot man faster than anyone could move. Even Zeus wasn't able to see her. Only a silver blur moving past him. How dare you? Celine yelled, grabbing the man by his leg and smashing him against the floor, her eyes glowing silver as a huge spear formed. By the power of a moon die, she said just loud enough for the monster of a man to hear. No, was all he said as the spear struck him, deflecting off of his body. I'm the beast hidden in this puny mortal. I won't be chained again. His words echoed in everyone's head as he swatted Celine's spear away. She wasn't fazed, though, simply forming another one and slamming it against him, this time managing to hit him in the small of his back before it was destroyed. God, I hate gods, the beast said again, smirking as he opened his mouth wide. He then bit into Celine's exposed arm, causing the Titaness to widen her eyes. There we go. What a rush. He yelled with a crazy look in his eyes as his muscles bulged. Things were starting to get serious. Oh, using power he hates, so much so that he made an entirely new personality? Well, he's still a failure. A man hidden in the dark said as he watched everything through a misty screen. Yay, I'm alive. Okay, so I had summer school and shit. Finished that now. I was planning on going longer for my break to make advanced chapters when I realized this shit sucks. I just want to be able to write as much and as frequently as I can. Let's all be honest here. Patter 0 in is big gay anyway. So I'ma forget about the advanced chapters thing and do my own thing. No need to stick to what the other authors do here on Web Novel. So I've decided to have different exclusive content, such as polls for the direction of stories, exclusive stories that will eventually come on here, and also polls for future stories. With this, I recommend reading the last chapter and then reading this one. Gonna start speedrunning chaps again. Need to make up for these prolonged periods. Love you guys. Sage out. New Discord. https://discord.gg/wd 3TIWVCD. Other new Discord. https://discord.gg/7gf86kkftb. piatre0n.com/godsich. Update schedule will be 2 or so a day, sometimes 1. I see. Feel free to use your full force, Artemis. This man isn't human anymore. He's something else. With Zeus's words, he waved his hand, revealing himself in a more fitting outfit for battle. A classic Greek soldier armor set, including sandals. Something else. The beast yelled, slamming his fist into Zeus's jaw, breaking it and sending the god flying back. I am more than that. I'm a complete monster. Ha ha ha. The beast yelled as he jumped in the air after Zeus, only to widen his eyes and flip in the air, dodging the silver beam that was aimed toward his face. Artemis, honey, what's with the attitude? The beast said, smirking as Artemis gritted her teeth. This was her only chance. She needed to kill this man to gain her freedom back. What are you thinking? The beast asked with his hands on Artemis's head, slamming her into the ground underneath them. How dare you lay your hands on me? she replied as the beast's arm burst into light, surprising him as she stood up with ichor running down her forehead. Ah, I see. Immortal blood will always keep you immortal, huh? No biggie, I'll just devour you. The beast yelled, smiling maniacally just as a fist slammed into his face, courtesy of Zeus, who was still trying to make sure not to mess with the surroundings. Ugh, 2-on-1 isn't fair. The beast yelled as his raspy voice changed for a fraction of a second to the voice of Arjun's father. It was only a quick second, but that was enough to get the boy out of his daze and his anger to rise again. Selene was next to him, getting ready to leave. She was only here due to Zeus and Artemis being in close proximity to Arjun. Her plan, something she had come up with by herself. Of course, Kansu had actually done all the planning, but she'd never admit to that, was that she was going to bring Arjun with her, getting him away from the Greeks. Come on, while they were distracted, 2 Olympians would be annoying alone, but that thing is worse, Selene said as she grasped Arjun's arm. Crunch. Selene's eyes widened as she smashed into the wall. It didn't hurt her, but it had surprised her a great deal. She was even more surprised when Arjun, standing in front of her with moon aura swirling around him, though tinged with a bit of red, looked back at her with an almost disgusted glare. Don't touch me, was all he said. 3 words were enough to cause Selene's heart to drop, seeing him looking at her with a hateful glare. Arjun didn't waste any time on her, walking forward as Asphales formed next to him. You, Arjun muttered as his form blurred, only to reappear again with him and Asphales on both sides of Zeus. Calm down, Zeus answered, stopping Arjun with barely any effort as a lightning bolt slammed into the beast in front of him. If you aren't against me, then get out of my way. You'll regret it otherwise, Arjun answered, slapping the hand restraining him. Zeus smirked as he said this, glancing at Artemis and nodding. Artemis's expression formed into understanding and annoyance before she nodded and surged forward, slamming her bow into the beast's side. Boy, you should learn some manners, Zeus replied, his eyes crackling with electricity as he looked at the red-faced, struggling, silver-haired boy in front of him. Who's going to teach them to me? My parents, Arjun asked cheekily while still struggling, trying to hide that fact. Zeus just ignored the comment and opened his palm, sending Arjun back. Arjun quickly flipped in the air, landing on his feet right in front of one of the frozen people. I'll borrow this, thanks, Arjun said, unfazed as he grabbed a pen from the table and threw it back. The pen flew toward Zeus with Moon Sura enveloping it. Really? A pen? Zeus said as he caught the pen, looking at Arjun with a cocky smile. Yeah, just a pen, Arjun replied as the pen exploded in Zeus's face, a small puff of smoke clouding it from Arjun's vision. Okay, I get it now. Lightning crackled around the air as Arjun widened his eyes. You just want to prove you aren't useless, Zeus finished his words, practically spitting them in Arjun's face. On the other side of the room, Artemis and the beast fought now to hand. The silver-haired goddess gritted her teeth as she struggled against the monster in front of her. She'd never seen something like this. Was this really the same man she'd had a son with? The beast smirked as he read her expression, knowing exactly what she was thinking. The truth of the matter was that he and the other guy weren't the same people. Yet at the same time, they were. It was something even the beast couldn't explain. Deep down, though, he knew that he was practically a creation of the weak human, and this pissed him off more than anything. Whenever he got the chance, he would take control, intervals at a time, of course, usually when the human was drunk. During these times, he made sure to do all he could to ruin his life. The human didn't know, but when Artemis had been pregnant, the beast had taken control 3 different times, forcing Artemis into sex each one. It was this memory that caused the beast to smirk and look at his old wife. Hello, Selene, the beast said, smirking as he used Artemis's fake name. It had actually been inspired by her predecessor, Selene, Titaness of the Moon. Don't say that name, Artemis replied as she was behind him in a flash, her knife flashing as it sped toward the small of the beast's back. Oh no, don't touch me there, the beast yelled, covering his mouth with a teasing look in his eyes as he blocked the bow and kicked at Artemis, only for a chill to run down his spine as he felt a pain in his shoulder. Huh? he and Artemis said at the same time as a boy covered in red aura had his teeth sunken in the beast's shoulder. Gods, humans, monsters, I hate you all. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Arjun yelled enraged as he tore off the flesh, chewing it quickly with a crazed look in his eye, his arms black and blue from his fight with Zeus. Whoosh! A man sitting on a throne sighed as he felt the hot blade against his neck. The so-called flaming sword protecting the garden wasn't exactly the most welcoming weapon. Michael, I am pleased you are he dash. The man stopped as the blonde ten-winged angel pressed the blade harder. Now, that's not very nice, is it? Michael scoffed as he took the blade away and walked out from behind the throne, looking at the man with weary. Beelzebub, I trust you have something to do with it. Father is in slumber. How dare you try and wake a dash before Michael could finish. Beelzebub yawned loudly, interrupting the archangel as a small blue flame flickered on his palm. You know, it's amazing how God created planets to store and control our power. It even works for those lesser bastards, though I do wish I could have gotten grandfathers. Pluto is just so lame. As he ended his words, Beelzebub threw the slowly forming ball toward Michael, only for it to be swatted away faster than he could see. Still a fast bastard, I see. Michael ignored the attack and waved his hand, locking them in a subspace. I want to know what's happening, or I'll get Mephisto. Beelzebub widened his eyes as he heard this, bringing his rival up to threaten him. Michael must think he'd done something bad. While I will admit that I may have something to do with it, no, I didn't instigate it nor start it. We demons are hardly as strong, especially me. Pluto is known as a fake planet nowadays. Ha fucking humans. Michael nodded as he saw that Beelzebub wasn't lying, allowing himself to relax for the first time since entering. Then I trust you will leave us be if Father chooses him to be eradicated, having another Lucifer or Abaddon now, do we? I see. I can't agree with that, Michael. Unfortunately, I'm not in charge anymore. Michael's eyes widened as he heard these words, Beelzebub's cocky smile giving him an uncomfortable feeling. Well, I sent Raphael already. I assume that's it then. Yeah, good luck, uncle. No hard feelings. Michael ignored Beelzebub's words as he flashed away, before Arjun went batshit insane. Mortals should never strike a god, Zeus said as he looked at the fist planted in his chin, the struggling Arjun gritting his teeth as he tried to force the fist forward with no results. Zeus waved his hand, sending a jolt of lightning throughout Arjun's body. See, if you had just sat still. Zeus muttered as he looked back at the fight with Artemis and Arjun's father, seeing the goddess of the hunt with the upper hand. Sneak attacks don't work when I can feel the air, Zeus said calmly as he turned to hit Arjun's outstretched fist with his foot, smashing his knuckles in one swift movement. Arjun's eyes widened as the pain shot up his arm. What am I doing? The realization of just who Arjun was fighting passed through his mind in this second. The pain was a distant memory as his eyes set on the smiling Zeus, this time with an understanding of his situation. Sorry, Arjun said, breathing heavily as he looked past the golden-haired man, seeing his mother and father fighting fiercely with each other. Crack! Zeus wasn't one to be fair in a fight, however, nor was he known for his mercy, kneeling Arjun in the stomach and shattering his other arm in 2 swift hits. Now lay down, Zeus said, smiling as he pulled his hand back and swung it forward, aiming for Arjun's chest. Phew. Arjun looked in front of him as he had already been prepared to take it, and at least live. Though in front of him was a silver-haired woman, holding the hand sunken in her chest. Before Arjun could react to Celine's actions, a drop of ichor splashed into his open mouth, causing the boy to close it and swallow the drop of ichor. Didn't I say dash? Celine started to say as she glared at Zeus, only for her words to be cut off by the ichor flying in front of them. Arjun murmured as he wiped the golden ichor from his mouth with his shattered arms, looking forward at the beast. I'm hungry, Arjun said, ignoring the woman he had kicked away as Zeus gritted his teeth with an uncomfortable look in his eye. I'm sure Artemis can handle this, he thought, turning and leaving in a flash of lighting, the pause around the area wearing off. What's going on? One human said as they stared at the people covered in blood and sweat in the middle of the room. "Don't say that name," Artemis was saying as she was behind the beast in a flash, her knife flashing as it sped toward the small of the beast's back. "Oh no, don't touch me there," the beast yelled, covering his mouth with a teasing look in his eyes as he blocked the bow and kicked at Artemis, only for a chill to run down his spine as he felt a pain in his shoulder. "Hey, Chuck," he and Artemis said at the same time as a boy covered in red aura had his teeth sunken in the beast's shoulder. "Gods, humans, monsters. I hate you all. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Arjun yelled enraged as he tore off the flesh, chewing it quickly with a crazed look in his eye. His arms were black and blue from his fight with Zeus. His emotions were a mess, enhanced by the ichor he had accidentally consumed. "Mars," the beast muttered as his wounds healed, a red glint in his eyes as he smirked at his son. "I hate demons. I'm hungry." Arjun bent over on all fours as his follies appeared next to him, much larger and fiercer looking than before. Arjun's eyes were close-lidded as he surged forward, faster than both Artemis and the beast had expected. "Come, this is no longer our duty," Zeus's voice whispered in Artemis's ear as they both disappeared back to Olympus. "I reckon we should go too. This is not an affair of the Greeks any longer, nor Egyptian," Khonsu said, appearing next to Selene as she sat up, fully healed and watching Arjun with a blank expression. Khonsu noticed this and inwardly sighed, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Hey, not all love is returned. I'm sure there is someone else out the dash." Before Khonsu could finish, Selene's face lit up. "He looked at me. He actually noticed me. Let's come back in a bit," Selene said, smiling with stars in her eyes as they disappeared as well, leaving Arjun and his father with the humans watching in terror. Due to the mist, a mystical force that blocked humans' perception of the mythical side of things, what they saw wasn't the true events, but a more mellowed-down version that made sense. "You should be careful, son. These humans can get hurt, though they're useless to me." Arjun's father smirked as he ignored the gods leaving. He couldn't care less when the race he hated the most, his own race, was right in front of him, practically asking to be killed. Using the humans as bait, he could easily subjugate Arjun and kill him. Arjun didn't respond, as he was breathing heavily with his eyes closed. "Well, if you insist on fighting," the beast said as he put his palms together as red energy came off of them, the ground cracking under the pressure. "I don't need much to take on Dash." The beast's words were cut off as all the humans in the room were slashed to bits by a stream of silver and red energy. "Why are you so shocked?" Arjun asked, standing there calmly with his eyes now open. His breath stalled as he prepared for another attack. The beast's eyes were opened wide, not expecting Arjun to simply kill all the humans in the room. "After all, didn't you say they were useless?" Arjun finished as he dropped his raised hand. A shiny beam of energy fell down from the sky, straight toward the beast before he could do anything. 3 weeks ago, we were subjects to a terrorist attack right outside the North Prison. The suspect seems to have died as well in his cruel judging of these criminals. The terrorist, Arjun Strauss, a victim of domestic abuse, seems to have had several bags full of C4 ready to go off Dash. The news report shut off as Megan shut off the TV in the big house, not wanting to hear about the story anymore. "You think he's dead?" she asked Percy, who was getting ready to leave for the summer. Talia Grace, the daughter of Zeus, was there as well, still getting used to not being a tree again. Percy didn't answer as he left, his hands shaking as he remembered the huge crater that was shown on the TV. "How could you? Somewhere in China? Wow. I didn't expect such a visit from you, random demigod. What can I do for you?" The Monkey King asked, smiling widely as Arjun, covered in rags, looked at him with a monotone expression. I want to know, how do I become God?" "Become God," the Monkey King said to me with a confused expression. 3 weeks ago, I had woken up on the outskirts of New York. I had no idea what had happened. Last I could remember was fighting that blonde lightning guy. I quickly found clothes to cover me up, hence the rags on my body, and then went back inside New York. That's where I found out about the prison incident and the false suspicions the city had for me, so I fled. It was the plan to leave anyway. so it's not a total loss. Though I wish I could have said an actual goodbye to Sam. I wonder how he reacted. Now, why was I asking the troublemaker of heaven how to become a god? Well, during my 3 weeks of travel, I found myself in a bookstore to go to sleep. There I read various mythologies, including Chinese mythology. The Monkey King, a monster-made god, how? How had he done it? Why did I care so much? Honestly, I couldn't explain it. Perhaps this was simply a side effect of years of abuse. Or maybe I'm just indecisive. But on the inside, I could feel how angry I was, even if I didn't feel it on the outside. During these 3 weeks, I had thought on this, all while being homeless and in need, of course. The Monkey King stared down at me from his pedestal, his hand on his chin as he seemingly thought about it. Why would you want to do that? He asked after a while. Why wouldn't I want to? I asked back, causing him to nod with a small smile. Well, no. Sorry, kid, but I'm not allowed to give out that info. Go on home now. With these words, the Monkey King began to stand, only to raise his hand, blocking the punch. I tried to get in on him. He had obviously been expecting it. I could feel it the whole time he was thinking. Now, what's the meaning of this? A mortal has tried to strike a god, according to the ancient rules. The Monkey King's expression morphed into one of glee as the sky became overcast. I can defend myself with all my power. I flew back into the stone wall that covered the shrine area of the Monkey King as a bolt of lightning flashed down, revealing a 6-foot staff-looking thing in his hands. Before I could register anything happening, I was already flipped over and kicked the other way, only catching the tiniest movement from the Monkey King. A twitch of his tail, to be exact. There, no there, I whispered to myself as I was hit in the jaw, not hard enough to knock me out or even kill me, which I knew wasn't the Monkey King's goal. With the books saying how much of a prankster/troublemaker this god had been, I assumed he just wanted to mess around. I would treat this as a test. If I failed, I wouldn't be able to get the info I needed to become a god. If I passed, however, hundreds of hits tore the rags I was using as clothes, messed up my dirty hair, scraped at my body, but I simply stood still, not fighting back until I finally saw it. There, using my full speed, I burst forward, using my knife to stab forward into the chest of the Monkey King as he prepared to move. All this time of him hitting me, I had been looking for an opening, even the smallest one. He hadn't revealed one until now. This was all I needed. The Monkey King looked down at the broken knife that I snapped upon, hitting his chest with a smile. Good, though it wasn't as fun as I hoped. Still enjoyable, though. With a flash of lightning, the disheveled area returned to normal, and the staff that he hadn't used once also disappeared in the same moment. So? I asked, stuttering a bit as I hoped my extensive effort wasn't going to go to waste. The Monkey King was an entirely different level than Zeus, though I hadn't been able to fight Zeus at full power either. I could just tell. Zeus would be destroyed by the Monkey King. Just how strong are the gods? So you want to become a god, huh? Well, it's not for everyone. The god's words trailed off as he seemed to be in deep thought before he finally looked back at me. How about I give you a task? Should you complete it correctly, then I'll tell you, deal? The Monkey King said this as if it was a gracious offer, and from his standpoint at least, it probably was. From my standpoint, though, it was shit. I just spent the better part of a half hour getting hit just to be told to do something else. What do I do, though? So, with a small sigh, I nodded and waited for him to continue. The Monkey King smiled and snapped his fingers, a scroll appearing in front of him. Yes, this is a good one. He turned the scroll toward me, showing a stick drawing of what seemed to be steps. At the top, it had weird Chinese scrawl that I couldn't quite make out. Should have learned that at camp. Oh well, what is it? I asked with a confused expression as he thrust the scroll at me. It's your task. Follow the steps and complete it at the location I send you. Don't worry about the words. I didn't even know how to read until 400 years ago, haha. With these words, the Monkey King snapped his fingers once again, a flash of light sending me away from the area. Third POV. The Monkey King smirked as Arjun disappeared, remembering his old prank scrolls. The one he had given him was an old one that took actual skill to pull off. Yes, the deciding factor for Arjun to get the directions to become a god was a prank. A prank on who? Well, the Monkey King's old fling, of course. Princess Iron Fan, wife of the Bull Demon King. I knew he'd send you Fox, The Monkey King said, smiling as he threw his staff on the ground. The nine-tailed fox smirked as well. Though he was serious, he still loved fighting the Monkey King, though their fights usually ended in a draw. The Jade Emperor is sending Celestial a fire you. This may be our last fight, the fox said as the monkey looked at him in confusion. Are you kidding? Even if they had the power to beat me, I'd still come back and fight you. Only a few are really a match for me, so why wouldn't I come back? Monkey asked before breathing in sharply, ready to fight. Monkey, you are quite the weird one, the fox said before readying his stance as well. Whoosh! Before they did anything, a huge silver and white rabbit stood in between them, its large red eyes staring into each of the gods' eyes, almost as if daring them to move. What are you boys doing here? Didn't I tell you this place is off limits? A woman's voice called out as the dust settled. Present. What the hell? Arjun yelled as he fell out of the bubble thing that the Monkey King had teleported him away with. Dust covered his rags as he stood up in the sunny plain of land, disoriented and not sure where he was. Not from around here, are you? Arjun heard a soft voice of a woman, standing next to him in a silk dress. Arjun ignored her, however, and continued to look around at his surroundings. Even Camp Half-Blood couldn't compare to the beautiful scene he was looking at right now. The woman's expression slowly started to get less and less friendly the longer she was ignored, finally ending in a frown as she scowled at the ignorant boy. It's respectful to greet your elder Dash, she spoke up, gaining his attention for a second as he analyzed her. You're an old lady? Wow, I thought you were my age, Arjun said, interrupting the woman and also shocking her. W, what did you just say? The woman asked, slightly flattered by his words. Do I look that young? She thought as Arjun stared at her blankly. Arjun was still young, barely 13, so he didn't really understand things about girls yet. HM? Anyway, sorry. Arjun's words trailed off as he looked down next to him, grabbing a piece of papyrus on the ground and opening it. Whatever was in it must have been what he needed to do to learn how to become a god. Though, only a few seconds later was he disappointed as he read the 3 bolted letters from the Monkey King. Prank that hoe. What's that? The woman from before asked, looking over Arjun's shoulder as the boy stood there with his hair covering his face. Really? He suddenly yelled, throwing the paper to the side, having his follies tear it into a million pieces. Should I just try and find my own way? He, though, still ignoring the woman. Oh, is this from Monkey? I didn't know he still sent kids to do pranks. The woman said, looking at the paper, still fully intact, even though his follies had destroyed it. Huh. It was now the woman's turn to ignore Arjun as she smiled, remembering the old days when she would watch Monkey and Fox fight for days. Seems he left the message on the back. Kids are so quick to give you Dash, the woman, Chang'e, or the Chinese goddess of the moon, stopped her words as Arjun lunged at her. He had 2 reasons for doing so. 1, she knew the Monkey King, a bastard who had sent him to do some stupid prank instead of just helping him. And 2, he assumed she was going to take the paper that held what he needed to do on it, which he just couldn't allow. Smack! Arjun widened his eyes as he was buried into the dirt, the sound of his back getting hit by something large and heavy not going unnoticed. Widening his eyes, Arjun quickly got back up, not want to be stomped out by whoever had just taken him down. Oh, good boy. The woman's joyous yell made him stop at his tracks as he saw her hugging and patting a huge white rabbit. The rabbit was glaring at him, only softening his gaze when he looked at the woman known as Chang'e. Grr! Asphali's low growl sounded out as the wolf surged out of the silver aura he usually stayed in. At this point, Asphali's had become its own being, able to make its own decisions without Arjun giving orders or controlling him. When this had happened a few weeks ago, Arjun thought he had lost his partner and now only friend. Thankfully, he had nothing to worry about as Asphali's continued to stay by his side and remain protecting him. Oh, Chang'e said as Asphali's and the silver rabbit circled each other, both glaring at the other. Just give me that paper. I don't want a rabbit to die, Arjun said, standing up fully, relaxed now that he didn't have to worry about Chang'e's pet. Chang'e simply smiled as Asphali's and the silver rabbit lunged at each other, silver aura oozing out of each. See, I didn't think you had any moon properties, but now that I know, I want to keep you. Chang'e yelled out as the silver rabbit grew hundreds of feet, causing his follies to whimper as he disappeared back into Arjun's aura. Arjun widened his eyes as he saw the animal. He had noticed something familiar about Chang'e, though he didn't expect her to be a moon goddess like his mother. So, Chang'e asked, leaning against the rabbit as Arjun examined everything around him. He wanted to finish Monkey's challenge and get the secret to becoming a god, not stuck as a moon goddess's pet for all of eternity. Finally, Arjun relaxed and looked straight at the goddess with a shy smile. Sorry, but I think this is where I'll leave. With these words, Arjun turned and sprinted faster than he had ever done before, silver aura boosting him beyond his limits as he flew through the tall forestry of whatever land he was in. Arjun ran through the large forest within a silver blur, followed by the large white rabbit and Chang'e, who was simply smiling at his efforts to get away. Come on, think, Arjun thought to himself as he looked around for anything he could use to escape or trap Chang'e. He had a suspicion that she wasn't all that powerful. Otherwise, why would she let a rabbit protect her instead of hitting him away herself? This made him more worried about the rabbit than about the goddess, since only one of those had hit him. Just let me leave, Arjun yelled with a fake desperate tone as he let a small flow of moon energy fall from his feet, trying to keep Chang'e from being able to detect it. Chang'e smiled as she rode the rabbit, her eyes glinting silver. Why should I? She yelled as a spear of moon energy smashed down only a few inches away from Arjun. Arjun used the energy from the spear to boost himself into the sky, back flipping over the white rabbit and Chang'e as he aimed his gun straight toward a tree now glowing with silver energy. Checkmate. With the sound of the bullet tracing through the air, Arjun smiled as the tree was pulsed back, attracted to the energy of the bullet. With this, the undergrowth tore underneath the ancient tree, making a large hole. Into that hole the rabbit went. Phew, did it work? Arjun asked himself, looking around the dusty area. Apparently, that tree was older than he thought. No, it didn't. The cold yet welcoming voice of Chang'e filled Arjun with dread as hands closed around his torso, the woman smiling as if she had caught a prize. You'll be my slave for all eternity, and you'll brush the moon rabbit's fur twice a day to keep it nice and silky. Arjun wouldn't move. No, he couldn't move. This was similar to what his mother had done to him on that hillside, though instead of being forced to his knees, he was being constricted. Get it? Chang'e asked with a smile as she licked the lobe of his ear, a small flash of silver light making them disappear from the familiar surroundings. Damn it! I was hoping he'd come to us. Why'd he go to that stupid monkey? Celine yelled out, hitting a tree away as Kansu was trying to hold back his laughter. He couldn't take the idea of Arjun being with a beautiful woman as bad. Hell, he thought that was a better place than anywhere Arjun had been. But, of course, Celine was less than pleased. We should break him out, Celine yelled, her earlier anger gone and replaced with a slightly jealous tone. Before Kansu could answer, a huge white rabbit burst out of the undergrowth, jumping toward the two moon deities without fear. Being a spirit of longevity, the rabbit was truly immortal. It could never fade like other gods could. However, its only job was to create immortal elixirs, something that could get very boring. Heal boy, Kansu said, a glint of silver in his eye. He may not have been as old as the Chinese gods, but he was still fairly experienced. The white rabbit didn't stop, though, and instead of landing and crushing the gods as it had hoped, it was burst into that realm sky by Celine, who had only one thought on her mind. To the moon, she said, teleporting out of the realm. Arjun awoke with the feeling of something restricting his movements. Sure enough, he was chained against a wall, right in front of a woman bathing. He didn't react. It wasn't the first time he'd seen a woman naked, but he was still shocked that she was there. Oh, you're awake, good. With a snap of her fingers, Arjun was unchained and bowing outside the bath with slave rags on. Now scrub me my servant. Arjun didn't bother arguing. Though he hated it, he didn't have enough power to defy this goddess. It would take years. At least that's what he thought. Arjun was too used to his usual self and didn't realize he had his future self power supply as well, though he hadn't looked into it yet, nor had he practiced controlling it. Arjun scrubbed down Chang'e's pale, white body with no emotion. He didn't care about some random girl's body. Besides, what would he do even if he did care? Arjun also hated sex, or any type of sexual activity. This was due to the years' worth of trauma he had gained after working at a nightclub. Celine had killed all the women who had participated in those endeavors with him, but that didn't erase anything. Celine, if I ever meet her, I should apologize. Arjun, though, remembering the beautiful woman he had shouted at when he was trying to kill his father. Father! Yes, Arjun had killed his father, though that was the least of his problems. Day of the battle. Arjun dive-bombed down toward the beast with silver and red aura soaring around him, huge meteor-type things falling with him. Pat hunk! Arjun's fist ran through the chest of the beast, ripping out his heart with a bloodthirsty smile. Finally, he said as the silver meteor fell down all around then. Yes, the beast said with his eyes closed as a heavy force pressed down on Arjun. Finally, with these words, the beast's skin erupted into ribbons as two wings came out his back, dark and leathery, while also tinged tin crimson. Thanks for setting me free. I'm finally gone from that stupid personality. The beast smiled crazily down at Arjun. Arjun was frozen with a fearful look on his face, his eyes shaking as he realized that his father and the beast were practically two different people. Don't worry, kid. Since you were so generous to free me, I'll let you go. Man, it's been a while. Say, the beast smirked as he looked down at Arjun, the meteors still destroying the place around them. Only a god can kill me, at least for real. If you really want to fight, come back as a god. Now I need to go. My brother Abaddon is waiting to be set free. Catch you later, kid. With those words, the beast burst into flames and disappeared from the area. Apollyon, that's your name? Arjun asked, frozen. He didn't understand why, but that name had just popped in his head. I have to become a god. Ugh. Arjun flopped down on the rocky ground after his day of labor. He mostly picked out outfits, massaged her body, and other small tasks that just added to his fatigue. They were pretty useless tasks, only to make him tired and miserable. Are you a new worker for Mistress Chang'e? A boy that seemed to be around Arjun's age said, walking toward him and sitting down with an excited look on his face. Yeah, worker. I guess you could say something like that. Arjun said, sighing as he wondered how to get out of this. It wouldn't be too hard if Chang'e didn't catch him, and he still believed she couldn't actually hurt him. He didn't know any legends of her, but he guessed from her name she was from Chinese mythology. Who knew that all these other things existed besides the Greeks? So how'd you get chosen? I was sold by my parents when I was 3. The boy said after a short moment of silence. Hush it up over there, kids. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Those minds don't mind themselves. Looking behind him, Arjun saw tons of slaves like him leaning against a dirty wall, all of them looking defeated. Workers? Are you all stupid? This is clear slavery. Arjun was usually able to handle his emotions. Half the time he was perfectly stable, but this time was different. Arjun saw a bit of himself inside these people, and something else inside of him grew. Finally, Arjun's eyes glowed silver for only a second before a hand was placed on his shoulder. Don't, they'll kill you. It was the boy that had talked to him before, their own eyes glowing blue, a tight grip around their shoulder. What are you? Arjun asked before passing out, the fatigue from not sleeping for weeks finally catching up to him. Something, the boy answered before going to sleep as well, prepared for the work tomorrow. 3 days of labor and massages later, Arjun was sick of it. He was wasting time here. Thankfully, him being here had given him some insight in things. The goddess he needed to prank for the Monkey King to give up the secrets to becoming a god. The wife of the Bull King, a monster who rivaled the Monkey King in nearly every legend. That was who Arjun needed to prank. He also got closer with the boy with the blue glowing eyes. His name being Chain, signifying his slavery since young childhood. They had spent basically every second together since Arjun had first set foot on the cell. Tonight, we leave tonight, Arjun said, knowing Chain knew what he was talking about. They had talked about it for the last 12 hours, and Chain seemed rather excited to finally be free. Is it true free people get to shower every day? And what about food? You guys eat all the time? Chain had asked enthusiastically later that day. He had been against leaving at first, not knowing anything else, but this was all it took for Arjun to convince him. Arjun didn't know why he had even told Chain about leaving, nor did he know why he was talking to him in the first place. But what he did know, at least subconsciously, was that he was lonely. He missed having friends to hang out with him. Being used to being surrounded by people for a year and suddenly leaving had changed him. He missed having people to talk to, people that he could mess around with, listen to, anything they wanted. And so he decided to take Chain in as his own. Chain was only 1 year older than him, but Arjun still decided to treat him as his younger brother. He had even promised on the river Styx to bring him wherever he goes for as long as they live. Yep, when we get out of here we can do whatever we want. What do you want to do first? Arjun saw something was different about Chain. No scratch that, something was the same about him. He felt familiar, and that was also the main reason he wanted him around. I want to try green beans. It was something simple, something that would seem more of a punishment to the normal children of today, but to Chain, green beans seemed like a delicacy only rich people could try. Okay, we can eat those. Show me that thing again. We have to be 100% ready for it tonight. Chain widened his eyes before looking over both shoulders. Then, with his eyes glowing, he burned a hole in one of the rocks in front of him. Nice, Arjun said with a smile, only thinking of how that would help him. It was a powerful ability, one that Arjun could copy with his own energy if he wanted, but not that powerful. Kill him. Arjun blinked and looked around, confused as he could have sworn he heard a voice. Kill him. This time it was more noticeable, like an echo throughout the cave. Who said that? Arjun. Chain asked as he saw his friend acting weird all of a sudden. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. It's nothing, you know the plan? Arjun said, ignoring the voice, and soon it went away. Chain, dismissing Arjun's odd behavior, smiled widely and nodded, trying his best to hold in his happiness. Tonight when I get back to the cell then. And with that, Arjun went to give the last massage he'd ever give to his captor. So you're planning on leaving tonight? Chang'e asked halfway through her usual afternoon massage, causing Arjun to freeze with his hands on her lower back. He asked, trying to sound confused, but it was too late. She clearly knew everything she needed to. Take a bite, eat, eat, eat. The voice was louder as he backed away from the goddess, making his mind go numb as his body went into shock. I'm not sure why you would want to lead a dash. Chang'e stopped talking as a loud crunch halted her words. Hey, Cha, she stuttered out, looking behind her and seeing something she had never expected. It was just like the time Arjun had fallen asleep fighting against Zeus and the others in the small prison. Chang'e wasn't looking at Arjun anymore, at least not one that could be talked to normally. Standing with silver and red aura enveloping him, eating the flesh of a shoulder he had tore out with his mouth, Arjun stood there, his eyes glowing bright silver. Kill. In another place, Beelzebub was sat on his throne, sighing as he knew things would start to change. As the prophecy predicted, I guess there's really no changing it now. The white rabbit burst into the room, slamming into Arjun as he stared down Chang'e. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to continue killing and ripping apart the goddess, and he wasn't fighting it. Arjun slapped the white rabbit in the stomach, only for it to not act phased at all and punch him into the wall on the other side of the room. 2 huge spears made out of moon energy stabbed into the rabbit's hide, deflecting off of it as if it was iron. Arjun appeared in front of the rabbit with his knee smashing into its face. That didn't phase it either. You think you're strong? No, you're just a demigod. Nothing more. You can't beat or kill something that stands for longevity. Who cares about all that crap? Arjun mumbled out as he floated in the air, cocking his fist back as silver energy gathered around his hand. Then, before the rabbit did anything, Arjun smashed the fist in its face. Nothing. The rabbit was as still as it had been before, only this time it had Arjun pinned to the floor, managing to smash him down after tanking the silver-energized punch. I see, Arjun mumbled out, his subconscious learning as he slept, unaware of what was happening. Boom! Red energy swarmed around Arjun as his eyes stopped glowing silver and instead began glowing red. You're just immune to the moon. Arjun mumbled as the white rabbit and Chang'e both widened their eyes in surprise. All of it? I need it all. How did he use it? How do I use it? Arjun mumbled to himself as he remembered the fight with his father, even though he didn't know he was fighting anything. Arjun was asleep mentally, but awake physically. He didn't know it, but he was in a perfect state at the moment to use all of his power, and use it he would. Arjun raised his hands, the red energy gathering into a large sphere. Then, bringing his arms down on the rabbit's foot, he finally opened his eyes, awake again as the energy collided with the rabbit. Boom! What's going on? Arjun asked, seeing the golden blood splattered against everything around him. You hurt the white rabbit, Chang'e said, dropping to her knees as the rabbit screeched and hopped away on one leg, the golden ichor leaving a trail until he eventually operates somewhere else. Arjun looked around at the situation before figuring it out. It happened again. Arjun thought to himself, remembering the last time a situation had happened. You're one of them, Chang'e said, her eyes shaking as she looked at Arjun in a new light. A miss dash. Get out, go away. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Out! Chang'e yelled as the walls in her mansion began shaking, rocks falling everywhere as it seemed she intended to collapse the entire place. Chain! Arjun yelled out before running out of the room away from Chang'e. As far as he was concerned, she was giving him a free pass to leave this place. The entire place shook as Arjun reached the cell. All the prisoners were screaming and grabbing the bars, trying to get out as huge rocks were smashing them to a pulp. Chain! Arjun yelled, grabbing the bars and destroying them quickly just as everything collapsed, dust and rock filling the room. Darling, I'm a little bored, Princess Iron Fan said to no one. Her husband wasn't there, and neither was anyone else. Iron Fan had been abandoned for years now by all the bull monsters, ever since the Monkey King and her had had an affair. Of course, she didn't know who it was. Magic and alcohol had played a part. Unfortunately, she was the only one punished, seeing as no one could go against the Monkey King without being beaten or being on top of the scale. Haha, stop. Don't be so touchy. Iron Fan laughed at no one, smiled at nothing, and felt no one's touch. This was all her delusion after losing everything. She wasn't even in a mansion, simply being in a small shack in the middle of the woods. At least she was still in the monster realm. But it's not like anyone knew that, though. Haha, stop. Darling. Iron Fan smiled as she flopped on the bed, enjoying the imaginary touch of her husband, who was in an entirely different realm. Hee. Ha. Iron Fan's eyes filled with tears as her delusion didn't last long. Seeing her actual situation brought her tears. Why? What did I do? Iron Fan suddenly yelled, punching through the shack door as tears flung in the air as she started destroying the house around her. Is that you, Iron Fan? A voice, a very familiar voice, called out as she was finishing up destroying everything. Darling, she asked, her eyes wide and shining before she even turned around. I'm home, Iron Fan. With these words, two arms wrapped around her torso as tears started falling from her eyes. Darling, she yelled and turned around, wrapping the Bull Demon King in her arms and crying into his shoulder. Oh damn, I think I came at the wrong time, Arjun said in his outfit, realizing that this Princess Iron Fan wasn't one to mess with at this time. Plus, it didn't seem like she was bad. The only thing he knew is that villagers pointed him this way when he had asked. He had managed to get Chain out of the prison. As for the rest of those slaves, they all died. He didn't bother checking on Chang'e. Instead, he'd grabbed Chain and left the realm, managing to figure it out. Apparently, he was even more powerful in that dimension. This was due to the fact that he was on the moon, the source for his energy and strength. He had basically been all-powerful there, if Chang'e or another moon deity wasn't going against him, of course. He had left Chain with the villagers, wanting to quickly prank the woman and leave this place as well. All he knew was if he tore the piece of paper the monkey had given him, he would return back to the temple. Hearing about Iron Fan's husband, he had dressed up as him to pretend to be him and then leave her to cause her pain. But why did it seem like she hadn't seen her husband in forever? Man, it's been 2 weeks already, and he's barely getting top, ranking her. Though he chose the wrong thing, I would have just gotten her drunk and had some fun or something. No, wait, that's pretty mean. Well, when you're ready, Arjun. The secrets are yours, huh? I didn't think it would go like this, if I'm being honest. This was supposed to be a simple dressing up and pretending to be someone prank. I didn't even know if this was the way the Bull Demon King looked. I just got a costume from the village. He seems to be worshipped there for some reason. With the way Iron Fan had begun packing up all of her things, I assumed she'd been alone for a long time. This was only confirmed with me asking how she was. Another crying fit ensued after this, and so I'd been silent the entire time after. The thing about this, though, why was she acting like this? If this was actually Iron Fan, then she knew what the actual Demon King would look like, and he definitely wasn't a skinny teenager barely reaching 5 foot, even though that was a little taller than her. But the thing that made me uncomfortable was her attitude. She was genuinely happy, but she knew I wasn't her husband. So why would she be so joyful? It didn't make any sense to me. And with the way she seemed to know who I was yet acted like I was her husband. She obviously knew I wasn't him. So why was she going so far to sell it? After a few minutes of watching her pack, I finally decided to end this charade. It was too annoying, plus this would count as a prank. I'm not your husband. My words were like putting your finger on the hour hand, stopping the clicking and everything else. That's the only way I could describe the pause Iron Fan had at this moment. Of course you are. Only my husband would be able to find me here. Iron Fam says. It seemed more like she was trying to convince herself and tell me. No, I'm not. And everyone knows your OU dash. Before I could finish, a large spear-type object flew past my cheek, grazing it. No one knows. No one knows. No one knows. Iron Fan yelled as the spear turned in the air, flying back toward me. I barely managed to dodge as she gripped the blade and changed its direction again, flinging it toward me with even more speed. You'll pay for this. I'm not just some nobody. With these words, Iron Fan disappeared. I went back to the village to get Chain and finally returned to the human world. I was tired of these gods messing with me. Little did I know, I angered the biggest whore in the Chinese mythology. He offended me. He dared try and prove me wrong. I demand this child. This mortal. Iron Fan screamed at the Council of Celestials. She wasn't technically a god, only forcing the villagers to treat her like one and then marrying a monster, but that still gave her some benefits. With her husband's royalty and her own charisma, her tits, she had managed to gain power and drink the elixir of life, becoming a god. As a goddess, she had some influence among the council. Not any that could do anything, but influence nonetheless. And what exactly do you need from the Council Princess Fan? No offense, but you are still married to a demon king. We, by celestial law, are obligated to kill you or seal you for eternity. The Jade Emperor, a god much too wise for his own good, said, rubbing his temples. This wasn't the first time Iron Fan had done something like this, but at least the other time she had a good reason. The only thing he could see here is that she got mad at someone for not giving her respect. If he ever met this mortal, he would need to give the lad a pat on the back for humbling the woman in front of him. I demand his head, and that you send someone to capture my husband. I've been alone for too long. Iron Fan screamed and yelled as the council ignored her, knowing the Jade Emperor was the only one who would handle it. Princess Iron Fan, I ban you from heaven for the rest of eternity. Please don't try and come back here. Now we have more important matters, like the moon's collapse. With these words, Iron Fan was banished from heaven, forced to find someone else to help her instead of the gods who had abandoned her 3 times now. The moon collapse. Has anyone checked on Chang'e? It was only for a minute, but why would it happen at all? The Jade Emperor asked the council while sitting forward. The thing about Chang'e was she was technically banished, a goddess that betrayed her husband. That's what she was, so no one really cared about her. That's what I thought. So does anyone on this council do anything besides order others around? No one answered, and the Jade Emperor just nodded and sighed once again, disappearing from his throne in a flash of light. Why do I do all the work? The prank was ass. You didn't even make it go on for that long. When I prank her, it took weeks of planning. But hey, she raged so hard, she went to heaven so. You pass. Chain and I were standing in front of the Monkey King as he told us these words, finally yelling out at the end what I wanted to hear. So, you'll tell me how to become a god? I asked, not caring if Chain knew what I wanted to do. He was a friend, not a liability. If he didn't like it, he could leave. Yeah. What's with the kid? How did you find another one like you? You know what? I don't want to know. Anyway, here you go. The steps to becoming a god. The Monkey King disappeared in a flash of lightning as a note fell into my hands, the smile on my face wider than it had ever been in my entire life. Finally, I could become a god and kill my father, or the beast, or whatever he was calling himself. Either way, he would die. I was so absorbed in this fact, I didn't even register what the Monkey King had said about Chain. Not that I would have cared anyway. Finally, I yelled out as I opened the paper, ready to take the next step in my life. Just be yourself. LOL. Damn it. Arjun yelled, destroying a pillar on the temple. Chain stood off to the side, watching Arjun yelling and destroying everything in his path. Damn Chinese. Damn gods. Damn it. Arjun yelled, smashing through the entire temple, destroying it. Oh, Arjun. Chain finally spoke up, stopping Arjun's destructive rampage. Arjun breathed in and out for a while, his chest heaving as he began to calm down. Yes, Chain? What do you need? Chain didn't answer. He didn't need to. He wasn't trying to ask anything. He was simply trying to get Arjun to calm down. Thanks. This is honestly my fault. I've been a stupid lately. This power is going to my head. I'm not even that strong. Arjun sighed and swept his hair back, looking along the skyline, then back to Chain. What did he mean back there? Another one like me? Want to explain? Chain cocked his head to the side before shaking his head. Nope. I have no clue what that god meant. I don't really know a lot, haha. Arjun sighed and nodded before looking away from Chain. He had a slight guess as to what the Monkey King had meant, but he wouldn't say anything, especially if he was right. Honestly, I feel free. Getting cheated by the gods isn't fun, but I don't feel so stressed anymore. You know what? Let's go have fun. With this, Arjun smirked and sprinted forward before jumping off the hill, dive-bombing toward the city. Chain widened his eyes before smiling widely. All right, let's have fun. He yelled back and followed, jumping up off the hill in pursuit of Arjun, a smile strung upon his face. This is a hot dog. We can find them all the time in America, but they don't really have them much here, Arjun was saying as he scarfed down a hot dog, smiling as he finished it. Chain ate his quickly as well, and they began walking through the city known as Tokyo. He didn't really have a destination when he grabbed Chain and used moon energy to burst through the sky, so he couldn't complain. What do you think? Arjun asked as they walked down the streets, looking for things to do. This is the most fun I've ever had. Chain burst out yelling. It caused some people to look over, but not enough for Arjun to care. Yeah, Chain looked over at his younger, but more experienced partner with a semi-confused look on his face. It was almost like he could tell how Arjun was feeling, the only problem being that he didn't know what to do to fix it. What's with you? Arjun asked, stopping in the middle of the street. He didn't need to look back at Chain and know what he was feeling. Are you okay? Chain decided to ask Arjun, who was now stopping traffic in the middle of the road. Okay, Arjun asked, not looking back. Cars were now stopped and honking at him as he stood in the middle of the road. Nah, I'm not okay. Would you be okay, Chain? Would you be okay after what I've been through? I've wondered before how other people would last in my life. I guess I'll never know, huh? I hate the gods. I want them all to die. Arjun stared up into the sky as he said this, hoping any of the gods heard him. He didn't care from which pantheon they were. All of them deserved to be killed. All of them. Chain gulped as he didn't expect this extreme answer from Arjun. Then, why don't we kill them? Chain shifted uncomfortably as it was silent for a few minutes. Yeah, that sounds good. Will you help me, Chain? No, you need a new name. You're not a prisoner anymore. But will you help me? Arjun was only a step away from Chain as he asked this, his eyes staring into his partner's as he waited for an answer. Chain's eyes had widened as Arjun had moved at a speed that he couldn't even see. Arjun, I'm AG-. Chain didn't finish that sentence as Arjun widened his eyes and pushed him away, allowing the volley of arrows to miss Chain. Bastard blood of Artemis. What are the last words? A girl that seemed to be a little older than Arjun yelled, holding a silver bow with 10 other girls holding the same, each of them staring at him with hatred in their eyes. Bastard blood of Artemis? I get it. These are those girls, the same from the Bermuda Triangle. Why can't people just leave me alone? I don't know what my last words will be, but if you take another step, you might have already said yours. Arjun answered back with no expression on his face. His shining silver eyes, staring deep into Zoe Nightshades, were the only things showing he was even listening. "Thee are an abomination, and we will set Lady Artemis free, even if it costs our lives." With these words, the hunters jumped off the buildings, aiming their bows at Arjun. "I hate the gods so much, but it's humans who have done the worst to me. Just die." Arjun waved his hand, and a huge wave of silver energy crashed into the neighboring building, destroying it and causing it to tumble toward the hunters. The hunters dodged the building scraps, only getting a few scratches, but the same couldn't be said for the people on the road. The building smashed into several cars, and the road as chunks of glass and rubble flew toward Arjun and every pedestrian nearby. Asphali's destroyed any debris that came toward Arjun, but the others weren't so lucky. In the span of a few seconds, Arjun had killed over 100 people, and he didn't feel a thing. "So these show your true colors? Pure evil." Zoe Nightshade yelled, trying to taunt Arjun. She couldn't care less about the mortals who had just died, but she did know that the gods wouldn't be too pleased about this happening. There was a reason they didn't make trips to other places like this often. "We should move this battle from Japan, or there could be dire consequences for you." Zoe may have said it as a warning, but the truth is she just wanted him dead. Even if she preferred to do it herself, she didn't mind if a Japanese god came down and smited Arjun right here. "I know what you're trying to do," Arjun said as he flashed behind Zoe, aiming his palm toward the small of her back. Centuries of fighting experience was the only thing that allowed Zoe to dodge the blow. Arjun was fast, but it wasn't the fastest she had ever seen. "Thou art fast, but not fast dash." Zoe didn't get to finish her sentence as Arjun shoved his hand in a nearby hunter's chest, ripping her heart out and throwing it away. "Stop talking and fight," Arjun said, blood dripping off his hands as the hunters froze. "Been gone for a while, but I'm all good now, continuing the schedule now that everything is good. Pride comes before the fall. If you're too cocky or too prideful, you will always fall eventually, for that is the one absolute rule of the universe." It was Zoe's pride that caused one of the hunters to die at Arjun's hand, and he didn't plan on stopping there. The screaming and disaster close to him only seemed to fuel his resolve. Having gone so far already, who cared how far he would go now? "Thou shalt die today," Zoe said, trying to hide her anger as Arjun kicked the dead body of the hunter away. "You sure? I'm on a 0 right now, and I don't like to lose." Smiling, Arjun tilted his head down as Asphali's burst out of him in a huge silver spiral, shining as bright as he could. Zoe looked away as she aimed her bow at Arjun's location. When the flash of light died down, she looked back and saw her arrow buried deep in the skull of another hunter. "Should I count that as a 1-to-1? Since technically you killed her." Arjun threw the hunter to the side and shook his hand, the arrow having stabbed into it. The second death brought the rest of the hunters out of their initial shock, and all 6 of the remaining ones burst forward. Arjun's eyes glowed silver. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that if he messed up, they could really kill him. That didn't matter much, though, not if they couldn't touch him. Rain havoc. Havoc. The next moment could only be described as a catastrophe. The pedestrians saw the sky open up, a huge glowing silver and red dragon coming through the rip. Arjun turned away as the dragon's mouth opened. "Do you think you can survive it? Havoc's anger? I wonder." Arjun stopped talking as the large beam of red energy burst down onto him and the other 6 hunters. He had created Asphali's for protection. With some trial and error, he had managed to do the same, and having destroyed an island on the way to China by doing it. He named his creation Havoc, a fitting name for a being created only for destruction. He hadn't really planned to use him, maybe as a trump card, but not caring anymore, he let Havoc rain down his anger. That's all that was left for Arjun, anger. Perhaps if anyone knew it was actually the beast who had named him and not Artemis, they would have been able to make the connection. Arjun rearranged his anger, something even he hadn't realized yet. "I'm so tired of you all." Arjun's words could be heard by the 6 hunters as blood dripped down from his shoulder, Zoe having had rushed forward and stabbed him with her hunting knife. "Tell me, Hunter of Artemis, did she send you?" Arjun asked. A slight sadness could be seen in his eyes. Zoe almost answered that Artemis had sent her, that this was a mission given by her goddess, but something told her not to lie. No, I came to get rid of her mistake. With these words, Zoe slashed the knife down into the back of Arjun, hitting his spine before ripping it out the side, a Z carved into his skin. I see. Even now she doesn't care about me, huh? What did I expect? Zoe didn't expect to hear his voice again. He should have been dead, so why wasn't he? Havoc. Boom. That day, Tokyo became a desolate land, a hole in Japan, something they would always remember. You okay, Chain? Arjun asked, looking over toward the boy with a weird, tired expression on his face. Asphali's had protected him from the blast, letting him witness everything as well as the destruction of Tokyo. How come he didn't kill her? Chain asked, swallowing and calming down after watching the short but destructive battle. It didn't heal. I think she may have left a scar. The rest were useless, but she can live. Maybe she can go back to Artemis and let her see that her son is all grown up. Arjun then started walking away from the scene, leaving the beat-up and bloody mess of Zoe Nightshade laying there. She'd make a recovery, but not without some scars, something that would stay with her for the rest of her life. A large A carved into her back. The perfect revenge for Arjun's own Z scar on his back. Plop. Arjun fell face first into the dirt as Chain widened his eyes, quickly kneeling down toward him. I'm just tired. If you can, please carry me. Law. Chain is such a shitty name. I'ma call you Law. Cha. Law widened his eyes as Arjun slipped into unconsciousness. He couldn't believe what a shitty name he had picked. Arjun. Law said as he picked the boy up from the ground and carried him on his back. I'm a girl. Law finished her sentence and began walking, not saying anything as she knew that Arjun had fallen asleep already. Some believe America has decided to attack Japan, but we know this is not the case. Hopefully the government are able to have peaceful negotiations with Japan without a war dash. A woman on a small screen said as Megan lay there with the phone she had stolen on her last outage in town. She always checked the news for anything related to Arjun, with Sam having gone quiet and not talking to anyone, as well as the Apollo cabin suddenly ostracizing her. She no longer talked to many people. She still talked to Percy and Annabeth, as well as Clarice, who had begun to be slightly nicer to people, only slightly though. And we have something new for you all to see. The woman on the news's voice suddenly yelled out, causing Megan to snap her head back to the glowing screen. This seemed to have been live-streamed on Instagram the same time the event took place. A short clip of people screaming and several girls standing in front of another person, someone Megan recognized instantly, popped up on the screen. There we have it, folks. The woman finished gulping as the clip cut, just as Arjun, the boy in the video, had started to rush forward toward the girls. It seems that the suspect in the bombing of Manhattan jail has been spotted in Tokyo. This clip was lucky to have been live-streamed. What do you think, James? James, a brown man with curly hair, looked at the zoomed-in image of Arjun. Though slightly blurry, it matched the last-seen image of him at the jail. I think it's obvious the terrorist has made another attack, perhaps in hopes of starting a war. Hopefully we can convince Japan that dash. Megan had heard enough as the phone blew up, her eyes shaded by her hair. Idiot, what are you doing? She said to herself, laying down without falling asleep. So quiet, I said as I opened my eyes and felt around on the soft bed I was laying on. Wait a sec. Bursting off the bed, I looked around at my surroundings. Everything seemed nice, nicer than what I would keep in my preferred house. Whose house was this? I wasn't sure, but what I did know was that this wasn't mine. I looked around for Cha-La, without any luck. Finally, I decided to burst out of the room, ready for anything. I could always bring Havoc to break me out if things got messy. King, you scared me. A man that was an entire 2 feet shorter than me said, bowing in what looked like butler clothes. There were 20 others, made up of male and female, who bowed as well. Who are you? I asked, grabbing the man who had talked by the neck and holding him up. I felt much stronger than usual now that I thought about it. Looking down, I saw my body for the first time since waking up. This isn't my body. I had the body of someone who had worked out for years, not my normal skinny build with barely any muscle. King, I'm sorry, please don't kill us. The man yelled and put his hands in a prayer motion. His eyes shook, and I saw he was truly terrified. What was this? Someone scared of me? In shock, I dropped the man and walked away, going a route that I didn't know, but seemed like my body did. I walked out into a large kingdom-looking place. Everything a king would want and need was around. I was up in the clouds, almost like a god. Wait, a god? No, no, no. I remember this is obviously a dream. I don't want to dream of being a god. That's not. Hello, sir. The familiar voice jarred me more than I expected, for I had just beaten this person to a pulp. Kneeling in front of me, with her bow outstretched, was Zoe Nightshade. Though she looked slightly older, this was the last thing I saw before I opened my eyes. POV end. Law finished rinsing her wounds that she had just received. While Arjun was sleeping, he had thrashed around. It took all she had to make sure he didn't just up and cause another massacre, especially when she had finally found shelter. She had walked for nearly 2 weeks, never stopping until she had gotten to this small village. They had taken her in, though. Thankfully, they didn't ask about the many cuts and bruises she had received while carrying Arjun. Law, are you hurt? Arjun's voice reached her ears as she finished putting her baggy clothes back on, of course wrapping her breasts, as she had always been taught before being a slave. Huh? No, I'm fine. Are you hurt? It's been 2 weeks. Law suddenly realized that Arjun was awake even after hearing him and jumped up quickly, a nervous, excited, and scared expression strewn on her face. 2 weeks? I see. Arjun looked around the small hut they were in and inwardly sighed. Now that he had basically waged war on the gods, he didn't know where to start. What he did know, though, is that he would save the Greeks for last, making sure they got the worst of what he had to offer. Is he awake yet, child? An old granny-sounding voice asked from beyond the blanket covering the entrance. Arjun wasn't sure how Law had found this place in modern days. Perhaps these people were just hermits on the outskirts? Oh yes, he's awake. Law yelled back before coughing in her hand, calming down and answering calmly. Yes. Oh good, I wanted to see how he would look awake for a while now. A normal-sounding voice answered back before the blanket was moved to the side and 4 people stepped into the hut. Law didn't do anything, as she was too tired and too shocked to try and fight back against the random attack. It was Asphales, reacting before either of the others could, that shielded both from the large spears aiming toward their chests. Arjun wasn't sure what was going on, but if Asphales had come out by himself, then he knew these people weren't friends, and they were also dangerous. Arjun flipped into the air, a small ball of moon energy in his hand propelled toward his attackers, blasting them out of the hut, as well as blasting him and Law the other way. Law, where are we? Arjun decided to ask as they got up and saw they were surrounded by hundreds of large people, none of them below 7 feet. I don't know. These people weren't around when I entered. Honestly, I was so tired that I dash. A snack. Amazing that they just entered just in time for dinner. Must be a gift from the gods. A man in the front carrying a huge spear was smiling widely as he looked at the two as if they were nothing more than a snack. I see. Thanks for letting me rest. Let's go. I'm tired of Asia. Arjun turned with Law and began walking away from the large people, not caring much for their presence. Hey, food can't just ladash. The man stopped talking as he felt a shiver run down his spine. I'm only not killing you because I just woke up. Don't force me to. Arjun's voice projected into the man's head, causing him to kneel and grab it in pain. He didn't know how he did it, but Arjun just felt like he could, and so he did. Just be quiet and live, or... Arjun flashed behind the man, grabbing his huge spear and hitting him in the back, causing him to fully lay against the ground. I could just end your pitiful life here. Arjun didn't really plan on killing him, nor did he expect to feel so angry at the man's choice. Then do it. We Nephilims have honor. Kill me. Hearing the man yell for him to kill him caused Arjun to close his eyes for a second. Fine. Arjun stabbed the spear into the Nephilim's heart and used it to project his body into the air. The rest of the Nephilims surged toward the boy, screaming in anger. They had honor, but honor didn't apply when someone died. After the tribe member died, they were allowed to kill the killer. That's how they usually won battles. With the blood of the Nephilims. Arjun started to say as he held up his hand, and a bunch of beams made out of moon energy flew toward each of his attackers. With the blood of the Nephilims, I swear on the river Styx to kill every god, starting now. With the gallons of blood falling onto him, Arjun stared silently toward the sky as it rumbled. To swear on the river Styx something so absurd, everyone would know. Every god would feel it, and everyone would have to choose God versus mortal, something no one had guessed would happen, except one. I guess I will step in. A woman said, seeing the lightning flash on the skies. She had stayed in Ireland for years waiting for something like this to happen, and now it was time to kill gods, once again. Arjun slammed his fist against the wall, repeating the movement again and again. He had already broken his hand over 12 times in the past 3 hours of doing this, but it was all for a reason. Arjun had sweared on the river Styx, with a blood sacrifice at that, to kill all the gods. He couldn't make a promise like that with how weak he was now. But with his follies constantly healing him, he could train all day without getting tired, around 12 hours. This also helped strengthen his follies' healing abilities, causing them to be faster and faster. What can I do? Law suddenly asked Arjun, knowing that she couldn't just sit around and do nothing. She had basically been a slave to the gods since she was a little kid. She knew how scary and dangerous they were, and she knew Arjun wasn't strong enough to fight them. I don't know, what can you do? Arjun asked back, a challenging tone in his voice. He suspected that Law had abilities from the first time he had met her, and now he wanted to see what he was working with. Law gulped before her eyes glowed blue, looking straight into Arjun's eyes. Arjun felt something enter his mind before it disappeared, courtesy of his follies protecting him from whatever it was. What was that? Arjun asked after seeing Law return to normal, a small line of sweat dripping down the side of her face. That was supposed to get into your mind. I can make you see whatever I want. This was not what Arjun had been expecting or what he hoped for, but he was already thinking of how this would help him. Why didn't it work for me? He asked, wondering the limits of the ability. Well, I think your mind is too strong, and if I couldn't do it to you, I doubt I could do it to any of the gods. I'm basically useless. Arjun nodded without saying anything, turning away from Law and continuing his body strength training. Seeing this, Law decided to train too, and promptly left the cave they were in and went down to a small town to try and practice her power. It was the only thing she really had after all. What is your decree, father? You do not count in these Styx laws the pagans use, but the child could still come for you. Michael asked as he bowed in front of a throne. If he comes for me, then it will be fine. All my children are welcome. God, capital G God, replied to Michael, smiling down on him. But what if he tries to kill you? Michael yelled in outrage, thinking of the possibility. God smiled softly, the only thing visible on his face due to the fact it couldn't be seen by anyone. Michael, even if he does have that power, everything will be fine. My children come first. I wonder word you or any of the others won't go after him. He is a pagan problem. He's a devil, just like Lucifer and Abaddon and Mephistopheles. They are all devils that will team up to hurt you, father. I will not stand and dash. God raised his hand, causing Michael to falter. Michael, anger is clouding your judgment. I love my children very much. I created everything we see now, and look what they've done with it. They've advanced so far. Even the people I chose to rule certain lands have grown. Even if they call themselves gods, I still love them. Michael sighed inwardly as he heard God's answer. The God who had given himself a human form and died for humans who didn't deserve it. The God who saved countless individuals. Even when he needed to choose who to kill to help his children, he had chosen justly and with love. This was his father. Understand, father. Please forgive my rudeness. I promise not to touch the boy. You are always forgiven, Michael. All anyone must do is ask. And with that, God sat down on his throne again, a smile still on his face as he watched over everything at once. Monsters! A woman yelled, clawing at her eyes, as she felt the hundreds of beings clawing into her skin. Law sat there with her eyes glowing, her forehead covered in sweat as she used the ability on the woman. What are you doing, Law? Arjun asked, sitting behind her as he watched the scene. I'll get stronger with you. I'll stand by your side. We are family, La answered as the woman died, turning off her power. Haha, always. Now, what should we do first? Do we wait for them to come to us? Or should we go to them? What do you think, partner? Arjun said this last line almost teasingly, trying to get rid of the serious atmosphere. He was a boy driven by anger and hate, but he didn't want Law to feel as if he hated him. Whatever you want, Dash. Law stopped as they both felt it, the pressure of someone wanting to attack them. It was close and coming in from all sides. Is it? Law asked, looking at Arjun, who now sported a serious expression. No, it's not a god. As Arjun was speaking, a shadowy figure fell down from above them, a large spear aiming toward Arjun's head. It was too fast to dodge. Law wasn't even able to say any kind of warning as it stabbed toward Arjun. Shink! Asfalis caught the spear, protecting Arjun, only for the silver energy to crack and break away, allowing the spear to continue to stab. Luckily, the short pause had given Arjun the chance to move out of the way, jumping onto another rooftop as he took out a hunting knife and a silver Glock. Who are Y Dash? Arjun started to ask before the figure moved at an impossible speed, flashing in front of him and kicking him in the chest. Asfali started to heal him only for another kick to hit him again, smashing him into the ground. Arjun could feel blood start to flow from his mouth, and with widened eyes, he realized this person was much stronger than anyone he's ever truly fought before. Havoc! Dash! Arjun started to yell before a foot smashed into his throat, crushing it before he could order Havoc out. Law was beat into a neighboring wall, still as stone as the figure looked down on Arjun as he started to slip away into what felt like death. We have a lot to work on, the voice of a woman said to him before he slipped into unconsciousness. Arjun woke up with his entire body in pain. He could feel that every bone had been broken multiple times, and with his follies healing him, they were only broken again and again. Instantly, he was pushed back down by the end of a spear, the same one he had seen right before his near death. Hush! Are you trying to get yourselves killed? A woman's voice asked under the large cloak. Arjun was about to say something again until the end of the spear was shoved in his mouth. He didn't expect it, but seeing something he finally understood. Wherever they were right now, it was dangerous. You must keep quiet if you value the lives of you and your girlfriend, the woman said, confusing Arjun. Girlfriend? Whatever. I need to get out of here, Arjun thought to himself as he started to bring moon energy into his palm. Do it and die. I've warned you once. You will not receive any more, the woman said. Even though she wasn't even facing him, she was still able to sense he was doing something. Wisp. The next second, a shadowy wolf-looking thing flew past them. The women didn't flinch, but Arjun started to, only to stop when a heel of her foot dug into his rib. Stop it, Arjun. This place is bad, the voice of Law said in his mind, allowing him to calm down and actually understand the situation. They weren't on Earth, nor anywhere he had ever been before. The realm of the shadows, a desolate, forgotten land. Even the inhabitants that once thrived here have left. The woman seemed to be talking to Arjun, but by her tone he knew she was just talking to herself. A small sense of sadness could be felt from her. Arjun Law's voice said in his head as he looked to the side, seeing that she was all right. He didn't know why the woman had said girlfriend. It was clear that Law was a boy. What are you even saying? Arjun asked after a few minutes, looking toward the woman. He had a promise to keep to all of the gods, and he was ready for it, or so he thought. To be born with the gift to kill gods. Your life was decided to be terrible since birth. Everything bad that has happened in your life and to the people around you is because of you. The words cut deep into Arjun's mentality, surprising him so much that he couldn't speak or even defend himself. Your father was a monster, correct? But he didn't want to be that way. I guarantee he's only the way he is because of you. And your mother, since she conceived you her life, is probably terrible. Arjun sat there and listened to the woman's words as she guessed his life, sounding all too familiar with it. I'm sure many people you've lived around died in terrible accidents, hell. I'm sure you've lost a friend or two. Arjun widened his eyes. He hadn't even realized he had moved before he was behind the woman, grabbing her cloak and ripping it off. The spearhead felt cold and heavy against his throat, but he didn't care. He would never admit it, and no one would ever know, but he fully blamed himself for what happened to Lee, but he had buried it deep, deep down inside of him to hide it away. It seems I struck a nerve, the woman said, not caring that her cloak was now off. She had pale skin with dark auburn hair. Her eyes were like a pale gold, throwing Arjun off. Arjun ignored the spearhead and punched toward the woman, only for her to move the spear around and smack him effortlessly with the butt end. I see. You must have lost your friend, guess what? You are the reason he died. Your suspicions are correct. Who are you? Arjun asked, standing back up from the hit. I am Scathath. You may call me Master. For today is the start of your training. First, survive. With these words, Scathath disappeared, just as screeches reached Arjun's ears, shadowy figures in the sky rushing down toward him. Oh, crap, Arjun said, widening his eyes as he dodged the first dive bomb from one of the creatures, its form erupting into wisps of ash-looking substance. Arjun quickly went into combat mode, pulling out his hunting knife and stabbing the next creature that tried to dive bomb him. Law, surprised at the sudden attack, used her power on Arjun, letting him see the creatures slowly. It was just an illusion, but it would also help since she was using the creatures in real time to help him see them in a slower period. Arjun noticed, but didn't say anything as he dodged and sliced through the shadow creatures with ease. He didn't realize their plan, though, thinking they were just mindless beings who attack without thinking. Arjun, watch out! Law yelled as 3 different ones came and struck down at him from all sides. Managing to dodge the first one, Arjun then felt the razor-sharp claws of the other 2 shadow creatures. Asphales, Arjun thought as he felt the pain. He expected Asphales to protect him. Little did he know the woman, Scathath, had scared his little friend into obedience, keeping him from healing or protecting Arjun until she said so. Arjun felt his blood trickling down his side and back, the shock still on his face as the shadow creatures came down for another attack. You dare! Arjun said, his eyes glowing silver as he grabbed the claws of one shadow creature and smashed it into the other 2. You dare hurt me? Arjun said as he gathered moon energy to his leg and kicked up, killing 4 other shadow creatures that were readying their attack. I'm so tired of these things, always in my way, Arjun mumbled to himself as he killed another group. Always messing up everything, killing and killing, damn monsters, damn gods, damn humans. Arjun murmured to himself more as he smashed the monsters to bits with the moon energy, not knowing that the woman who had said survive was standing right behind him. Much better, though he'll need to fix that problem, she thought as she chopped the back of his neck, knocking him out without him knowing. Come now, little girl. The fallen ones will come to hunt soon. Even I don't want to fight them. With these words, Scathath carried Arjun and led Law to her home, at least the home she had had in the Shadow Realm. Phew! Arjun flew across the cave room and slammed into the rock, smacking his skull against it hard. Scathath stood there in her fighting stance with no expression on her face, waiting for him to make another move. Arjun stayed stuck for a while before boosting off the wall, rocketing toward Scathath with a smile as he thought he finally caught the superior fighter off guard. Smack! These thoughts were immediately gone as he slammed into the ground face first. Scathath's strength too much for him to avoid. Okay, I give up, Arjun finally said, hoping to end their daily training session. It was only the second one, the first being even worse and having him bedridden for a day. No, Scathath answered, slamming her heel into his back, causing the breath to be knocked out of him. Get up, she said again, kicking him up forcefully and also breaking a rib. Any time now, Asphales? Arjun asked as he started to taste blood. No answer, as usual. If you think the gods you try to fight will let you leave after you decide you're done, then you're an idiot. You either kill or get killed. That's how it is in the battles. Arjun nodded as he heard her. Sounds personal, he said, hearing the slight shift in her tone. Scathath ignored the comment and slammed her foot into the ground, rubble popping out of it. Then, with a few swift kicks, she sent the rocks toward Arjun at a speed that any normal person wouldn't be able to dodge, and neither could Arjun. The rocks buried themselves into his body, breaking a few more bones and causing him to be able to feel more blood. You may heal him just this once, Scathath said, and instantly Arjun's wounds healed, bringing him back to 100%. Asphalies. Arjun yelled out in joy before the air was knocked out of his lungs again, courtesy to the fist drilling itself into his stomach. Arjun slammed into the cave wall and felt a crack, both in his body and in the wall. Ah, fuck, Arjun said, cursing as he looked at Scathath, holding a wooden staff. Scathath, why must we dash? Arjun started to say, trying to buy time before Scathath swung the staff at his leg. Fine, damn it, Arjun thought to himself, lifting his leg, thinking he could dodge it. Midway, though, the trajectory of the staff changed and shifted up toward his head, causing him to widen his eyes as it smacked against the side of his head with a thud. And just like that, Arjun was out again, much to the disappointment but not surprise of Scathath. Ah, it's a beautiful day today, wouldn't you say? Luke asked his company with a smile, the scar on his face not helping him seem friendly. What do you want? You summon me with fake gifts of music and have me stand on your boat? My sun chariot still needs to go around. Apollo, god of the sun and poetry, replied in his human disguised form. Oh well, I just wanted to say hello to the man who has it all. Fame, fortune, women. You must be the greatest god, right? Luke said nonchalantly as Apollo relaxed. Yes, I am the greatest god, Apollo said matter-of-factly. So that's it, he asked, relaxed as he summoned a soda and took a swig. No, I just wanted you to lay your guard down, Luke said, snapping his fingers as black tendrils escaped his body, grabbing onto Apollo. Apollo said, confused before struggling against the black tendrils. You dare mortal! Dash, Apollo said before a black tendril blocked his mouth, causing him to widen his eyes. I do dare, and I won't be immortal for long. Lord Kronos has chosen someone new to take over. So now, I am invincible. I need to ensure I won't be too weak. It's nothing personal, Luke said, not looking at Apollo while golden light sucked into the tendrils. Dark veins covered Apollo's body, sucking Hip's godly energy with the tendrils. Who knew this Hawaiian magic would come in handy? Those gods were scary, though, Luke muttered to himself as the godly energy was transferred into himself. Goodbye, Lord Apollo. I am now the sun god, Luke said to himself with a smile as a large thud sounded out on the deck of his ship. Brother, Artemis yelled as Apollo's old body blew away into dust. Hello, new sister. I hope we all get along great, Luke said as golden energy gathered throughout his body, the power of the sun instilling itself into him. Havoc, Arjun yelled instinctively as the spear rushed toward his head. Getting a foot full in his mouth, instead, though, made him realize what he had done. To rely on outside power or something that might not work will get you killed, Scathath said, readying her spear before seeing Arjun smile. Wreck havoc, he said, smiling as the hole in the sky opened up, revealing the silver dragon with red eyes. Havoc roared, letting his energy fly down toward them with full strength. Reverse, times 100, Scathath said as green energy circled her spear as it connected with the energy. The world was silent as Arjun looked on at Scathath, his eyes wide as the energy disappeared. He didn't say anything as the woman moved slowly and smoothly, moving her feet slowly and making short hand motions with her eyes closed. Then, the moment that made Arjun catch a breath, Scathath's eyes opened with slight green energy in them, just like his silver energy. Scaoilid, release. Scathath pushed her hands toward the ground slowly and relaxed. Then, with a burst, all the energy gathered from Havoc's blast released from the top of her head and spiraled back toward Havoc in a controlled blast, confusing and surprising the dragon. I don't like using their powers. Never have me do that again. Gods are disgusting creatures. With these words, Scathath turned away as the energy blasted into Havoc, tearing up the dragon and splitting the sky in the Shadow Realm. Sil Spizialta, cum hacked Diaga, special skill, divine power, was all Arjun heard as Scathath walked back to the cave to help with Law's training. She used it. A manly figure sitting on a throne said, smiling as he opened his eyes, green energy swirling in his eyes. This was the Celtic god Dagda, the god associated with agriculture. And we know where she is now. Soon, Skathath, soon. Phew. Arjun breathed out as he looked at Skathath, both focusing on each other. Arjun's thoughts were calm, just as Skathath had taught him to make them. There were many things she wanted to teach him, things that he didn't have time for. He had decided to learn as much as he could. It would give him an edge against the gods. Arjun didn't like it, but Skathath was one of the strongest people he'd ever met. Law was off to the side, moving her hands, her eyes glowing while she used illusions. She had learned how to manifest them normally instead of them being fully in the mind, meaning she could make the illusions more realistic for others. It would help Arjun gain an edge against his opponents. Arjun didn't move as he watched Skathath, waiting for the smallest movement. It had only been a month or so in the Shadow Realm, and he was already on a different level than before. It took a lot of trial and error, but Arjun had finally started respecting Skathath. The time she had beat Havoc and walked away had been the time she was most vulnerable, and during that time he decided she wasn't all bad. Arjun saw Skathath's shoulder move and tensed, only for the 2 fingers to tap his forehead. Too slow. Maybe next time, Skathath said in her usual monotone voice, but he could tell she was trying to tease him. It was like this for days, then weeks, then months. Time passed quickly as they all trained. Law had grown more, even growing out her hair. Not that Arjun noticed she was a girl yet. Arjun had grown as well. He had become an inch or so taller. His hair had grown out, falling a little past his chin. It was on the day Arjun finally dodged the 2 fingers, returning his own attack, that he saw the true power of Skathath. "Get inside," she said, grabbing his fingers as she suddenly tensed up. She wasn't scared, but with her 2 students there, she didn't want to take any chances. She knew none of the gods would have come, so this could only be one, the one god she didn't want anything to do with. Irish mythology had shown him to be like a father figure, and he was, until he tried to rape Skathath and force her to be his bride. It had been this that caused Skathath to not want to associate with gods, and the curse he had given her, the divine power she hated so much, was the biggest insult of all. "Why dash?" Arjun tried to ask before Skathath turned away. "It's too late," she replied, flicking her wrists and bringing out Gi-Balg, the same spear she had used only once against Arjun, when she needed to show an example. "Arjun, something bad is about to happen," Law said, her eyes glowing as she saw snips and bits of the future, something she had learned how to do while learning magic from Skathath. "Yeah, Skathath seems weird right now." Arjun didn't say anything more as a beam rained down from the shadowy sky. "Ah, Skathath, I see you have made quite the home for yourself. Who knew you had simply hidden away in the Shadow Realm, the place you were abandoned?" A man of around 6'4" walked out of the beam, smiling with joy. Crash! Arjun smashed into the man at high velocities while punching him in the face. He didn't know why, but something about the man had made him attack instinctively. "Are you insane, boy?" the man asked, his eyes glowing green as Arjun's fist was trapped in that green energy. "I'm perfectly sane. Who are you? And why do I hate you so much?" Arjun asked, staring into the eyes without any fear. The god smiled at this before his face transformed into a monotone expression and slammed Arjun into the ground. "That is none of your concern now." The god turned towards Skathath, who was still in a fighting stance, waiting for Arjun to be beaten before attacking. "Skathath, why are you so hostile? We have history, don't we? You should be smiling to see your fave dash." "Oh yeah, I remember now," Arjun said, interrupting and holding his head as he stood up. His eyes were glowing a calm silver. He wasn't out of it yet, but controlled. "In that vision I saw in the sea of monsters, you were in it, those gates. I saw what you did, haha. You're just trash." Arjun gritted his teeth as he remembered the man being tortured as the reasons for his punishments had been displayed on a screen-type thing. "Rape? I'm actually glad. Now I can think of you as Zeus and completely annihilate you." With this, Arjun's form blurred, and he slammed his elbow into the spine of the god, grabbing him before he could fly off and kicking him into the sky. "I hate gods like you," Arjun said as he jumped up, aiming for the god once again. "Did you just compare me to Zeus?" the god asked, turning midair and punching Arjun toward the ground. This demigod is different. What is he? The god thought as he boosted toward the ground and stomped into Arjun, breaking his ribs. Ah, right? I get what your lesson was now, Scathath. I'm too emotional. So, fuck it all. Arjun let out a shock wave of moon energy and bolted up, standing in front of the much taller god in front of him. You will be my first target, if not that you are right in front of me. Then because you remind me so much of Zeus. Congrats on being the first. I devour. Law and Scathath heard the words to the side as Arjun smashed his moon energy-instilled fists into the man's stomach. Wait, did he say devour? Scathath thought, registering the words, as Arjun bit into the neck of the god and jumped away, using the body as a springboard. Ichor sprayed in the air, the golden liquid flowing down Arjun's lips as he swallowed the piece of the god. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure I can kill you. So he learned it, huh? I did give him the best advice. Just be yourself. Man, am I amazing. I guess he'll continue devouring top gods to become an even stronger god? What do you think will happen, Buddha? Buddha, say, mediating on the ground with one hand against his chest. I believe he will not kill all the gods, for there is simply too many. I am interested in what he will do. Hopefully he can let go of the anger and rage that keeps him standing, for all who live off anger will fall. The Monkey King nodded as Buddha said these words. I have no clue what you just said. All in due time, monkey, all in due time. My body feels hot. I feel like my heart is about to burst. I can practically see the steam rising out of my mouth. Everything is a blur. My eyes don't work, but my body knows its target and stays on the path to killing my first god. I felt like I was sitting in a lake of lava, resting as it burned me inside and out. That's what my body felt like. Faster like this and sharper. A voice said that wasn't me as I slightly shifted the way my hands flowed, breaking through the guard of the rapist god. Now dodge to the right before he attacks. The voice whispered again, and I dodged the attack. What? The god in front of me said under his breath as he had barely missed me. I could tell he wasn't sure what was going on. Well, that made two of us. A side kick to the ribs, then reverse crescent kick now. My body moved on its own. I landed aside, kicked to the god's ribs, feeling them break, and followed up by stepping down with the foot I side kicked with and using my other foot to slam his head into the ground, using the momentum from the side kick. Damn, I'm done. The god yelled, bursting up and bringing a ball of green energy to his hand. Kill him now to get his power. Otherwise, you're dead. That's divine essence. The voice screamed as the god shot the green energy straight to me. I froze up, feeling the feeling of death about to hit. I was so caught up in the fight that I didn't notice Scathath moving in front of me, swiping Geeb Balg once through the energy. The head of the god dropped to the ground with a sickening thud, the golden ichor oozing from the body. Damn. Till next time, when you aren't angry again. The voice sounded almost disappointed, and I realized that it had said to kill him to gain power. I guess since he didn't die by my hands, I didn't get the power. You don't want that disgusting power. I will keep it safely locked away inside of me. Scathath said, seemingly able to tell what I was thinking. You weren't driven by anger in those final moments. That is why you were fighting so well. Remember that feeling the next times you fight. Otherwise, you will always lose. With these words, Scathath looked down at the dead body of the god and raised her spear again, stabbing into the body, burning it to ash. I need to get stronger. Somewhere in Olympus. You killed and replaced my son Apollo. I won't ever forgive that. But I will accept you as an Olympian. After you've done something else, kill the boy Arjun and spill his blood on the stairs leading to Olympus. Then you will be acknowledged. Zeus said these words looking down on Luke as the god nodded with a greedy smirk. Just kill Arjun. This takeover will be easy. 2 months later. I did it. Arjun said, sweat dripping from his body as he was covered in blood as well. His body was covered in scars, new fresh ones, not the old ones he had before. Scathath stood there with Gebalg stuck into the wall. For the first time ever someone had managed to dodge the spear, something so rare that even she was shocked. Can I fight now? Arjun asked, steam coming off from his body. Yes. Phew. It'll be weird going without you, Scathath. But I understand, and thank you. Arjun said that night, smiling as he was ready to leave. Law was ready as well. She had learned how to use her illusions so well that sometimes she didn't even know when she was using them. She used them for a lot of things. Not that she'd ever reveal how she used them. It was mainly practice anyway. Me and my brother appreciate your training, and thank you for teaching me how to kill gods. Who knew, huh? Scathath just nodded as he started walking away. She's a girl, by the way. Just thought you should know, since it seems you're oblivious to it. Hearing Scathath's words, Arjun stopped before continuing. Yeah, no. She told me a long time ago. With this, Arjun was blown out of the shadow realm with Law, his eyes calm for the first time ever. Ha 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 ha. The beast laughed as he popped up in the sand. So, my brother has been transferred by the Hawaiians already, huh? How unfortunate. Maybe I should dash. Before he finished that sentence, a small change in the wind alerted him. Oh, so my son has decided to visit me, huh? Well, welcome to Hawaii, son. I wonder how you'll deal with these gods. They aren't like the Greeks. Even I need to stay hidden. Damn scary. What are you mumbling about? Beelzebub says, sitting next to the beast nonchalantly. He easily dodged the swing from his son without even looking. What are you doing here? The beast yelled out in surprise and a little bit of fear. Beelzebub sighed as he opened and closed his hand, looking toward the sky. I'm sorry, son. I want to talk to you ever since you were free, but I didn't get the chance, Dash. Shut up, the beast said, cutting off his father as an angry look was in his eyes. You don't get to say sorry, never. Never can you apologize. Beelzebub, sighing, dodged the red energy that the beast had sent. That won't do anything, Beelzebub said, almost bored as he looked at his son with a stern look. The beast shrunk back before looking away, causing Beelzebub's eyes to soften slightly. Look, Dash. Hell no. I don't care what you have to say. Anything I did to my son was nothing compared to what you did to me. He may hate me, but he could never hate me as much as I hate you. The beast burst into red energy, leaving the area as Beelzebub sighed and looked up into the sky. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. To hit me. The bad man was never real. Why didn't I remember this scene? Oh, it's because of your mind. You've locked mist of your trauma away. That's probably why you're even able to smile. This test is to see if you can accept the memories back. Good luck, and so started a few more hours of memories flooding into my mind. I've need this vacation, Arjun said, relaxing on a chair in the sun. He was out in the patio of his and Law's hotel as they took the day off. Many things had to be done, but first they decided to finally have a relaxing day, mainly because they had never had one since meeting. Yes, it is very relaxing, Law said, wearing an oversized shirt covering everything. She still thought Arjun thought she was a boy, and so she decided to try and keep up the pretense until she got enough courage to tell him again. So, Arjun started to say before closing his mouth and talking to Law in her mind, an ability she had found during her training. You think those gods are watching us? Law heard the question and stretched her arms, trying to act natural about it. Most definitely. The second we walked into Hawaii, I believe they were watching us. You promised to kill all gods. You're basically a big red target. Arjun flinched after hearing this, but he knew she was right. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to do, but I learned from it at least right. Did you? Arjun didn't answer as they stayed in the sun for the next several minutes. They're gone now, Arjun said suddenly and smiled as he opened his eyes. Law nodded and smiled too, able to relax and enjoy this time with Arjun. She knew this wasn't a vacation. She knew they were only here because of the plan, and she knew there was a high chance of death. With all this knowledge, though she still didn't care, if Arjun had told her they were going to fight all the gods at the same time with no help, then she would fight right alongside him. Then, should we start? Law asked after a few moments. Arjun opened his eyes as a serious look came onto his face. Yes. Phew. A large muscular man sighed as he dropped the wood from the trees he and other men were chopping. Damn, man, you keep working like that and we might clear the wood out, haha. Another carrier joked as the man just rolled his eyes and continued bringing the wood to other sides of their area. How long are they going to stare at me? The man thought, thinking of the two kids watching him from the side. One was a boy at least 2 feet shorter than him, with gleaming silver hair and silver eyes. The other was just a girl who was dressing like a boy, something the man found weird. Is there something you two wanted? If not, go away. As you can see, I'm busy. The man didn't turn to the two children once as he said this, instead picking up the tree and walking a different direction. Swoosh! The man dodged the boy's punch without any effort as he stepped to the side and swung the tree toward the boy. I knew it. I couldn't be sure, but now I know for a fact it's you, Arjun said, putting his hand out and using moon energy to blast the tree apart. The man didn't say anything as he looked down on the much shorter Arjun. Who are you, boy? The man asked, his fingers moving a bit as he prepared something. My name's Arjun, demigod of the moon, killer of gods. Is that how you guys introduce yourselves? The man blinked slowly without changing his expression as he suddenly turned, and a large flash of light blinded Arjun. Ansa, take him, Arjun said as his eyes flashed brightly, countering the other light and bringing out a small flock of glowing silver birds. The birds flew all around the area and shot a line of silver energy out of their mouths. The line stopped the man from leaving the area, giving him only one choice. Stand down, Arjun said to Ansa. The name he had called the flock of birds, it meant trap and finish, while looking at the curved white blade against his neck. I've destroyed stronger things than you, boy. I don't care that you call yourself a god killer. I've done my fair share of killing too. Arjun smiled, surprising the man a little. Maui, demigod of the wind and sea. Are you sure you're right in the head? I'm over here, man. Arjun smiled as Law let her illusion fall, revealing them sitting on a rock in front of Maui, seeing the muscular man widen his eyes and look down at them a few feet away. How did you? Doesn't matter. All that matters is that I need some help. Tell me, Maui, what do I need to do to gain help from one of the strongest demigods to ever live? Arjun asked, folding his hands on his lap as he looked at the demigod with a serious expression. Abaddon, come out here, you bastard. I know you went here after your defeat. The beast yelled toward a glowing castle with gold seemingly dripping off of it. Tons of angels were thrown to the side, terribly beaten by the beast as he called on Abaddon. You barge into this heaven, beat my men, and then yell at my castle. Please give me a reason why I shouldn't end you for disturbing the peace. A huge man with red skin, rippling muscles, and 4 arms said, standing behind the beast with his eyes glowing gold. Abaddon the Destroyer has hidden away as a god now, pretending to be some loser named Shiva. The beast was going to continue, only he was flipped upside down and slammed into the ground. I am Shiva. After my loss, I found myself here, in front of many different gods. I was dead, and they made me reborn. I am Shiva, Abaddon, or rather, Shiva said these words with a slight tremble to his hand. Oh, what a load of bullshit. A once mighty and proud devil who fought against true heaven and even fought alongside Lucifer himself is now God? Yeah, bullshit. Shiva didn't say a word as he allowed the beast to stand up. If you have only come to insult my name, then leave. I stopped being Abaddon the Destroyer a long time ago. Buddha has helped with my recovery and old angry behavior I used to have. I wish not to go back to such things. Ha ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Wait till everyone gets a load of this. Wait till I find Mephistopheles and he finds out what an idiot you've become. Wait till I bring back Lucifer. Wait till I bring back all 72 dukes. Wait till they've seen what you've become. Shiva stayed silent as the beast regained control of himself. Huh, Abaddon, you all don't seem to understand. I now have a son. Shiva widened his eyes as he grabbed the beast and raised him up, a red hue appearing around his eyes. Tell me it isn't true. That's impossible. After what God had done, Dash. Yes, I know. God made sure I couldn't have any kids. So I became human. If he could do it, why not me? And you know what I found there? A cursed goddess who was horny for me. Ha! Oh, the luck I had. I switched from my human form to my devil form as I took her, a virgin goddess, just as Gabriel had warned. Oh, and I took her all night. I finished while turning back into human form. I timed it perfectly. And now I've created the bane of the heavens, Dash. Smack! Do you even know what you've done? What will happen? Do you even know the amount of pressure you've given this child? Do you even know the amount of pain he will have in his life? Do you even know what he is?" The beast laughed as he stayed slack in the hands of Shiva. "Yes, he will be able to feel a fraction of the pain that made me so strong. Don't you remember, Abaddon? You helped my father torture me to become stronger. You made me the monster I am today. If anyone's to blame, it's you and the others. All of you. Every single last one of you. Ha! Finally, you'll be king. I can't wait to rid the heavens of God and put myself on top. What do you think now, Gabriel? What now, Toriel? What now, Michael? I will be the I am. I will be king." With these words, the beast vanished in a flash from Shiva's hands as the god sat there staring at them for a bit. This peace, shall it truly end? Shiva stared into the cosmos of his heaven with a heavy heart and an even heavier mind. What should he do? What do you think? Arjun asked Maui as they sat in a local restaurant. Maui had listened to his proposal and why he wanted his help. It was a crazy idea, even crazier than killing a god and stealing fire for humans to abuse. What do I think? I think you're insane for doing this, and I think you need help, just not from me, from a therapist. Arjun nodded at Maui's words before taking a sip of his drink. Honestly, you might be right. I do need a therapist, but that can wait. I want to end it. I want to end it all, man. I want to bring down everything and build up a new kingdom. I want the second generation to be gone for good. You want to massacre tens of thousands of gods, perhaps more than that, Maui said, summing up what Arjun was saying. Arjun rolled his eyes as he felt a little agitated. Why the hell are you making it seem like I'm the bad guy? I don't rape random women and impregnate them. I don't do whatever I want, no matter how selfish, and I don't just ruin people's lives simply for my entertainment. So how am I the bad guy? Maui sighed and stood up, pulling a jacket over his body and shaking his head. I'm not helping you. You're clearly lost in your twisted sense of justice. Do you think your plan will bring peace? It will only bring chaos and destruction, and not just for the gods, but for everyone. Your narrow-minded thinking and opinion of gods you've received from a very small amount are clouding your better judgment. I am the better judgment, Arjun yelled, suddenly standing up with his eyes glowing silver. A flash of white light from Maui's hand revealed a curved bone-looking sword, almost like a fish hook. Do you not see how wrong you sound? As I said before, I'm staying out of it. Good luck on your journey, but I am no longer that Maui from the legends. You, Arjun didn't get to finish as Maui flashed away, not caring about the civilians around them. Arjun stood there shocked as Law sat behind him and said nothing. It's all right, Arjun. Scathath is going to the dash. Havoc, destroy the island. Kill them all, Arjun said, ignoring Law as the sky suddenly turned overcast and Havoc's about poked out of a huge crack in the sky. Maui, you say that my better judgment is clouded? But you are clouded by your peacefulness. What is it that keeps you so docile? Is it the people of this island? Then perhaps it's better to sacrifice them. Havoc opened its mouth and let the silver stream of energy fall upon the island. The citizens were recording it as the beam struck the island before it hit the land, though something else met it. Are you insane? Do you understand what you are doing, young one? Maui yelled, intercepting the beam with his fish hook as he looked at Arjun. Do I understand what I'm doing? Of course I do. Otherwise I wouldn't have even bothered. I'm making the world a better place, because that's what heroes do. Arjun turned away from Maui as he raised his hand, and a small baseball-sized ball of red energy sat in his palm. Havoc, just destroy them all. A small sacrifice for the eventual amazing outcome. I'm so tired. Maui screamed as his arms broke and bled under the pressure of the beam. In the last second, he deflected it off of his fish hook, aiming it toward Arjun with the intent to kill. This kid is crazier than I was. Gotta end it, Maui thought to himself as he took a deep breath and tightened his grip onto the hilt of the fish hook. His arms were broken, but they'd heal. Boom! The island around them rose up, the dirt breaking from its usual solid place and rising stories above the island. He's tired, Law said, frozen in fear as she watched the scene. She had specifically trained in order to shut him off when he went unconscious, as he was truly scary during this time. As she saw the situation, though, she wasn't sure if she should wake him up or not. They both knew Maui wasn't a normal demigod. The Hawaiians had something special about them. Perhaps it was the way they were raised, or trained, or just something in their blood, but they were different. What do I do, Scadath? What do I choose? Law said, breathing in and out as she started to panic. Yortst. Arjun's soft whisper reached everyone in the island's ears. It was like a deafening yell in their head, but it still felt like a whisper. Arjun raised his hand, pointed toward Maui. The lean-built man widened his eyes as he moved a few inches to the side, avoiding whatever it was Arjun had sent toward him. In the next second, the spot Maui was originally standing on broke, obliterated by the command from Arjun. Don't do it, Law, Arjun said in his mind as Law was about to make him wake up. Huh, you're awake? She asked with widened eyes as she looked at Arjun's form standing there. Yes, was all Arjun replied as he burst through the air, slamming into Maui's fishing hook at a speed neither had expected. I thought you were unconscious, but I see now you are awake. So why close your eyes? Maui asked, using his hook to smack Arjun away from him as the boy just flipped in the air and landed back on the ground normally. All around them, cracks were starting to fork in the ground. Law was starting to worry for her own safety. Get out of here, Law. At this rate, I might really kill this bastard, Arjun's voice said in her head, allowed her to make her decision and turn the other way, starting to run. Maui looked as she fled and began to aim to throw his fish hook at her before Arjun grabbed his wrist. Don't even think about it. She has nothing to do with this, Arjun said, opening his eyes for the first time since going unconscious. This entire island had nothing to do with this. But you're right, I won't attack her. Or you, they came before I even got the chance to get serious. Good luck with your plan. Don't try and find me again. With this, Maui disappeared in the flash of light, just as the surroundings suddenly stopped being stormy and broken, and instead returned to how it was prior to Arjun's attack. Haha, it's been a while since someone was stupid enough to attack our islands. And who knew? We found a dirty little whore helping them as well. Arjun widened his eyes as the voice was right behind him, cold and raspy. Hello, little boy. Arjun could only describe the thing in front of him as one thing. A demon. All right, so ultimately I've decided that I'm going to stop writing after this FIC. At least on this account. I'm still going to be writing on questionable questing, but other than that, you won't see any writing activity from this account anymore after this FIC ends. I know I have those fics I planned earlier in my writing time, but unfortunately those won't be finished. Thankfully, I never fully started them, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stop LOL. Now, with all this said, I will be doing two things. One, I'm going to make two different accounts. One reason for this is that Webnovel decided to add that stupid-ass feature that limits the amount of things I'm able to have on my account. Another reason, I'm not going to write those other fics. And the other reason is that I felt I needed a fresh start. So one account will be secret and will post fanfics. I won't be telling anyone about it. Think of it as a kind of game. You could try and find it. You'll never know for sure if it's me unless you ask, so try asking. If you find it, then I'll for sure answer truthfully. The second account is already made, and it will be for novels. For those, I'm going to write chapters ahead and put them on Patter 0 in. If you guys wish to support, then that's cool. Anyway, that is all I have to say. Enjoy reading this extra long chapter that finishes off the Hawaiian side arc and brings us back into the main parts with Percy and all our favorites that we've missed. Arjun tried to dodge to the right before the thing grabbed him by the face and buried him in the sand. Wow, who knew someone would actually try to kill me when I was sleeping? Let's play funny little guy. The demon thing yelled as it grabbed Arjun by the throat, slamming him into the sand again. Arjun felt his nose break, even with the protection from his follies. This was dangerous. He needed to get out of here. Get out of here, Law, Arjun said before jumping up and lunging at the giant creature. Who are you to talk during a battle? Stay focused, little one, the thing said as its sucker punched Arjun, slamming him back into the sand. Law looked back at Arjun before leaving. She knew there was nothing she could do up front. She'd hide and come back with her illusions. And the whore tries to escape. How funny, the thing said as a huge wave of sand slammed into Law, blowing her back into the area. As the thing punched its clawed hand at Law, aiming for her stomach, its arm suddenly stopped in place. Hey, get the hell out of here, Arjun said as he held the arm with both his arms, his eyes glowing a bright silver as he tried to hold the creature back. Law didn't have time to react as Asphalis burst out of Arjun in a silver stream and swept her up, rushing out of the area at light speed. The creature was going to stop them, but Arjun, using all of his strength, twisted its huge hand. "Is that the best you have? You try to kill me by destroying my island, and then this is the best you can do." The creature yelled as blood bursted from Arjun's arms. He felt the bones in his left arm completely shatter as he was being pushed back. "I get it now. You're a god, aren't you?" "Which one?" Arjun asked as he tried to shake the blood off his face. The creature didn't answer. Instead, it put more force into its hand, crushing Arjun's other arm from the pressure and slamming him into a nearby cave. "God, I hate that word. Don't call me a god. It's disgusting. I'm simply a being who loves to fight," the creature said before grabbing Arjun by the neck and throwing him in the air. "And you're not a good opponent, just die." "Now, Havoc, do it now," Arjun yelled in the air as the sky opened up, Havoc already prepared to use the energy. Shooting it down on Arjun, Arjun manipulated it to move even faster, straight toward the surprised creature. "Ha! Ha!" Arjun breathed heavily as blood dripped from his body. He could feel it begin to shut down. At least he had beaten the... Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! So you had some fight left in you. From here on out, I, Tumatawenga, Achui of War, shall fight you as an equal. Arjun's face fell as the creature, now towering over the entire island with his angry-looking face and terrifying aura, looked down on him from above. "I might not survive this," Arjun thought as he started to stumble. "Use it," a voice said in his mind. "Use it, use it, use it." The voice screamed again as Arjun opened his eyes, seeing his younger self being beaten by his father. "Kill him." Arjun moved forward and snapped his father's neck without hesitation, and everything went black. Back in the real world, Tumatawenga was fixing the island, making the damage go back to normal. "Ah, guess that clears everything up. But where are all the Humdash?" "Bam! Hey, we're not done," Arjun said as he stood on the island. Silver and red auras mixed around him, his eyes back to normal, but with a silver and red hue around them. This was the most he could do without losing it. He had forgotten before, but he needed to be careful with what he did and how he let his emotions affect him. Because of the nature of his birth, he was susceptible to anger. Perhaps that's why he had lashed out at Maui for not wanting to join him. As for the humans, "Don't worry, I'm not a monster. Bring them out as follies." Arjun's command caused silver aura to swirl all around the island as humans appeared, dazed but alive. Arjun had gotten them all out of the island when he had first attacked. They had nothing to do with it, so why would he kill them? It had just been a ploy to get Maui to go with him, but it didn't work, so there was no point in keeping them hidden anymore. "Ah, I guess we didn't kill them in all the fighting, but hey, are you crazy or something, kid?" Arjun didn't answer as he looked at the people walking around dazed. "Crazy? I guess that's possible, but hey, what does any of that matter?" Arjun asked, rushing the god and grabbing him by the hand, throwing him up in the sky with his newfound strength. "Wreak havoc!" he yelled before coughing out blood. "Thanks for the boost. This little dragon was beginning to get annoying," Tumatawenga said, smiling as he had his hand through the torso of Havoc. Tearing the dragon in half, blood burst from Arjun's mouth again as he fell to one knee. "I'll get you healed, Havoc. Asphalis come here," Arjun said, getting healed at once as Asphalis returned to his place. "HM? Demigods sure are annoying." Arjun smiled as wings popped out of his back, created with the silver aura. "I could say the same for gods. No matter how much I want to get away from them, I just can't. That's why I'm going to kill them, you know. But for that I need something. I'm just not strong enough, yahaha." "You're still talking, brat," Tumatawenga said, flashing forward in a normal form before enlarging and slamming his fist into Arjun's body. "Ugh, don't hit me so hard. You might make me lose control," Arjun said with a smile as he knocked the god back, steam coming off of his body. How come you never allowed me to fully train a Buddha? He has so much potential," the Monkey King asked as he sat in front of a chessboard with the Jade Emperor. Buddha was sat in the front of the room, overseeing the game. Hearing Monkey's question, he smiled, just slightly. "Monkey, The problem with that boy is that he's still part human. He may be devil and God, but he's also human, and humans are unpredictable. The Jade Emperor moved a chess piece to the side as he and Monkey listened. You see, when a human whose destiny is to fight and kill always, you should never train them, because a monster training another monster is stupid. Humans have a thing that gods don't: self-hatred, the hatred of oneself. When they learn how to control that, though, even for a second, well, the result would be disastrous if they had power. And he does. Bam. My body feels so hot, Arjun said to himself as steam was coming off of him. time.The flipped in the air and flashed behind him, slamming his fist into Tuesday's back of his neck. Hey, maybe you know, why did my father hate me so much? Arjun asked as he turned his head with a crazed smile. Adrenaline and the control of self-hatred, it was enough to make any man craze for a bit. time.The ignored him as he got even larger, shadowing over the island as he looked at the speck of dirt that was Arjun. Perhaps you were just born to be unloved, he replied as he reached out, grabbing a bow out of nowhere and knocking an arrow made out of black energy. Arjun's demeanor changed as he saw it. Hey, he said as red and silver energy ran down his arm, forming a bow and arrow in his hand that he aimed at the god. Are you sure you can survive? Both let their arrows fly, aiming at each other. Only when the arrows connected to their respective targets did they realize who had won the battle. It was silent. Then, boom, the island was protected by an aura, but the ocean jumped and rose as energy blasted everywhere. Seriously, I come to see what all the fuss is about, and I run into an illusionist, then I get hit by a damn arrow. A voice spoke out from the smoke as Arjun looked in, thinking he'd see an injured time.The. And now some demigod is staring at me with such hateful eyes. Only I should have those crazed eyes, kid. Only chaos can have those eyes. In front of Arjun, hundreds of beings stood in the air. The one talking holding law, who seemed to be unconscious. You angered the whole Polynesian pantheon, boy. What say you in your defense? Arjun was silent as he looked at all the gods and the monsters they'd summoned. What do I say in my defense? What is this, the Middle Ages? Let's just kill each other, Arjun said, flashing forward and punching the man in the face. Haha, you're a funny kid. Did you think you can hit chaos itself? The god was unfazed, staring down at Arjun with dirty teeth and a wide smile. And you're a funny god, thinking I actually was stupid enough to hit you with my fist. Go boom. Arjun's words were the detonator to all of the silver birds he'd made fly on the shoulders of the gods. He'd mixed in the red aura for a bigger and more devastating result. With the arrow he had shoved in the god's abdomen secure, it also went off, blowing up the entire small army in front of him in mere seconds. Ugh, how dare you? The god screamed as the Polynesian pantheon was wiped out, save time.The and the god in front of him, as well as 4 others who didn't seem fazed by the detonation at all. Now I'll actually kill you, but first things first. Your little whore, I wonder how she'd feel. As she doesn't seem very developed anyway. Bye-bye, little girl. Arjun blinked as blood splashed on his face. He had been too cocky, too unaware of his situation. Seeing Law there in front of him, a hand through her chest, and blood flowing out woke him up. Huh, he said, shocked as she fell into his arms, blood trickling down her mouth as Arjun stared forward still. Don't be surprised now, kid. Just be glad we only killed her, the god said, backhanding Arjun away. Law, what? What just happened? Arjun thought as he flew through the air, the blood falling on his body and some landing on his lips, slipping into his mouth. It's okay. I promise it's all right, he heard her voice say. He could almost see her standing in front of him, smiling, though the sad tone of her voice ruined it. You were having trouble with that weakling time.The? I almost thought dash. Arjun's voice carrier through the wind as tears dripped down his face. Ah, God, I hate to when I'm interrupted. Wait, Wyro dash, time.The tried to say as Wyro, the god of darkness and evil, kneed Arjun in the face, proceeding to beat him to a pulp. Don't ever fucking interrupt me again, peasant, the god said as blood flew off onto his face and hand from punching Arjun. Arjun mumbled as he was there hanging only by the hands of Wairo, his face beaten and bloody. "What was that, brat?" Wairo yelled with a crazed smile as he continued to punch Arjun's face in. "If it weren't for the gods, she'd still be alive," Arjun said clearly this time as Wairo was pushed back by an unseen force. "What was dash?" Wairo started to say before getting slapped by an unseen force. Arjun was laid down midair, not moving as his eyes rolled back. "Huh, what is this?" Wairo yelled, annoyed at the frequent slaps he was receiving. "You, I'll kill all of you," Arjun said, suddenly behind him as he bit into his throat, surprising the god as he disappeared again. "What? Dash," he started to say again before another chunk was ripped out of his arm. "Hey, I swear once I get you, Aish, you'll do what? Tell me what you'll do," Arjun said, his aura only red as he ripped both arms from Wairo's body. "Is this what you wanted to see? Me in pain, me suffering. Fine, I get it. Demigods need to suffer. I accept it. So why am I crying?" Arjun said as tears fell from his eyes, godly blood all over his body as he made quick work of the last Polynesian gods. "Law," Arjun said as he moved back, catching her out of the air. He didn't know how he did it. Perhaps it was from his anger or his grief, but he had moved faster than he could register. It still looked like his body was holding her. He was barely seeing the afterimage of himself running around and attacking the gods, even though they were a bloody pulp falling through the air at that moment. "Have you come to gloat? Perhaps make me feel more miserable than I do now? Don't bother, demigod of the wind and sea. Just go back to your little island." Arjun closed his eyes as he stopped crying. Crying wouldn't help anyone right now, and he was tired of crying. "I'm sorry," a voice said, almost a whisper as it faded away. "Nah, you were the best. It's me who's sorry, Law," Arjun said out loud. "I wanted to be there." Arjun shook as he could hear the voice fading more and more. "Arjun, before I go, I want you to know I'm a girl." Those were the last words he heard before he felt her presence fade. Demigods are always destined to have a tragic fate. That is a written law of the universe. I am not agreeing to help you, but I will come shall you call on me. Until then, I will be on this island. The darkness and all bad things are unleashed since you kill the gods. Be warned, though, now all the other gods will be stronger. Arjun wasn't listening until the last line. He was giving it his all not to cry. "What do you mean?" Maui froze and looked at Arjun incredulously. "You don't even know the ancient laws that were written before anything else? And you want to kill all the gods? Unfortunately, I cannot say them without shriveling up and dying. Perhaps you'll learn them on your own. Also, nice growth spurt, kiddo." With this, Maui left, leaving Arjun in the air as he was left confused. Growth spurt? Whatever, Arjun thought before flying off to somewhere. Little did he know that he had sacrificed 2 years in order to pull off what he did by killing the gods. So now, instead of being 13, he had basically grown into a 15-year-old. "Ha ha, I'm still alive," Dash, Wairo began to say before he died, courtesy of Maui slicing him to bits with his fishhook. Months later, "Don't bother jumping, Jackson. I'd kill you before you hit the water," a man's voice said as Percy stood there with 2 demigods. "Listen to me, we have to jump," he had said before the knife had cut him on the cheek, and Dr. Thorne, a teacher at the school he'd just left with these demigods, had taken them to this cliff. He seemed to be waiting for something, though Percy wasn't going to sit around and wait for whatever that was. Just then an whistle reached Percy's ears, and followed by it an arrow streaking through the sky, a silver arrow. Thud! The arrow landed at Dr. Thorne's feet as Percy, as well as the others, looked back to see where it had come from. "Ugh, I don't want to do this scadath. You know how it'll look randomly coming back into these guys' lives? Also, I'm considered a terrorist in America and Japan. Hawaii, too." Arjun was walking through the forest with his arms resting on his head, speaking to his mentor. "You know you need to do this. Perhaps if you hadn't promised to kill all the gods." She left the sentence there as Arjun just inwardly sighed. It had been 2 months since he had become a war criminal in Hawaii, and a lot had changed since then. He had gotten taller, and his body was more defined. He was still more on the skinny side, but still had some growth to show. His hair had grown out long enough to reach his eyes, helping him have a mysterious vibe whenever he went into different places to gather information. Scathath had changed too. She had become more relaxed and less robotic since the death of her former rapist. Upon hearing of Law's death, she made a promise of her own, the same promise Law had wanted to keep, to stay at Arjun's side and fight with him forever, to make the vow she had sworn on the river Styx, much to the surprise of Arjun. But women's loyalty runs deeper than he cared to know about. Yeah, but Percy? Annabeth? What am I supposed to do with them? Even though he'd gotten over it, he still felt some jealousy for Percy, and Annabeth just seemed annoying. On the inside, though, he knew that Percy was strong, and Annabeth was a master planner. He couldn't think of anyone else as smart as her. If Arjun was being completely honest, he was excited to see his old friends again. Even if they might hate him, he wanted to see the Apollo cabin again. He wanted to see Chiron. He wanted to see Sam and Megan, even Clarice. Oh shit, Clarice. Arjun gulped as he remembered he'd left in the middle of his seduction mission with Kronos. He'd basically had her fall in love with him only to leave less than an hour later. What about Kim? And Zoe? Did you find them? He asked just as a whistle sounded through the wood. Arjun crouched low with Scathath as they looked through the underbrush. In front of them was the one and only Percy Jackson, along with two others that he seemed to be keeping safe. Of course, the being attacked, Arjun said, rolling his eyes as he saw the silver arrow land with a thud on the ground. He recognized those arrows, for he had killed a few girls who used them. Soon an entire volley of these arrows were being shot in the sky, aiming for the manticore that Percy had been defending the two kids from. Ugh! Arjun groaned a bit as the hunters jumped out of the forest, aiming their bows toward the manticore. What's wrong? I'm surprised you didn't save them, Scathath said, looking at him questioningly. Nothing's wrong, I don't care. Let's just ask them and leave. Arjun said, a little annoyed that the hunters had made a visit. If they were there, then that meant. Ah, goddess of the hunt, how nice of you to join us, the manticore said, flicking the blade from his tail toward Artemis. Artemis smacked it out of the way and drew her bow, letting an arrow fly toward the manticore. You aren't welcome here. This is my hunt, Artemis said to the manticore. At least that's what everyone thought. Geez, and here I thought you'd greet me with open arms. There goes that dream, Arjun said sarcastically as he and Scathath stood off to the side. You. Zoe recognized him immediately. Even with his change, she could tell who it was. Yeah, it's me, Arjun replied, rolling his eyes as he walked over to the manticore. Since we're both bad guys, I guess I'm on this side, right? Arjun said, smirking a bit as he looked back at the hunters. Just as they were about to attack, however, a huge ball of fire slammed in between them. Arjun was dodged the next attack, ducking under the green energy as his heart skipped a beat. Megan. And there she stood, long silky black hair that went past her shoulders, a black coat covering the rest of her body. Megan didn't say anything as two other people popped out of the smoke with her. One Arjun had never seen before, but the other was another old friend. Annabeth. I guess the gang's all back together, Arjun said, smiling a little as he inwardly sighed. Arjun, Annabeth said as Megan just stared forward. This is Arjun, the girl that Arjun had never seen before said, with a surprised look on her face. Yeah, that's me, cute girl, Arjun said, flashing another smile with a thumbs up. Wish. Stop flirting with the enemy, Megan said as she flashed in front of Arjun, punching him in the chest with green energy wrapped around her fist. Megan then grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground. Next, she kicked him in the rib and slammed him into a nearby tree. Megan, compared to them, this is no big deal, Arjun said with an almost sad smile as he grabbed Megan's hand, which had started to move to hit him. Megan didn't care about his words and kneed toward his stomach, only taking her hand back and jumping back as he blocked the knee. You got taller, Megan said, staring him down as the rest around them weren't sure what to say. And you got prettier. I like what you've done with your hair, Arjun said with a small smile as he turned away from Megan. Don't. Take another step and I'll shoot you down. Don't ask why. You know very well. Artemis's words reached the entire clearing, almost as if she was shouting them. Yeah, I know why, but can't you let me slide just this one time? I need to ask my old friends for a favor, Dash. Arjun stopped talking and sighed as an arrow streaked toward him. Easily dodging it, he caught the arm of the girl, trying to stab him. "Hello again, Zoe," he said with a slightly annoyed tone. Zoe didn't say anything, though, as she twisted her body around and broke her arm, all to sweep his legs and make him fall to the ground. Tell me, are you all sure you want to do this?" Arjun asked as he looked up, seeing the hunters surrounding him. Arjun's appearance had distracted them all from the manticore, who had begun creeping toward Percy, who was just as distracted as them. Zoe stabbed down with her knife as Arjun twisted his body and jumped in the air above the hunters. Wish. Arjun dodged the arrows from the hunters who had stayed in the back. While they seemed more coordinated now, he thought to himself as he flipped and landed on the ground. "Hey, Percy, it's been a while, huh?" Arjun said, giving a friendly greeting. Even if he didn't like Percy, he still needed him, so he might as well be nice. Yeah," Percy said as Arjun flicked his wrist, blowing the manticore away. "Gotta watch out for the sneak attacks." Arjun turned and kicked the trunk of a tree, breaking it down and jumping in the air. Then, using his follies as a stabilizer, he kicked the tree straight at the hunters, hoping it didn't kill them. But if it did, then oh well. Silver lines sliced through the tree as Arjun rolled his eyes. "You know this was supposed to be me versus the hunters, so why'd you but a mother?" Artemis stood there in her 13-year-old form, the hunters shocked that she would jump in the middle of a battle. "Arjun, you dare show up in front of God, someone who you swore on the river Styx to kill, and expect to have some kind of leisure?" Arjun shrugged his arms. "I mean, a boy could only hope, huh?" While this interaction was going on, Scathath was blocking Megan and Talia, the girl that Arjun had never met, from joining the fight. Had they been paying attention at all, they would have seen the manticore trying to take the two kids Percy was protecting. "Ugh, you never listen to me, Mom. It's not a phase, I swear," Arjun said teasingly as he dodged the first strike from Artemis, only for her knee to smash into his face. "Why didn't you block that?" Artemis said as she elbowed him hard enough to smash through a tree. "Honestly, I'm trying to maintain myself in front of everyone else, but I want to kill you so bad right now," Arjun said in a calm, quiet voice. "That day I lost Law, it was my fault. I should have been more aware. I should have been stronger. You wouldn't know anything about this, but I promised I'm not going to block any attacks from you gods anymore. I deserve the pain, haha." Arjun's words barely reached Artemis's ears as she elbowed him in the solar plexus, smashing him through another tree. "I don't know who that is, but clearly you didn't deserve her. She sounds like she'd make a good hunter." Arjun was flying back as he heard this, instantly opening his eyes as anger flooded his system. Artemis kicked Arjun in the face, not caring about her words. "Hey," Arjun said, not budging under the kick. "Take that shit back." He finished grabbing Artemis by the leg and slamming her into the tree. Not letting go, he threw her into the clearing and rushed down, landing on her knees first as he punched her in the face. "Take it back," Arjun said, smashing his hand into Artemis's face again. Only this time, it was blocked by her bow. Arjun's arm broke from a force. "Take it back. She would never join your group, ever." "Jeez, all of you fighting and not acknowledging my presence. Well, at least you noticed me, Annabeth, but no greeting from anyone else. How disappointing." Everyone froze as the temperature raised to nearly 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Had it been summer, it might be almost normal. "Oh no," Artemis said, gritting her teeth and kicking Arjun off of her as she got up and aimed her bow at the god holding Annabeth by the neck. "Leave here, false god," Artemis said with a venomous tone. "Luke," Percy yelled from the side as Dr. Thorne was kneeling to Luke, the new sun god. Hello, everyone. How has it been? I guess you guys get two surprises today, though I'm sure I'm better than the other one." Luke smiled in all his golden glory as he looked at Arjun. "I remember there is someone I hate more than Percy." Arjun sighed and turned his back to Luke, walking towards Scathath. "We don't need these guys, it's too bothersome. Let's just finish finding the legendary demigods." "Hey, don't turn your back on me. Perhaps you don't want to hear how you can bring Law back to life." Arjun stopped dead in his tracks as his heart skipped a beat. "Hey!" Arjun moved faster than anyone could see and was standing in front of Luke, who who didn't seem all that surprised. Don't ever say her name, you peasant. Peasant? Then, I'm not telling you. With those words, Luke, Annabeth, and the manticore disappeared in a ray of sunlight, faster than even Arjun or Scathath could react. Annabeth! Percy yelled, rushing forward. He had been in shock due to Luke's sudden appearance and his godly form, but seeing his friend suddenly gone snapped him out of it. Why'd you let them go? Percy yelled, grabbing Arjun by the collar. Arjun blinked before looking down at the hands and then back up at the owner. Get your filthy hands off me. Percy stepped back in shock and let go as Arjun looked at his mother. What was that? Why was Luke a god? I could feel it, so don't bother trying to lie, Arjun said as he and Scathath stood there. Everyone was gathered now, though the two that Percy had been protecting were off to the side with Grover. I will tell you everything in due time. For now my hunters shall rest, Artemis said, turning away. The rest of the hunters did the same as they began setting up camp. Ugh, they're so full of it, the girl, Talia, said, standing next to Arjun. Arjun didn't care and just ignored her as he watched the hunters set up. I think we should stay for a while, but we'll do what you choose. Scathath's words reached Arjun's ears as he had already decided. Fine, we're staying with you guys, I suppose. Isn't this kind of like a family reunion? Arjun said with an almost teasing smile as the rest of the members went into the woods with the hunters, including Grover and the two random demigods. Scathath slammed the hilt of her spear into Arjun's face before letting up. You aren't going to dodge? Block, she asked, confused as he bled, his eyes still wide open and his hands still ready to fight. Dodge? I can't dodge your attacks and block. Nah, I'm not blocking anything anymore. Arjun took each attack with gritted teeth and teary eyes as he was beaten to a pulp. Arjun, Percy, Bianca, one of the demigods Percy had been protecting, and Talia were all in Artemis's main tent. I gotta say, you hunters certainly know how to eat. All this extra food, and yet you guys are still weak? How amusing. Arjun smiled as he tormented Zoe. He had a special thing for her, especially after his dreams of her bowing to him. It only made him want to mess with her more. If everyone can listen in, Artemis said, drawing everyone's attention except for Arjun, who looked like he was doing something else. He was listening, of course, just didn't want to give the satisfaction that she had ordered him to do something. Apollo is dead. He was killed by that false god you guys saw today, Luke Castellan. You could hear a pin drop in the tent with how quiet it was. Finally, after some seconds, Arjun yawned and stood up, walking out of the tent. No one tried to stop him and just let him go, and then continued on with the conversation. What do you want to do now? It's pretty clear they won't go with you. If you haven't sensed the hostility, then dash. Of course I have. I know exactly how they feel about me. Scathath, thank you very much. Arjun paused for a second, then moved his head down a little, not allowing anyone to see his eyes. Scathath, do you think Luke was lying? I couldn't tell. If he has a way to bring her back, then dash. Scathath widened her eyes a bit before interrupting. Are you serious? You really think he has a way to bring her back? I want her to be here as much as you do. I understand, but we can't simply believe every single person who dash. You don't understand? I hate it when others say that shit. It's just a lie. Arjun interrupted before walking deep into the woods, sighing as he pondered over Scathath's points. I thought I'd find you somewhere alone being depressed, Zoe said suddenly, coming up from behind him. Arjun glanced over at her as they both looked at the moon. You? What's with the new language? Could have sworn you only spoke in old Shakespeare, haha. Zoe gritted her teeth before catching herself and breathing out slowly. I thought it would be better to learn to talk this way. Now others can understand what I say easier. Arjun nodded before walking forward, followed by Zoe. No killing. Bam! Zoe punched forward with more force than Arjun had ever seen her use and hit a tree right behind him. No killing. She nodded in agreement and kicked it aside. Arjun dodged and slipped under her arm, grabbing her by the collar and slamming her into the ground. Have you been training? You seem to have gotten a bit stronger, Arjun said as he felt up a little of Zoe's arms, reaching down her shoulder slightly before his hand was smacked away. Geez, I just wanted to see the mark I left you, Arjun said before Zoe wrapped her legs around his body and flipped over, slamming him into the ground instead. Nice try. Arjun replied to the attack with a one-handed handstand and flipped right side up. Arjun widened his eyes, though, as he felt a small trickle of blood on his cheek. "I've been training," Zoe admitted as she trapped Arjun in her legs again, the glint of silver poking out from her palm. Arjun broke from the grab as the knife point reached his eye. Dodging it, though, he kicked Zoe in the face, causing her to tumble to the side. Zoe stood up and got in a new fighting stance. He'd never seen her fight like this. "You really have gotten stronger," Arjun said before rushing forward. "Wish." Arjun blinked and almost blocked the strike until he remembered the promise. With that, he dodged the dagger that Zoe had kicked up at his throat. That was a close one, he thought as he used the momentum he had dodging and spun, backhanding Zoe in the face. "I think that's enough, Zoe," Arjun said after a few seconds. Zoe nodded as she got up, clearly annoyed at her loss. "Next time we fight, I will not lose. I swear on everything I have," Zoe said as she walked off back toward the camp. "Ah, now what to do? Surely you have some ideas, Luke. Are you trying to just bait me in?" "Huh. I'm coming with you guys," Arjun said as Percy, Talia, Megan, Grover, and the hunters, including Bianca in their ranks, all were beginning to leave. "You are still not welcome on this side. No matter what you have sworn to kill all the gods. You've even succeeded somewhat." "I wasn't talking to you," Arjun said as he looked straight at Percy. He could feel the hesitation from him as he waited for an answer. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Arjun," Percy said, his emotions suddenly becoming wild. Arjun nodded with a small smile that would seem almost sad, though it was more understanding. "I get it. When you guys get back to camp, you'll probably get permission to go save Annabeth. Good luck with that." Arjun turned and began walking away with Scathath before pausing and turning again. "Also, Moth. No, Artemis. This will probably be the last time we meet under such peaceful terms. I hate you so much I can hardly stand it. You're lucky I don't kill you right now." "How dare Dash?" Zoe began to say before Arjun raised his hand. "Hush, Zoe. As someone who was abandoned by their parent, shouldn't you be the most understanding?" Arjun's words caught Zoe off guard as she widened her eyes. "How much does he know?" she thought as Arjun smiled again and finally walked away. "Wait," a voice cried out, making Arjun pause as arms wrapped around him. Damn you, you didn't even react or say anything. You just fought with me and left. I hate you. I fucking hate you," Megan said as she held him from behind. "Megan, even with everything that's happened, you're still one of my best friends." With these words, Arjun flashed away, gone as Megan wiped her tears. The last statement was almost like a promise that even though things were a little different, they were still friends. "What is this?" Percy said to himself as he felt something sharp in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a note was stuck to the silver object. "Just in case you need an immortal killing weapon, who knows what's guarding Annabeth? Besides, Artemis may go too. Good luck, Percy." Arjun. "All right, down to business, guys. We may not be complete, but 4 is enough for now," Arjun said as he paced around a round table, one used by one of the most famous heroes in history. 3 others were sat in the stone chairs of the round table. Scathath, who as all know, Kratos, son of Zeus and immortal demigod of war, and Nia Segamin, Irish demigod, son of a woodland goddess, as well as the former High King of Ireland. First things first, we're going to see what that bastard has. There's no way he thinks he can trick me by himself. So if it's all a trick, then he has someone at his back. We leave tomorrow at dawn. Get some rest. With this, Arjun clapped his hands and left the room, looking out on Camelot with a grim expression. How had they turned Camelot into a base of operations? Well, that's a longer story. Into Volume 2. Yes, as you see here, it seems that the local islanders managed to pick up photos of the person behind the attack on their land, the American terrorist Arjun Dash. I stopped listening to the T.V as it said my legal last name. I hated that name just as much as I hated the gods. I was sat in a small bar, drinking alcohol even though I wasn't old enough to drink. I looked around 15 or 16 now, so who cares anyway? That was one of the first things I noticed as Law's body had faded into ash. I almost destroyed an island when that had happened, but I did manage to rein in my anger. Hey, doesn't that kid sort of look like the terrorist? I heard a man say, whispering to his friend. "Hmm. I mean, he had the hair and overall build, but isn't he a little older than they said the guy is? Let me see that paper again." I smiled a little as I turned to face the man, shocking the man who had started the conversation. "Yeah, it's me, the terrorist. What are you going to do about it?" I said, smiling a little as my eyes flashed a reddish color. I was more in tune with that side now after the battle. What this meant. I had no clue, but I did know it would make me stronger. "What are we going to do?" The man suddenly said with a bit of confidence in his voice, though I could tell he was scared. I trained with law to feel people's emotions. Now I was even more sensitive after the battle, like a cruel reminder of law. "We'll kill you ourselves. No need for police to be involved, dash." I snatched the man by the face and held him up while drinking a bottle of gin. The stuff sucked and it kind of hurt to drink, but oh well, I knew a guy that would drink it all the time. He said it numbs all the pain. I mean, that's what he usually said before he'd beat me to a bloody pulp. "You threatened me with 11 words, so I'll take 11 teeth. Seems fair, right?" The words only registered to the man after I was already 6 teeth in, pressing my thumb against them and breaking them off. "Ah!" he screamed as I continued, blood running down my hand and dripping onto the floor. Upon reaching 11, I slammed the guy's face into the counter and grabbed 2 more bottles of the gin stuff. It seemed to be working as I didn't feel a thing. Now what do you think you're doing with that? Drinking is an alright thing in moderation, or even in vast amounts, so long as it's in celebration. "So why are you drinking, Arjun?" Scathath asked, appearing in front of him with something large wrapped around her back in white papyrus-looking stuff. "Ugh, the hell are you looking at, bitch?" I said as I smashed the bottle at her feet. I was now a little taller than her, and under the effects of the alcohol, I didn't have a clue what I was doing. "What was that? Mamai, I didn't realize you saw death." I gulped as she said it, but my heart wasn't in it. Hearing the word death just made me think about law, and then I just broke down. I blamed the gods for so many of my problems, but I couldn't blame anyone but me for Law's death. I had brought her from the prison that Moon Goddess had her in. I had brought her to train with Scathath, and I had brought her with me to Hawaii, knowing that there was a good chance it would end up in a fight. Scathath looked at me surprised before snatching me up and disappearing from the area. Thankfully, no one was staring at me. Upon reaching a cave off to the outskirts of the island, I sighed. Asphales had gotten rid of the alcohol in my system, sobering me up quickly. "Where is Law?" Scathath asked, even though I could tell she had already guessed. I explained everything to her, my recklessness, my stupidity, and most of all, my part in Law's death. Scathath wasn't mad. She wasn't even disappointed. I could just feel the slightest hint of sadness before she pulled me into a hug. Now this was new and weird. I'd never really been hugged by anyone but Megan before. God knows my parents never had. I found myself crying into Scathath's shoulder as she held me, not allowing me to escape her grasp. It was then I felt a binding. Scathath had promised something on the river Styx. I wasn't sure what, but it involved me. 1 week later, I stepped on the rocks as me and Nia, the old High King of Ireland, walked along the shore. "What do you think, Nia? Right or left?" I asked as he looked around. His mother was a woodland goddess, so he was a bit out of his element in the ocean shores. "I think she'll come left," he answered, pulling out his sword as I nodded and turned right. "Wish. Dead," Scathath said as me and Nia both gulped. The butt of the spear was on the back of his neck, while the spearhead was resting against the side of my throat. I almost reacted fast enough. If I knew you were holding back so much while fighting me, I wouldn't have been so cocky. Scathath seemed almost amused at my statement and took her spear back, stabbing it into the ground and looking around. "This is the place. We won't need to worry about much if we're hidden in a secret dimension. This way I can train both of you without worry." I nodded and looked around. We'd scoured the entirety of the UK for this place, as Scathath had told us the story of Camelot and Arthur, the King of Camelot. Apparently, she had met him long ago on accident. She didn't speak on the matter much, but I could tell there was something more she wasn't telling us. "So how would we get in?" "Chances are we won't be welcome with open arms. Unless..." Scathath shook her head, confirming my fear that we'd face something upon opening the mythical land. "Camelot is just a gate to the main goal, but we won't even be able to go there without someone worthy." Avalon is the place where Arthur and his knights reside now, away from humanity and reality as they go on adventure after adventure. This was the second time she had trailed off when talking about Arthur. Almost made me wonder, were you and Arthur a thing? The way you talk about him is almost like dash. The end of the spear slammed on the top of my head as Scathath blushed slightly, a very unscathed thing to do. It is nothing. Search for a dragon carving in the walls, rocks, anything. Once you find it, then tell me. I can open the gate if I have the entrance. No need. I think someone's opened it for us, I said quietly as I saw the golden swirling portal that opened in front of us. Scathath looked shocked for a second before she got a hold of herself and walked toward it cautiously. As we followed her, I realized she never actually told us what was in Camelot now. If Arthur wasn't there anymore, then who was? I looked around at the new dimension as Scathath watched the portal close behind us. I didn't think too much on that one. That didn't seem too important when we were suddenly being ambushed. Black-skinned, wrinkly beings were suddenly surrounding us. They all held spears that looked sharp enough to cut through armor, but I guess I would have no way to test that anyway. They didn't speak, just grumbled and looked at us with their beady eyes. Something tells me these things aren't here to greet us, Nia said, crouching low as he touched the ground. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention that he had control over plants, as well as a small amount of control on animals. Vines came out of the ground and grabbed all the creatures, crushing them under the pressure of the vines. Well, that solves that problem, I guess, I said, shrugging as a drop of blood landed on my shirt. Where do we go, Scathath? I asked as the woman looked around. I always wanted to visit this place, she said with a dreamy look in her eyes that was nothing like her. Yeah, that's cool. Where do we go? I asked again, this time snapping her out of it. All right, we head north. Currently we are in Dash. Scathath didn't finish that sentence as a roar interrupted her words. All right, this place must be overrun with many monsters now that Arthur and the knights are not here. That will be a problem. In front of us, a large dragon, maybe 20 or so feet long, soared toward us, roaring as it opened its mouth, its throat starting to burn red. Phew! I sighed in relief as I saw the creature. If that's all it is then. I jumped off the ground toward the creature, opening my own mouth as my throat began to glow silver. This will be a breeze, I yelled as I shot my own breath attack at the dragon. I hadn't yet revived Havoc. It would take a couple weeks at least to build the dragon back again the way I wanted, plus I would make him tougher and stronger in order to go against the gods with me. So, to substitute, I mimicked his own attacks using myself. It was basically the same thing, perhaps a little weaker. Let's go, Camelot awaits, I yelled, smiling a little as my heart began to beat fast. I was actually having fun. It was almost relaxing. Somewhere else in Albion. Ugh, disgusting mortals are ruining the land with their stench. Take them, my knight, Lancelot, a man said as he sat on a throne, covered by a robe and a hood. In front of him a kneeling man nodded and stood up, raising his sword. Yes, master, Lancelot said as he left the castle. Mortals coming into my lands and attacking my scouts? I've needed more troops anyway, the man said to himself as he closed his eyes and fell back asleep, watching over Albion as he sat safely in one of the kingdoms. Back to MC. Arjun and the others walked up and down hills, through caves, and even swam through rivers, but it was all for nothing as they felt they hadn't moved much at all. Albion is way too big. Will we ever get to Camelot? Arjun said as he sat down, annoyed at how long this was all taking. Not if you continue to sit on your ass. Let's move, Nia said as he was jogging in place. He had been found by Scathath in a cave that he hadn't left since his supposed death. Quite a few demigods are immortal, but they never know it until they either die or live long enough without aging. That had been the main reason he faked his death. He didn't want the gods to come down and mess with him. And chances are he wouldn't have lasted much longer without the citizens being suspicious anyway. Hey, don't forget who the leader is here, man. But you're right, Arjun said as his eyes glowed and two wings appeared at his back. Let's go. Just point me to Camelot and I'll dash. Wish. HM. Arjun thoughts as something flashed past his eyes faster than he could register and sliced into his body. Attacking someone like that with no warning? That's not how knights behave. Nia said as he held a thick branch, blocking the blade from Arjun's body. Stand back, sir. I will show you how a knight truly goes into battle. I assume you're a knight by your stance, correct? Nia asked the hooded man as he dropped the branch. Really? I never said you're a knight, man. Arjun said, covering his face and stepping back. I am not a king, and I serve someone. Seems like a knight to me. Now, what's with that sword you have? Scathath widened her eyes as she saw the sword, surprised at what the hooded figure had. What's with you? Arjun asked Scathath as Nia circled the hooded figure, trying to find an opening. All my battles, I've never seen someone like this. If he had no openings. Nia smiled and flexed his hand, a vine coming out of the ground and snapping toward the hooded figure. Then I'll just make one. He finished the thought out loud as the hooded figure blocked the attack, allowing Nia to get a small grasp on his skills. That sword, Arthur had it when we met. Scathath's thoughts wandered as Arjun just looked at the sword with interest. He knew the tales of Arthur, at least a little. Could that be Excalibur? Wait, no. Arthur would have Excalibur, and he's no longer here in Albion. Arjun watched the battle with newfound interest, his love for fighting that he'd gained throughout the years showing as he smiled and got ready to enjoy the battle. So you're a swordsman, huh? Nia asked politely as he reached to the side. Then let's test that out. Grabbing a hold of another branch that he grew, Nia lunged forward, slicing it across the torso of the hooded figure. Huh, 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 Nia yelled out as he crashed the practice sword against the tree, sweat dripping down his forehead. Sir, they're attacking, a guard yelled as Nia turned, wearing only pants even in the cold weather. He was so hot from the exertion that steam was rising from his body. Yeah? Tell the guys to stand down. Nia walked toward the gates as the army bowed, letting him pass. They had received the orders not to attack and had just been waiting for their king to step forward. Listen up. His voice cut through the sounds of metal on metal as the enemy army clashed their swords against the gates. I will only say this once. Leave now or perish on this land. The enemy army didn't say anything at first, before a few started laughing and clashing against the gates again. Huh, then you leave me no choice for my kingdom. I cannot lose. Open the gate. Nia yelled this as he raised the wooden practice sword. King, what are you doing? Please let us help you. A few men screamed in protest as the gates began to rise and the enemy army started to flood into the kingdom. Stand back. I always protect my family. Swoosh. The wooden blade came down with enough force to make a whistling sound reach everyone's ears. I did warn them, Nia said as all the enemy soldiers fell dead. The last thing they felt was a burning pain in their chest, the only indication of an attack the slash on their armor, all in the same place. Back in Camelot, you have amazing form, Nia said as he dodged a slash from the hooded figure, parrying another strike with the branch and stepping to the side as the hooded figure stabbed forward. But I think it lacks substance. I just can't put my finger on it. Nia parried another strike and kicked out, hitting the hooded figure in the chest and knocking them back. He's better than I thought. Scathath really found someone amazing. If Maui joined, maybe we could already take on another pantheon. Wait, no, stick to the plan. Arjun was thinking to himself as Nia blocked and parried, only giving the occasional punch or kick, never attacking with the branch. The hooded figure did a zigzag, trying to confuse Nia as he jumped up and slashed down with all of his force. It was all for nothing, though, as Nia simply dodged and kneed them in the stomach, pushing them away from him. What is it that's different about you? You lack something I see in every swordsman. It almost makes me curious. Nia said as he dodged another strike and kicked the hooded figure in the chest again. Your form is perfect, and your sword is top-notch quality, the best of the best of the best, 3 times best. And yet, Nia said as the hooded figure slammed the sword into the branch. It's unsatisfactory. Nia finished as he spun and kicked the hooded figure in the temple with his heel, knocking them to the side. I guess there was nothing after all. Arjun thought to himself, sighing as he looked at Scathath, wondering what had gotten into her. It was clear something had happened between her and Arthur, exactly what he didn't know, and he didn't really want to know. All he cared about was having his friend and partner focused on the current objective. "How is it, Nia? Just a warm-up, huh?" Arjun yelled as Nia swatted the sword to the side and kneed the person in the face. "That's all it seems to be, yes. I was hoping for more since I'd never seen someone on par with me, someone who had trained as much as me. But oh well," Nia said, sighing to himself as he kicked the person away from him and blew the hair out of his face. "Look down." The hooded figure for the first time said something. Nia said in surprise as he looked at the person with a new light in his eyes. "What was that? I didn't quite catch it." "Look down on me," the man, for it was clearly a male voice that escaped the hood, said as it suddenly rushed Nia, slicing upward with the sword. Nia dodged it as kicked the man in the side. "Look down on you? I never look down on other, unless they don't try their best." The man stabilized himself and rushed Nia again. "You can beat me. It will always happen, every time." The man screamed these words with full confidence and venom as he suddenly was doing more complex maneuvers with the sword. "Well, I think I can, but you can never be too sure. What's the point of telling me this?" Nia said in between dodging strikes and punching and kicking the man. "I'm happy, so I will always lose to you," the man yelled, raising his sword and slashing down. "Oh, we get it. You'll lose, geez," Nia said as he dodged the blade. At least he thought he did, as it changed direction and cut into the very top of his nose, right between the eyes. Nia blinked as he felt the sting and the warm flow of blood trickle down. "Always, always, 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 I will lose." Arjun watched on in interest as he saw Nia get hit for the first time in this battle. The man was clearly shocked from being sliced, but also more focused than ever. "What was that book that Annabeth gave me?" There was a creature that looked like normal humans and spoke like them too, with one exception. Everything they say is the reverse of what they mean. Arjun was saying to himself as Nia looked at the man. "You managed to scratch me a little, but as you said before, you'll still lose to me in the end. You're a waste of talent and potential. You reek of someone who's trained most of their life to reach an outstanding level, and this was the best you could do. I am disappointed that this is my first fight in thousands of years. There couldn't have been someone better? It almost feels like an insult." Nia slid his feet on the dirt and looked at the hooded man with contempt. "Since you managed to scratch me, I'll actually start attacking. Be careful. I've killed people with just sticks before." "I am weak," the hooded man said, getting ready as well as it looked like a round two would happen. "How interesting," Arjun said to himself. "Somewhere else in Albion. How interesting," a man said to himself as he looked on at the battle. "Have you ever seen the king really try? I only ever see him fight when he feels like it. It always feels like he's joking around," one of the knights said to a guard as they roasted turkey. "I have seen him serious once. When that happens, though, you don't want to be anywhere near him." The knight turned his head in confusion and looked around before leaning in and whispering. "What does he do?" The guard looked around too before whispering back. "I heard it's just a natural skill that happens to a king, but he treats everyone as inferior. People who have seen it have called it the dawn of the king. When that happens, it's like he's a god touching down on earth." Back to Camelot. Whoosh. The hooded figure stabbed forward, much faster and sharper than any of his other attacks. Nia noticed this and dodged it, dodging wider to avoid any kind of direction change from it. When he didn't see it, though, his eyes grew colder and his expression turned angry. "Hey, am I a joke to you?" Nia slashed to the side with his left hand, knocking the man back several feet as he looked at him. "Lowly trash like you thinks he can mess with me? What a joke. I'm not some lowly slob like you," Nia yelled as he rushed the man, knocking the blade to the side as his knee connected with the man's face under the hood. "Did you think your cut guaranteed victory, or something, you dirty, uneducated, uncouth peasant?" Nia yelled as he threw away the branch and smashed his hands into the man's face under the hood over and over again. "Huh, he's done, boss. I don't feel a pulse, weak bastard, couldn't even look me in the eye. He had to hide under his hood." Nia said these words as he got up, breathing heavily, and walked toward where Arjun and Scathalf were. "I must say it was a great performance. I'd give it an 8 out of 10. Nia blinked and looked at him in confusion. Only an 8, sir? Why such a low score? Nia asked, wondering what he did wrong. Was it the fact he had gotten hit once? Well, your move and technique is perfect. You just lack one thing, Arjun said, standing up and dusting off his pants. And what is that? Pride, Arjun said as Nia was kneed in the back of the neck. The man was too tired to do anything and fell to the floor, his consciousness fleeing. What? But I didn't feel a pulse, he thought as he fell asleep. Arjun looked at the hooded man as he grabbed his sword, seemingly not caring about Arjun yet. The pride to make your opponent not want to fight you anymore. That's what you lack. Maybe you're just too used to fighting weak people, or maybe you're just rusty. Whatever the case is, you lost this fight. Arjun dragged Nia to the side, next to Scathalf, and sighed, looking at the sword the hooded man was brandishing. As for you, Arjun rushed the man and punched him in the face under his hood, completely calm. What sort of loser doesn't even use the full power he has? It's disgusting. You aren't going to win with your full power, then you didn't win at all, Arjun said as he looked at the man, standing up completely unharmed. You're a funny guy. That's why I stood back and let you beat him up, you know. I wanted someone to take my anger on. I've been holding it in all this time. Arjun watched as the man jumped and slashed down with his blade about to slice into Arjun's neck. It's nothing personal to you or your master, but you are a good punching bag. Let's see how many punches you can take, Arjun said as he slammed his fist into the man's jaw, making him fly off to the side as he let his anger take over. Arjun flashed forward and kicked the man into the air, grabbing him before he got too high and slamming him into the ground. He repeated this 3 times before throwing him to the side and breathing in and out. That makes me feel better. Now, let's see. Why did your master only send you? A necromancer should have many dead people to use. Arjun dodged a slash from the man before sending an elbow to his chest, knocking the man back. I've been curious for a while, but why hide your face? I already outed your master, so what's to hide? Well, whatever. You aren't alive anyway. Arjun sighed, just as something incredible happened. The man's wrist flicked and a small cut appeared on Arjun's cheek. I just thought that Nia got caught off guard. So you really are strong, huh? Arjun said as the cut healed. The man lunged forward, stabbing before flicking his wrist and changing the direction of the sword, slicing down on Arjun's shoulder. I can't feel it. You are weak, the man said as he jumped back, slashing the blade across Arjun's chest faster than he could see. It was all a blur to him, the attack and the fleeing. But that's what makes it fun, Arjun yelled as he jumped up, raising his hands above his head and slamming them down on the blade. The man slid Arjun's fists off the blade and sliced in an upward slant, aiming at his chest. I don't care about the damage. I just wanted to know who you are, Arjun said as the blade sliced through him. He coughed out a bit of blood before his follies quickly healed the wound. Arjun had the man's hood in his hand as the man looked at him over his shoulder, his face sunken and his hair greasy. In the times of Nia, can anyone beat our king? He's so strong, he also spends all of his time training. Are we truly the strongest kingdom? A man said to other men as they all gathered around the fire. King Nia is truly the strongest in our lands. But I did hear about another that is strong in swordsmanship, over in the west. What was his name again? Oh, you mean King Arthur? No, his knight, in the present. Lancelot. Nia's voice covered the hill as he got up. He had ripped his clothes off and was standing there in just pants and a branch. Sir, please, I must fight this man. I must see who's truly the strongest, Nia said as he walked forward. Arjun blinked before shrugging and sitting back down next to Scathalf, who seemed to finally be back to normal. What's wrong? He asked as she looked shocked to see the man. That sword is Caliban, the one Arthur pulled from the stone. I thought that was Excalibur, Arjun said, genuinely surprised as he had never heard of Caliban, only knowing that Excalibur and Caliban were sometimes named the same. Scathalf shook her head as he stood up. No, Excalibur is a stronger sword he got from the lady in the lake, which he used in his final battle with his son Mordred, who used Clarent. Caliban is special, though. Nia yelled as they both looked at him, a huge gash in his chest from sword. It can slice through dimensions to attack you. Nia breathed heavily as he felt the pain of a sword slicing into him for the first time. He whispered as he swayed from the blood loss. I said, "Is that it?" Nia suddenly yelled as Arjun noticed something different. So he's a god-slaying demigod after all. He thought as a yellow glint was in Nia's eye. Bam! The beast slammed his fist into the chair behind Beelzebub, who had dodged the attack in the first place. "You're a terrible king and an even worse father," the beast spat out as he sliced the dagger through the air, aiming at Beelzebub's throat. "I trained you, son. I may be terrible at both those things. It's too bad you didn't lost fighting." Beelzebub yelled, dodging the blade and twisting around the beast, grabbing him by the throat and throwing out of the room. "Residents of hell, is this who you guys are putting your faith into? So be it, for that is your decision. However, I will kill any rebels who go against me." Beelzebub stood over the other residents on his higher cliff, staring down at all the demons of hell. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Old man, we're over here," the beast yelled in delight as he saw Beelzebub facing an entirely different way. "Ah, shit," Beelzebub thought as he looked through the blurriness of his eyes. "Dad, when were you going to tell everyone you were fading? How long do you have left, old man?" "Ha ha." The beast laughed at Beelzebub's misfortune as he gained his bearings. "Fading? I am too strong to fade. I'll never fade. That being said, I can still fight anyone here who has a problem with the way we are." Crack! Not even a second after Beelzebub's words did he feel the pain of his neck snapping. For a devil, it wasn't a fatal injury, but it was still incredibly painful to go through. Can you fight everyone, bees? It's been a while. I wondered if you'd changed at all. I see you have. You become a little bitch, haha." Beelzebub widened his eyes as his son smirked, seeing the man standing next to Beelzebub. "I found him deep inside Abaddon's jail. It's only a matter of time before I find Asterath. Then me, him, Asterath, and Abaddon will rise and take over." Beelzebub swayed, as if he was tired. Suddenly, though, his body moved faster than anyone could see. "I see you're still kicking, Mephisto. Can't say I'm surprised, to be honest." The man smiled as he looked at Beelzebub. "It's been a while, Beelzebub. It's too bad you seem to have gone soft," Mephisto answered, standing there in all his glory as his eyes glowed red. "Soft? Who said that?" Beelzebub said, grabbing Mephisto by the wrist and slammed him into the ground. "Wow, you really did get soft, because why can't I feel it, bees?" Mephisto cackled as he soared over Beelzebub, grabbing him by the head and slamming his knees into his face. "Maybe because I'm not going hard," Beelzebub replied, elbowing Mephisto in the solar plexus. "Yeah, obviously. Otherwise that hit would damage me," Mephisto said, smirking as he threw Beelzebub away, slamming him into a mountain in hell. "Chill. I didn't want to show the kids down there. But you really took me to a place where they can't see. Mephisto, are you stupid or something?" Beelzebub's entire body erupted into blue energy as horns grew out of his head. His fingers turned into shaped claws as dark leathery wings burst from his back. Mephisto widened his eyes as he stepped back, barely dodging the insanely fast swipe of Beelzebub's claw hands. "Beelzebub, you learned how to tap into our original forms," Mephisto said in awe as Beelzebub's claws ripped into his body, tearing his flesh and slamming him into the ground in a bloody mess. "I never once wanted to use it, as it is too much. But you are too strong. Even if I die here, Mephi, you know I'm going to have to kill you." Mephisto laid on the ground, coughing up blood and smiling. "You were always a family guy. Even after forcing your son down there into years of torture, you still had his best interest in mind. But B, you're doing all this to stop your grandson from being like us? He's a devil, for God's sake." Mephisto disappeared from the ground and reappeared behind Beelzebub, holding a huge scythe that was aimed at the back of Beelzebub's neck. "You are terribly slow, Mephisto," Beelzebub said, turning and slapping the scythe away, stomping Mephisto into the ground. "Ha! Ha! Fine, bees. You dash." Mephisto stopped talking as Beelzebub sliced his head off, his eyes dull, though a small tear fell from the side of his right eye. "Mephisto, you are my brother and my best friend. Even now, I love you the same. Sleep well, Beelzebub said as he floated away, gaining his energy to fight his son again. Boom! Beelzebub widened his eyes as a fist ripped through his body. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Did you think that I didn't know how to do it too? A weak power like yours is nothing to me, bees. Nothing. Right here in hell, right? I wonder where devils go once they're killed. Don't worry about your grandson. I'll treat him very nicely, ha. With this, every devil felt the death of Beelzebub. Some were happy, some were angry, but all knew what was bound to happen. War was now brewing, and it was only a matter of time before it began. I see now, Michael. Beelzebub is dead, so you know what this means, correct? God asked, his tone gentle. Yes, Father. I understand. Michael said, bowing, waiting for the end that was soon to come. Every time I look at you, I can't get enough. Please, won't you be mine? A man said as he bowed with his sword out in front of Scathalf. Scathalf looked down on the man in annoyance. Sigurd, understand this. I have only called upon you for the war. You are not an option. You'll come around eventually. Sigurd replied. The legendary dragon slayer had found his future wife. You're finally at a level you can be proud of. Isn't that great? Celine asked, smiling as he held Arjun's hand, pressing her cleavage against his arm. No. Tell me more about Lady Hemera, Arjun said, standing taller than before and looking older. After all, 2 years had passed since he'd left Camelot. Kronos is rising. He seems to have chosen a new body. How do you feel about that, Luke? A woman asked, standing in front of the false god as he lay on his throne in Olympus. Does this mean we can finally get rid of my competition? I hate having so many gods surrounding me all the time. Luke said with a yawn as he went back to sleep. Thank you for the training, Master Musashi, but it seems things are beginning to heat up once again. I can't wait to see everyone again. Nia said, smiling as his hair fell down to his knees, his branched sword sheathed at his right. Yes. Now get the fuck out of here, wasting my time, Musashi said, annoyed. The truth was he had never gotten Nia to use his actual sword. Sure, Nia had learned the techniques and gained more fighting experience than he'd ever had before, but not having to use his actual sword once hurt Musashi's pride. Kratos, do you truly have to leave? A woman said, hugging Kratos from behind as they were both naked. Yes, I will return to you, but for now I need to go back. It's only one war. Kratos then got up and got dressed, looking down at his newborn daughter. I will return. After all this time, I'm finally returning to Albion. I won't miss you bastards, Mordred said, smiling as he looked at the knights of the Round Table. 2 years ago, he had finally managed to break through to Avalon. It had been a rough battle with him against the rest, which then ended in Arthur stopping the fight, seeing Mordred had no bad intentions. Love you, Mordred, Arthur said, laughing as Mordred walked through a golden portal. Why, yeah, whatever, Mordred said, running through the portal, though a small smile was hidden on his face. So you want me to join you? And why should I? We've only ever talked once, you know. A woman said as Arjun stood above her, his eyes glowing silver by default now. You are alone. I want to change that. You began my journey to who I am today. The least I can do is give you a family. Though, we may have to fight a bit. Arjun stared at the woman as he held his hand out. Another woman behind him. Arjun, I didn't know you were in with so many goddesses. How many of them do I need to kill? Celine said, angry as she looked at Kim, the daughter of Poseidon, as well as the goddess that had helped him in the sea of monsters. So, will you join me? Arjun asked, smiling a little as his hand shook. Fine, Kim said, nodding and taking his hand. With this, Arjun and the 2 goddesses left the underwater space, reappearing in Camelot. Hello, everyone. On your right, Mordred, Arjun said as he leaned against the castle wall, drinking a muddy-looking drunk. The eagles? Yeah, I know. Who knew these bastards had such power? If I had known they were this weak, I would have just taken over Albion a long time ago. Mordred smirked as he unsheathed Clarent, slicing through the horned monster and pivoting on his right foot to deliver a fatal blow to a swarm of giant eagles. Thank you for the experience, Mordred said, bowing with his sword turned to the side. You are quite the swordsman, young lad. The new member, Sigurd said, smiling as he slashed through some human guards. But nothing compared to my lady. I'm not your lady, Scathath said in a tired tone as she kicked through a guard. They seem to have tamed the monsters of the land. Quite a scary thing, don't you think? Neath said as he unsheathed his sword and sheathed it again, slicing through the remaining guards. Fear is irrelevant, Kratos said as he came from the sky, holding a griffin that he slammed into the castle doors, breaking through and opening the path to the throne room. Careful now. If you're too busy looking at Scathath, you could die, Arjun said as a knife stopped an inch away from Sigurd's eye. Sigurd had caught the knife, of course, but Arjun found it kind to remind him. Ah, yes, thank you, sir, Sigurd said cheerfully as he continued staring at Scathath. He's like one of those training dummies you used to summon, Arjun said in his head as Scathath smiled a bit, remembering the doughy, dark-looking being she would use for Arjun to train. Who dares enter the palace without permission? A man began to say before Mordred surged toward the voice, stopping right in front of the throne before slicing down with Clarent. I guess he's learned honor, Nia said, pleased as he saw Mordred stop barely a half-inch away from the man's throat. To cut you down without a weapon is dishonorable. Ready yourself. Mordred's words trailed as he turned and sliced Clarent, hitting 3 small knives that were aiming for his neck. 2 on 1. Cease your attacks. We can handle this diplomatically, I'm sure. The king, at least that's what it looked like with him sitting in a throne and all, said, holding his hands up and standing up. 3 small figures fell from the ceiling and landed at his side, bowing as he looked at Arjun and his family. Diplomatically? No can do, Nia said, laughing awkwardly as the king looked at all of them, trying to find a way to get out of this. Then how about this? Leave my kingdom out of it. I will fight one of you. I get to choose. The king laughed inwardly. He wasn't just a weak loser. No, there was much more to him. Scathath shrugged, and the rest nodded. So the king took that as agreement. Then I will fight. You, the boy with the bright hair, the king said as he drew a long sword, both hands wrapped around the hilt as he readied himself to attack. Besides the woman, who he was thinking of saving for later, the boy looked the weakest out of the group. If I win, you all become my slaves, deal? Arjun, who the king had pointed to, looked at the rest with a tired expression on his face. Slaves? If you win, they become slaves? Fine, sounds like a plan. The king smirked as he lunged forward, the 3 small forms moving at a speed none of them expected, and all 4 surged toward Arjun. What is this? Arjun said, sighing before his eyes glowed silver. Boom! One of the small people were stopped midair by silver energy, as the other 2 were stopped by 2 beautiful women, and the king's sword was stopped by Arjun's fingers. What's with the surprised face? If you can use your minions, then surely my family would step in. Listen, you should have chosen Mordred, as he's changed from his old ways. Me, though, I've never changed, not even a little bit. Arjun finished his words by snapping the sword and sending a red beam of energy through the heart of the king, killing Bim instantly. The little people, which turned out to be 3 little girls, stood there in shock, seeing that the king was dead. I'm guessing you were slaves? It's fine. I don't really like hurting innocent kids, especially ones like you. Sigurd looked at the girls with hate as Arjun began leaving the throne room. But sir, aren't they liabilities? What if they try to get revenge? Sigurd asked, confused as to why Arjun would show mercy to people who had tried to kill them. His only impressions of Arjun were from Scathath, and the way she talked about him made it seem as if he wasn't that grown. She said he had lots of training to do, so he assumed he'd help with that. Maybe with this Scathath would be grateful for his help and marry him. Liabilities? Hey Sigurd, look at their eyes, that dull look. I'm sure a spoiled little dragon slayer like you wouldn't understand, but we do, Mordred and I specifically. Leave them. But shut the fuck up, Arjun said, turning as he grabbed Sigurd by the throat. Look at them, scars all over their body, the dull look of defeat. They look 7 at best. They've probably lived all their lives as slaves for that bastard. And guess what power-hungry people do to innocent, weak little kids who can't defend themselves? They rape them and hurt them without mercy. Leave them. Arjun let go of Sigurd as he looked back at the girls once more and turned, walking with the rest of his family. Sigurd was shocked at Arjun's words, but not for the right reasons. Spoiled little dragon slayer. He thought as his heart began beating fast, speeding up as his body began to beat up. Wait, I should calm down. Lady Scathath is right there, and killing her precious student would not be smart. Sigurd sighed as his heart calmed down, and he followed the rest out. Are they all out as follies? Good. Rain havoc. We need space for the war, Arjun said as a huge red and silver spiral dragon poked its head out a silver portal. As Arjun and the others disappeared, a huge red beam connected with the land, destroying the once great kingdom that Arjun and the others overthrew in half an hour. Welcome to Camelot, citizens of those other kingdoms no one cares about, Mordred said as he looked at the large crowd in the town square. Even though it was a lot of people, he was glad to see Camelot being active again like it used to be. Before he ruined it, Mordred explained everything to the people while the others got them all situated in Camelot. Arjun and Scathath, the two main leaders of the group, went back to the castle, both tired from work. Selene and Kim, Arjun's holy helpers as he liked to call them, decided to give him a break. Selene had kept him up the night before with her constant questions, as Kim had been reading every book in the castle. Scathath, be careful with what you do next, Arjun said, staring Scathath in the eye as she was less than an inch away from him, her hot breath tickling his skin as she leaned forward toward him. Well, that went from 0 to 100 real fast. What the hell happened here? Even I, the God Sage, have no clue. Oh well, it's basically started, yeah? Arjun asked, referring to the Titan war that Percy was going through. At the time of this, Percy had just tried to ambush Kronos, who had stolen the body of his son of Nemesis, goddess of revenge. Yes, soon we will need to decide where we stand. Have you decided yet? Scathath asked, closing the door and looking back at Arjun. In the 2 years, Arjun had gained a lot more knowledge of the world. Selene was just a goddess of info to him with how much she told him. He knew about primordials, he knew about the Titans, the giants. He learned more than Annabeth could ever teach him in only 2 years. I don't want to be on my father's side. I also don't want to help the gods, Arjun said, thinking hard as Scathath came closer. Honestly, if I had to choose, it would be having our own side, demigods, versus everyone else, or even better. Arjun's words trailed as he felt a hand on his, warm lips connecting with his as his eyes widened. Scathath pulled away as Arjun calmed down, looking at her with confusion written all over his face. 2 years. I've basically been alone for 2 years. I didn't realize how much I treasured your company. Now, I don't want to leave again. Scathath's words sounded almost desperate, contrast to the usual confident Scathath he'd basically grown up knowing. Scathath, be careful with what you do next, Arjun said, staring Scathath in the eye as she was less than an inch away from him, her hot breath tickling his skin as she leaned forward toward him. I am a careful person, Scathath said as Arjun continued to look her in the eyes, his own demeanor hesitant. Thankfully, or rather unthankfully for Scathath, Selene barged in the door, laughing and smiling with Kim as both goddesses held tons of gifts. Who knew humans like this still existed, giving so many gifts to us? Selene said as her smile froze, her eyes locking on Arjun and Scathath. What's going on? Selene asked, her smile now forced as Arjun stood up, leaving Scathath on the bed. Come with me, Selene. We have a lot to talk about, Arjun said, glancing back at Scathath before sighing inwardly. Kim looked at the door and then at Scathath before rolling her eyes and sitting down next to the woman. So, what happened? I'll tear her apart. How dare sh dash. Selene, Arjun said, cutting the goddess off as he sat down in a chair, looking at the moon goddess. Where do I have to go? Arjun asked, dead serious as Selene stopped her complaining and thought for a bit. More people need to die to open the gates of hell. From there, you can travel to the void. There Lady Hemera can give her blessing. Then, yeah, how do you think everyone will feel? Arjun said, sighing as he thought of what he was supposed to do. Most of them, devastated. Kratos will be regretful, and Sigurd relieved. Or did you not want a literal answer? Arjun chuckled slightly as he leaned his head back, closing his eyes and falling asleep quickly. I wish more would be like Sigurd. Boom. Percy breathed heavily as he heard the doors to the throne room of Olympus slam. He had left the others down, fighting in Olympus. Ah, Percy, quite nice of you to join us. Come have a seat, Luke said, smiling wildly as he saw Percy's surprise. Ethan Nakamura, the son of Nemesis, sat with Luke as well, both staring at him. Percy then shook his head, remembering that wasn't the boy he'd met in the labyrinth. No, that was Kronos. Ethan Nakamura had given his body to Kronos to use, driven by anger and revenge. Luke, Kronos, Percy said quietly, his heart beating fast even though he knew he had the upper hand. So long as Luke didn't interfere with his fight, he'd be fine, as he had the curse of the Styx placed on his body. It had been Nico's idea all that time ago. With Nico and Bianca there to convince Hades, it had been a breeze. Ah, Perseus Jackson, welcome to my new kingdom. It's a little happy-looking, but that's fine. Percy didn't listen to Kronos' words and rushed toward him, wielding Riptide and slicing down at the Titan's neck. Clink! Riptide bounced off the Titan's skin as Kronos grabbed Percy by the neck, throwing him to the side. Surely you suspected I'd do everything to get stronger? You actually gave me the idea to go to the Styx, you know. Percy stood up, a little more alert and worried as he realized it wouldn't be as easy as he'd hoped. Phew, you really are much stronger, Lord Kronos, Luke said, smiling as he looked at Percy. The smile seemed so backhanded that it made Percy more angry every second he looked at it. Luke, you're an Olympian. Why are you siding with our enemy? Percy knew very well that Luke wasn't to be trusted. He just needed full confirmation before attacking him as well. I should ask the same question, Perseus Jackson. After all, you seem to be buddy-buddy with Arjun. He is a prime enemy of Olympus, and yet you and several others are friendly with him. If you ask me, you're all the real traitors. Percy lunged at Luke, hatred in his eyes as he sliced down Riptide. How dare you? He yelled as he sliced Riptide into the flesh of Luke. Huh, all that power just for it to break. Luke said, smiling widely as he saw Riptide snap, the metal clanging against the marble floors of the throne room. Percy froze, not by choice, but by the power of Kronos, who slammed his fist into Percy's face and sent him flying into Poseidon's throne. How silly. A demigod breaks a magic sword after attacking an Olympian. Is this your funeral, Percy Jackson? Kronos said with a sadistic smile as he walked slowly toward Percy. Percy sat up slowly as he was stuck in Kronos' time spell. The Titan wasn't yet able to fully control his power, making it slow down time instead of full stop. Either way, though, Percy was at the disadvantage. Ugh. Percy gritted his teeth as he forced himself to stand up. Though it was slow, at least he was in a better position to fight. That's what he thought at least, but reality had other plans as Kronos kicked him in the stomach and threw him across the throne room. Come on, boy. All that yelling and big talk just to be beaten so easily? Show me the Perseus Jackson that's supposed to stop me. Kronos said, smiling widely as he opened his hand, a large scythe flying into it just as he struck down on Percy, intending to end this thing sooner rather than later. Geez, I hate to admit it, Percy, but this Titan loser may be right. What's the point in 5 years of training if you let one guy beat you? You still have that shit I gave you, don't you? Use it, idiot. Arjun's voice reached Percy's ears as the boy stood in front of Percy, blocking the scythe with a fixed riptide. I must say, this sword is truly amazing. It's like this, right? Arjun said, twisting the sword and hitting the scythe out of Kronos' hands. I guess I'm a little better now, huh? Arjun smiled at Percy as he dropped Riptide at his feet. I'm not here for Kronos. No, I'm here for the other loser, Arjun said, his smile dropping as he looked at Luke. Percy grabbed Riptide as he looked at Kronos with newfound hate. He didn't bother asking Arjun how he got here. He knew Arjun had his own set of secrets. Even after everything that had happened, Percy still considered Arjun a friend. So he trusted him just as he had trusted him all those years ago. Kronos, after everything you've done to ruin my life, you'll die here in Olympus. Percy pulled a small silver disc from his pocket and looked at it. It was the same thing Arjun had slipped into his pocket 2 years ago when Annabeth had first gone missing. Caliban, Percy yelled as a bright yellow light lit up in his face, revealing the perfectly crafted sword in his hand. It radiated holy energy. Just the sight of it was enough to make Arjun's skin crawl, but he ignored it as he faced Luke. "Hey, I've been meaning to finish you off for a while now, dash." Luke lunged at Arjun, pulling out Backbiter, which seemed to have gone through a makeover. Instead of the black and silver, it was now fully gold, feeling much more dangerous than before. "I'm glad you noticed," Luke said, appearing behind Arjun, slashing Backbiter in a wide arc. "This sword negates all healing. It can even kill other gods." Luke slashed Backbiter down, aiming for Arjun's neck as the silver-haired boy dodged and jumped to the side. "And that's just a cheap version of me," Arjun said as he flashed forward until he was right in front of Luke, slamming his elbow into the god. "That tickles, Arjun," Luke said before blood came out of his mouth. "You can pretend all you want, but taking a divinity doesn't make you a god. You'd have to have been blessed." Luke widened his eyes as he kicked Arjun away, backing up as he held Backbiter in front of him. "I am a god, Arjun," Luke said, his face turning red from anger as Arjun sighed and dropped his fighting stance. "I'm sorry, Luke. It was my fault that this happened to you. Now you won't get your heroic inhaha." Luke paused before flashing forward and slicing down on Arjun's neck. "It's all my fault," Arjun said as he dodged the blade and twisted his body, kicking Luke in the jaw and sending him flying across the room. "What bullshit are you spewing?" Luke said angrily as he gripped Backbiter and soared toward Arjun in a flash of golden light. "I wasn't supposed to exist," Arjun said as he kicked Luke square in the face. "My existence has messed up everything, and for that I'm sorry." Arjun sighed as he kicked Luke in the ribs, sending him into his throne. "But I have to do this, man. I have to finish everything. Don't worry, you'll get your heroic end. So, just die for me." Arjun said these last words as he took out his twin Glocks, pointing them straight at Luke as the god coughed up blood. "Ha, fine, whatever," he said as his brain was filled with silver energy, killing him instantly with no pain. In the first year of Arjun's training with Selene. "Why'd you do that?" Selene yelled at her moon partner, who just shrugged as he looked at the unconscious Arjun. Perhaps he had been a little too rough with his energy, but to learn this move meant going through hell, so he didn't see what he did wrong. As Arjun lay unconscious, his mind was far from asleep. "Arjun! Arjun!" a voice yelled, jerking him awake. "What the hell?" he said, breathing heavily as he looked around a room. "Geez, if you're not going to clean your room, the least you could do is dash. You think I'll fall for some shit like this? I know very well I don't have a mother. Just cut the illusion and talk to me normally," Arjun said, cutting off the woman as the walls began to fade. "Sorry about that. I knew you always wanted a mother," the woman said as the surroundings changed, showing a warm room with tea set out in front of both of them. "Who are you? Don't bother lying. Just tell me so I can leave quicker." "Well, Arjun, my name is Hemera, and we've met before, hee," the goddess said, smiling at Arjun's shock before the surroundings changed once again. "That's not why you're here, though. Someone is here to visit you. I simply managed to intercept you for a few seconds. It was worth it." With this, the woman dissolved in front of Arjun's eyes as a man stood in front of him instead. What do you think, Nisus? Think he's stronger than you?" A white-haired man next to the older man said, crouching close to Arjun, as if examining him. "No shot, Jasper. We all know I'm the strongest." "Sage, what do you think?" another man said on the other side. He also had white hair. The only thing different, though, were the several beautiful women were behind him. That doesn't matter. Get out of here," the older man, or Sage as they'd called him, said as he looked at Arjun. "You are filled with anger." "Why?" the man asked, his expression soft as Arjun looked up at him. "Why?" Arjun sat in front of the man, his silver eyes shaking as he heard a question he'd never been asked. It was always, "Arjun, why are we doing this?" Or, "Arjun, why do you hate the gods?" Never had he been asked why he was so angry. "Why? Why am I angry?" Arjun muttered to himself as the man looked around. "Damn, seems your world has limited time. Since you're connected to it, taking you out messes it up quite a bit. You're fully rested now. Perfect conditions to fight a war in. Word of advice, don't bother holding back." "What are you saying? Take me away from my world," Arjun said, his normal expression returning from the gloomy one he had prior. Huh, yeah, I sort of kind of put you in a world that you aren't supposed to be in, but oh well, you're connected to it now. So it gets angry when you leave. All the stuff you encounter were things added once you were added. I can't even enter since I'm banned from nearly every multiverse. But hey, it is what it is. Later now, Arjun. The man stood up and dusted off his jeans as he turned and began walking. A second later, he stopped, looking back at Arjun with an awkward smile. Not literally. I'll never see you again. You failed the recruitment process, so I can't make you my wrath. I know it's an unfortunate situation, but oh well. Goodbye, forever king of universe 890-3475C. I have a friend to catch up with, so if you'll excuse me. And with that, the man disappeared, and Arjun awoke back in his body as if nothing had happened. Present time. I am not supposed to be in this world. Arjun thought as Percy battled with the Titan, focusing entirely on the fight and not noticing Arjun's state of shock. Your efforts are almost laughable, the Titan said as he smiled and stood still, allowing Percy to land blow after blow on him. Not only did I get the river Styx, but I have my body back. All I need now is to get used to the feel. Once that's done, it'll be over. Kronos said, smirking to himself as Percy slashed again, this time cutting the sword across the Titan's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Are you sure about that? Percy said as the sword Caliban glowed in his hands. Time slowed. Percy's next slash was not nearly fast enough to hit Kronos. Percy was soon knocked back by the force of the Titan's attack, sending him flying into a marble pillar. Selene, is Kronos really that strong? Arjun asked the moon Titaness who sat close to him, both of them drawing lines on the floor. If you're thinking of recruiting him to help in the true war, then forget it. There's no point in bringing that guy into our ranks. He'd backstab us once he was sure it was safe. Be that as it may, his power is useful. Imagine he could pause time long enough for me to simply destroy the army? Arjun smiled a little at the thought. If only things were that easy. But you're right, he'd be too unpredictable. I don't know if I could counter that ability, so it's better not to risk it. Arjun sighed at the thought. He had bigger things to worry about, and they were coming soon. He had to ignore the old sage's words for now. He belonged here, and if he didn't, well, he wouldn't be here much longer anyway. Ugh, Percy grunted as he walked through the slowness, veins bulging from his arms as he held onto Caliban with all his strength. Blood dripped from his hand. So much energy was going into this one attack that it was physically bearing onto the boy. Arjun, they're coming. We have 3 hours tops before the true battle begins. Selene said to Arjun as she appeared, fully decked out in traditional Greek battle armor. Is that so? Has there been enough life absorbed? We only have one shot at this, Arjun said as he opened his hand and looked down at the silver energy. Springing out of it was a beautiful golden and silver box, cold to the touch but also strangely welcoming. Don't be tricked by the box. You cannot open it. Yet, Selene said, snapping Arjun out of his short trance. Suddenly, Arjun twisted his hand out of reach, staring down at a young-looking girl with glowing skin and auburn hair. Pandora's box. Hand it over now, Hestia said, a small edge to her voice as she reached out for the box. Unfortunately, I can't do that. This is very important, and it will also save everyone here alive. Not to mention it looks cool. Before Hestia could counter, an angry voice reached their ears. I'm not doing this for the gods. Percy yelled out, charging Kronos as golden and blue energy swirled around Caliban. Too late, boy, Kronos said, smiling as cracks in his skin appeared and golden light started seeping through them. Well, guess you need me to have the box now, don't you? Arjun said with a small smile as he flashed toward Kronos, only stopping as he felt his entire body slow. His power affects me even while I have a shroud, Arjun thought as he moved slowly toward the glowing man. It is foolish to fight your betters. All you mortals should kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Just wait. That son of Nemesis that you all know is gone. Behold, for I am Kronos. Arjun looked away as the man transformed, hoping everyone was doing the same. It'd be a shame if their souls burn up just when the battle was almost over. That feels much better. The power is coursing through me like. Kronos stopped as he looked down, a line going through his body from the top of his head to the end of his groin. I am Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, and we will never kneel before you. Percy said as he held Caliban, tears, sweat, and blood falling from his body as Kronos' two separated parts fell with a loud thud. Kronos, the Titan of time, had been slain. I didn't expect that. We're going to have to change our plans. Arjun muttered as him and his team all sat together in the throne room of Olympus. Yeah, before that though, shouldn't we find a way out of here? We're not exactly heroes to the gods, Sigurd said as he looked over and locked eyes with Athena. We could under normal circumstances, but they kind of have us captured, Arjun said, rolling his eyes as he raised the chains and shook them a bit. Yep, Typhon had been killed when Poseidon left his city and joined the battle. When the gods had come into the throne room, the first thing they'd done was restrain the entire team, including Selene. Arjun and the rest had no choice but to watch as the demigods received praise and gifts for saving Olympus. We're running out of time. Soon the heads of each pantheon will be here to decide our punishment. Why did you wage war against all the gods again? Scathath said with an annoyed expression as Mordred snored loudly off to the side. I'm starting to ask that question myself as time goes on, Arjun said with a sigh as he scanned the room, eventually locking eyes with his mother. Looking away from her, he saw another surprising sight. Apollo, it's nice to see you join us. How is Tartarus, by the way? Everything you'd hoped. Ares said mockingly as the frail, yet shining god sat on his throne. Yeah, Apollo, didn't you get beat by some kid? Dionysus said as he sat as well, smiling a bit as he watched the demigods celebrate their victory. Yeah, all of you would have been the same. That magic is unnatural. Why we don't destroy those gods, I don't know, Apollo said in an annoyed tone as he shrunk in his chair. For one, he hated being the center of attention. But what about them? Percy's voice suddenly could be heard above the commotion. Some of the gods looked at him with distaste. Though he had saved Olympus, he had also denied the best gift they had to offer, immortality. A lot of them saw this as disrespectful. Arjun inwardly sighed as he saw Percy pointing at him. Clearly, he couldn't just stay out of things for 1 second. They will be tried for their crimes and punished accordingly. The cursed child will be put to death, and Selene will be exiled from the heavens and earth, forced to stay in Tartarus for the rest of her memory. Zeus said, a small smile on his face as he no doubt imagined the satisfaction he'd feel at getting rid of his problem. Percy widened his eyes, but before he could say anything, Arjun smirked and coughed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Put to death. You'd love to end your mistakes so easily. This is our second meeting, and honestly I prefer your human form. You dare speak in my presence, Zeus said with a slightly offended tone, though it was mainly just venomous. Yes, I just said something, didn't I? Arjun said again, tapping his chin as he pretended to think. You insolent dash. Gonna have to cut you off, Arjun said as the chains dropped from all of his friends' wrists and ankles, and he pulled out Pandora's box. If I want to make a change, it's going to have to be now, when all lose hope, when enough have died. I can open the gate to the abyss. Arjun smiled at Zeus's shocked face. It seemed no one else understood what he meant, but Arjun knew. Enough have died, Zeus. But hope hasn't been released, Arjun said as he tapped on the top of the jar, smiling even wider as Percy and the others began to show weary expressions. Don't you dare, boy, Artemis yelled out. Arjun paused. Do you think you're my mother? Arjun said with a chuckle as he unscrewed the lid. And that's when everything went to hell. In hell. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be open, Mephisto said as he looked at the huge doors in front of them, the entrance to the mortal world. It'll open soon, because humans are predictable, and my son is more human than any other human, the beast said, smiling a little. This could mean the end of the world. My pantheon is behind you guys, though, Abaddon said, cracking his knuckles as he looked around. We're missing someone, aren't we? The beast shook his head. We'll pick up Astaroth later. As he finished talking, a faint golden glow shined off the twin doors, causing the devils and their armies to become alert. I told you, didn't I? The beast said as he walked toward the door. Let's go take back our birthright. You will do no such thing, Arjun said as the glow faded, leaving only him standing in front of the door. Something was different about him, though. He seemed calm, more confident than he usually was. Huh, don't tell me you wasted your one opportunity to open Hell's Gates on yourself. Where's your army? Arjun smirked at the beast's words. What do I need an army for? Whoosh. Arjun sliced through the air with 2 daggers, stabbing into the beast's side and jumping away in a split second. You guys don't realize it yet, but we've been fighting for a while now. The Titan Kronos' power was useful. I combined it into the spell to open the gates. I've been fighting you all for nearly 3 millennia, haha. Arjun jumped off the cliff and landed in the middle of the huge army, smiling as silver and red energy radiated off of his daggers. The war is now. Kill the child, Mephisto yelled crazily. The surrounding demons and devils began attacking Arjun, magic energy and swords, knives, and arrows all being thrown at him. 3,012 times. That's how many times I've fought all of you. I almost won last time. Do you know what that means? Arjun smirked as he sliced his dagger slowly to the side, a thin line of red energy coming out of it. It means that today's the day. Arjun finished as thousands of demons and lower devils were sliced to bits, blood covering the battlefield as the devil leaders all looked at him with shocked expressions. Oh, I think I get it now, Beast. You said we'd find Astorath later. The devil of rage, king of anger, Astorath. He was reincarnated, huh? Mephisto said with an amused look on his face as he watched Arjun sliced and cut through the army. Do you think you're my mother? Arjun said as he began to unscrew the lid. Don't do this, Arjun, Selene suddenly said, grabbing his hand and reaching for the jar. What? Arjun said, shocked as he saw her grab him, twisting the cap just as her fingers closed around his wrist. Damn it, Selene said, looking down at the jar. Arjun pulled his hand away from the tedious, staring down at the small blue light that crawled out of. Arjun dodged strikes and sliced down demons, blood splashing all over him as his arms were a blur. I must say, your father sired quite the bastard. It's getting me all riled up, Abaddon said as he slammed a fist into Arjun's side. Is that so? Arjun replied as he twisted in the air and landed on his feet, killing several more demons. Every single time, you're always the first one to attack me, Arjun said, raising his daggers in defense as Abaddon struck once again. Even if I believe your story of fighting for 3 millennia, there's simply no chance you ever beat me, Abaddon said as he elbowed Arjun across the face, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him into the ground as more demons began to swarm the injured boy. You've said that almost 3,000 times. How predictable, Arjun said as he spun on the ground and pushed himself up, snapping his fingers and kicking Abaddon in the face all in one motion. Asphales, Arjun said as the silver wolf emerged from his body and attacked Abaddon, biting into his arm and dispelling red energy. The battle might as well be over now. You're done, Arjun said as he twisted in the air and landed on a demon's face, pushing off and decapitating him at the same time. Why do you say that? Abaddon said, an inch away from Arjun's face. Abaddon slammed his knee into Arjun's face, throwing him into a small mob of lower devils who stabbed at him with pitchforks. You seem to think fighting against me 3,000 times gives you an edge. All it means is that I won 3,000 times. Abaddon grabbed Arjun by the wrist and threw him in the air, flying through the air with him until eventually kicking him back to the ground. Yeah, that's exactly what I think, Arjun said as he slammed into the ground. Crunch. Abaddon slammed down on Arjun with his feet, hearing the crunch of his bones. That didn't feel right, Abaddon muttered as Arjun smirked. Now yours. What did you just dash? Abaddon widened his eyes as the very fabric of his being was destroyed. He could feel his consciousness remain, but he didn't exist. Abaddon the Destroyer. What a useless name for one so weak. You're nothing to me now. 3,000 matches, and I'm the strongest. All that talk. yet you don't even know anything about me. I'm starting to think you never actually beat me. Arjun widened his eyes as Abaddon grabbed him by his face, his body reforming in a glowing black dust. That's... Arjun started as he struggled against the god devil's grip. About right, haha. Arjun finished as Abaddon's body reformed completely, a huge sword on his hand now. Abaddon threw Arjun into the air, teleporting next to him halfway and kicking him back into the burning hot soil of hell. Not how I wanted this to go, Arjun thought as he turned to dodge the next attack from Abaddon. It was all in vain, though, as Abaddon dropped to his knees and slammed into his ribs, another small crack reaching his ears as a stinging pain erupted in his side. Asphalles, Arjun muttered as he rolled away and jumped up, dodging and blocking Abaddon's strike with Asphalles' energy. Let me know, Abaddon muttered as his flesh began to flake away. When you are ready to get serious, Abaddon raised his hand, fire bursting up all around them, forming a semicircle that blocked off any retreat Arjun could have gone for. What an annoying ability, Arjun said as he was mid-air. Silver energy bursting from his palm and swirling around him. Extending his hands, the energy burst forward, flowing over the fire and cooling the area down. We've gone through every scenario, every fight, and every possibility. I can physically bend your time. You have no chance of winning this time, Arjun said dully, dodging once more as he pulled out his Glock, shooting 3 times before turning it into a spear and swinging in a wide arc toward Abaddon. You've most likely said that every single time, mate. This makes no difference, Abaddon said with a huge grin. I may have died each time, but it's inevitable that I'll beat you eventually. With each fight, I get stronger, perform better, get more control. This will go on until I win, and that's final. Arjun smirked to himself as he raised his hand, silver and red energy swirling around his arm, twisting and tightening as it formed shell. Abaddon attacked again with the hellfire, burning off the shell quickly. But that had been Arjun's purpose. I learned to do that in our last couple of fights. Got burnt too much. Still hurts, you know. What is this? An angry voice said off to the side as Arjun and Abaddon continued. Abaddon, why is he not dead yet? Mephisto yelled out, standing next to the beast as Arjun worriedly glanced between the three. This is new, he muttered, shocked that there were still other possibilities after all the fights he'd had in the time loop. Abaddon rolled his eyes, not bothering to look at Mephisto. Locking eyes with Arjun, he smirked, raising his hands in a gesture. Look at this, all these beings that want you stopped. Do you understand what that means, boy? You will never destroy hell. Shink. That's funny. I wasn't planning on destroying anything. Argentine said as he stood behind Abaddon, his silver aura whipping around his body as the sky opened up. I'm afraid I've been untruthful with my intentions. Please forgive me. I have no plans to kill any of you, so long as you agree to let me rule, of course. Arjun said calmly, the rift in the sky like a crack in glass, stretching wider and wider. You rule, Mephisto yelled, outraged at the thought. Havoc, Arjun said. Instantly, a beam of red energy struck Mephisto, piercing through his heart and causing his skin to decay in a flash. He didn't even have the time to scream. The fuck? The beast said as he watched Mephisto's body decay and turn into dust in only a few seconds. I've already gained approval from all of Beelzebub's supporters, whether you allow me to or not. I'm already in place for the throne. Will you join me or stand in my way? Arjun said, finally cracking a smile as Asphalles appeared at his side. You aren't even a pure-blood devil. Your father is a forgotten name in the Book of the Damned, and yet you want to rule? I don't care if you're supposed to be some second coming of Astorath. I could never allow you to rule. Skathatha's attacks couldn't ever truly be dodged. If anyone knew this, it was people that had been trained by her. She was perfect in every way and also imperfect, as the Jade Emperor pointed out. Your imperfection is that you are perfect, so you aren't perfect. Quite ironic if you ask me. The Jade Emperor said with a smile as he bowed and turned away. If you know, then there's no need to continue this. Make sure you get strong. I'd hate for there to be more than one war. One war is enough. Let's just see which side I see you guys on. The Jade Emperor stepped away before snapping his neck to the right as the nine-tailed fox burst through it, slamming into him. "Fox, what are you doing?" the Jade Emperor said as he helped the fox up. "Haha, you know me and my big mouth. I think I just awakened a monster. He may even rival that bastard you brought to Buddha to join his pantheon. What was his name again? Ah, Abaddon. Ugh, it's okay, Arjun, or it's not the end of the world. Or, why are you doing this, Arjun? You know they aren't the enemy, so what? I don't care about that shit. I don't care about the gods anymore. At this point, I'm just attacking you guys before you attack me. Think of it as a hunter's instinct. I just know you gods want me dead." Arjun walked out of the hole in the wall, rubbing his head as he had a clear frown on his face. Every step made Skathatha's heart thump as he seemed to walk in a different way. "You know, I fight all the time, but I never win. I always seem to lose something from every fight. I'm tired of that shit. You said that even though it may seem like she hates me, my mother still loves me? Haha, don't give me that shit. Instead, tired of it all. All the voices, everything needs to be quiet." Arjun yelled as dark energy swirled around him. His entire demeanor screamed sad. It was downright depressing. His words were filled with venom as he spat them out. Before Arjun came into the room, the fox jumped over and around Arjun and punched him in between each one. "You're weak. I've never fought a weak Omega before, so that's going to need to change, transform," the fox said, slamming his fist into Arjun's face and sending the boy flying. That usually works. Then do I really need to do it first? Beware, I have a total of 9 transformations. I've never needed to go past 4. With these words, the fox jumped up and landed on Arjun's chest with his knees as golden energy crackled along his fingertips. "Or maybe, you don't know how," the fox said, smirking as he knew he had hit it right on the mark. Fox slammed into Arjun, showing off the king golden claws. This was only the weakest transformation he had, and yet it would most likely destroy any civilization alive at the time. "Well, I guess it's fine. You're pretty good at staying alive. You're like hardware without the software or something like that. It's hard to keep up with the times nowadays." The fox was simply talking to himself as every ounce of Arjun's energy was going into his focus. Each punch he tried to make out and block, but he couldn't even see it. The pain from the claws carving into his skin was the least of his problems, as he had his healing factor. His main problem was the fact that he couldn't even fight back against this monster in front of him. I sense that sadness inside you. If it makes it any better, even though you may not think it, your mother still loves you," the fox said without thinking. He knew the situation regarding Arjun, and he knew all this had stemmed from his mother. Having gone through a similar situation, the nine-tailed fox wanted to reassure the boy. However, the fox didn't take into account how this would affect the boy in front of him. A boy who, at one point in their life, would have loved to hear those words. But now, the fox slammed his fist into Arjun's gut, but something about it caused him to furrow his eyebrows in confusion. "You have 9 forms, yeah? Well, here, I guess this is my first one," Arjun said as he had grabbed the nine-tailed fox's wrist, holding him still as he slammed his own fist into the fox's jaw, throwing him through the wall. "He did it. It's about time. You said I should know to make sure he's strong. Well, I do. He may not be the strongest, but look how strong his first Omega form is. Now, just imagine if he has more than one like your little fox here. Thanks for the advice, but I'll continue with my plan," Skathath said as Arjun rushed the gods, his face completely dull. Unlike before, though, he was totally aware. It was like his field of vision was wider, and everything seemed slower. "Stop! That's about enough," Buddha suddenly said, appearing in front of Arjun and catching him mid-air. "I understand, Skathath. You must understand as well. If rather have Arjun on my side, I'd hate to have to fight him and then die later. I have a family too. These here in this room, they're my family, and I want to continue living with them forever." Buddha looked at Arjun before slamming him into the ground and knocking him out. 3 years. We only have 3 years until the devils will surge Earth. They're distracting all the other factions at the moment. Greeks are distracted with that Titan rising again. Fate is hard to beat. Yet, I guess not impossible. Good luck on your conquest. I will not interfere anymore, so long as he continues to gain strength. Here, a gift from a friend. With these words, Buddha touched the back of Arjun's head and grabbed something. Arjun's body pulsed as he woke up. Too much anger is a terrible thing to live with for anyone, even someone born into it. With these words, the gods disappeared, leaving Arjun and the others on top of a hill with nothing on it. There was no building in sight, as if the temple had suddenly floated off to a different location. Damn, I lost again. I'm always losing. I don't want to lose. Arjun muttered as he covered his face, laying on his back as Skathath and Nia watched him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Arjun yelled as he slammed his fist against the ground. Tears were flowing from his eyes as he remembered the battle. All that training for what? Just to be taught how weak I really am by some crazy, powerful god. What's the point then? Arjun sat up as the tears continued. My body feels hot. I feel light. What's the reason I'm doing all this again? I can't recall. The voices are gone. I'm just back to the same. What's the point? Dash. Sir Dash. Oh, shut up, Nia. Sir this, sir that. I'm sick of that shit. Until I'm worthy of being a leader. Don't call me sir anymore. Just say my name. Veilfar yelled, red energy surrounding his entire body as he flashed forward, slicing his claws into Arjun's chest. Arjun backed away, wincing as he felt the burn on his chest. God, he whispered as he saw the red energy seeping into the wound. That's a little trick Astaroth used back in the day. He would let his energy slowly devour his opponent's soul before taking it back, destroying his enemy's very existence. Stop speaking about him so much. I know you guys think I'm some reincarnation, but I'm me. There's never been another. Astaroth died when you devoured him. The demonic energy I have is only because of you. Stop trying to make sense of the situation. That shouldn't have happened. Arjun lashed out. Silver energy worked into his wounds, slowing down the demonic energy, trying to attack his soul. Gods, so annoying, Arjun murmured as he breathed heavily. Arjun jumped into Veilfar, slamming his knees into the devil's face before grabbing his neck and head butting him as well. Asphales, Arjun said as he dropped down, being caught by the wolf and transported behind Veilfar. Arjun aimed his two Glocks and let off dozens of shots. Red and silver energy burst forward at the speed of sound, chasing after Veilfar. Arjun controlled each beam with his mind, making a pattern as Veilfar tried to dodge the beams of energy. Every time Veilfar managed to get close, a beam would cut him off, sending him scurrying away to try a new position. Arjun caught his breath. His headache was worsening, his vision was dimming, and his energy was depleting. After all this time, he knew his body had reached its limit. There was only so much a mortal soul could do before it burned up. It certainly didn't help that ancient demonic energy was currently making its way through his spiritual system to rip and tear apart his soul to be devoured by Veilfar. You think you're good with the destroyer energy? I'm better. Veilfar yelled as the lion devil flashed around, his form blurry as Arjun turned, stepping and crossing his feet just to keep his body up with the impossibly fast movements Veilfar pulled off. Arjun's eyes glowed as they snapped every which way, tracking Veilfar as he pulled out his other Glock, this one crimson. Omega Beam, Arjun whispered as he raised his guns and shot 2 shots, the energy spiraling in the air and mixing as Veilfar flashed in the spot Arjun aimed at, the devil's eyes widening as he attempted to dodge the attack. Left, right, around, Arjun murmured, directing the energy to follow the dodging devil. Crap, he thought, gulping as he dispelled his follies. Even after all his training, all his battles and hardships, he was still mortal, and all mortals had limits. He only had so much energy to use. Once he burned out, it would be over. Got you, Veilfar said, appearing in front of Arjun just as the silver-haired boy made an L gesture with his fingers, changing it into a fist, and then putting up 3 fingers as he kicked up. Asphales, he said, jumping up and being whisked away by the wolf as he pulled out his weapons, transforming them into a bow and bringing all the energy he'd expelled toward him, condensing it into an arrow of pure energy into his fingertips. I'll give it my all, he thought to himself, letting the arrow grow 10 times bigger, energy cracking all around it as he grimaced, sweating as he stood on top of the flying wolf. A last-ditch effort, Arjun, Veilfar said, feeling the energy rise and rise as Arjun pulled the bowstring back. You could say that, Arjun said as he vanished, reappearing behind Veilfar and letting go of the bowstring. Boom! The arrow flew forward with enough force to break the sound and speed barrier, flying into Veilfar, exploding as Asphali's dissipated and Arjun dropped to his knees, spent from the non-stop battles. Every fight he'd had with the devils and Abaddon, and even sometimes Mephisto, was catching up to him. All the damage he'd received, the deaths he'd faced, each one was making a mark on his body, mind, and soul. Arjun breathed heavily on his knees as everything went quiet in his ears. His vision was fading, but as it turned out, his hearing was leaving quicker. Arjun watched as the dust cleared, his eyes hopeful. I need to hurry. This needs to be over. I can't afford another loop, Arjun thought, not wanting to imagine how destroyed he'd be if he went back into his loop point and refight Abaddon and do this all over again. As the dust cleared, a shiny gleam was in Arjun's eyes. It wasn't hope this time, but tears. Oh well, Veilfar whispered, standing there with his body decaying and reforming at the same time, as if not sure which to do. Arjun could see his attack had definitely been a killing move, but with someone who devours literal beings of pure energy, Veilfar was able to still survive, even though his form looked broken. It was a good attempt, Veilfar said, walking slowly toward Arjun as the silver-haired boy plopped face first into the dirt. Now, I think I'll devour you as well, Arjun. Devil and God mixed? No one else will be able to stand against me. I will reign over all. I will take over heaven, hell, the mortal realm, and every pantheon around until everyone bows to me. All because little Arjun was too weak to beat me. Arjun grimaced. Shut up, he croaked out. I could never let that happen, because then I wouldn't have fulfilled my goal. Arjun said as his vision went blurry, his ears barely picking up Veilfar's taunts. Your goal? Yes, you've mentioned it quite a few times now, yet it seems you're your limit. My energy has reached your neural core, Arjun. I won. Your soul, body, and very being is mine to devour. Why are you still talking? I said shut the hell up, Arjun said as he raised his hand, a beam of energy escaping from the crack Havoc sat in. No, Havoc, Arjun said, raising his hand and lifting his head high. Your goal is most important, a voice said as Arjun felt time freeze. A huge wolf stood in front of him, shrinking down to normal size and nuzzling its nose against Arjun's neck. I've been protecting you as long as I could, my brother, but I'm afraid time is something we have no more of. Asphali's, Arjun said in shock. He knew Asphali's was created using his energy, and also that he had a mind of his own, but this was beyond everything he'd imagined of the protective wolf. Then, Asphali's words sunk in. Yeah, I guess it's impossible now, huh? I'll never achieve what I need to. Asphali's, it was fun, Arjun said, sighing before he felt a paw on his cheek. My last protection, I will be your soul, Asphali's said, nuzzling against Arjun's chest. Finally, rest, Asphali's whispered as Arjun opened his eyes, the color returning to his skin and his energy feeling as if it was at an all-time high. Suddenly, the sounds of battle stopped. It was over. Arjun felt it. He'd done it. The bloodshed could end. Your soul is mine, Veilfar said, unhinging his jaw and stepping over Arjun, not aware of the pause in time. Nah, Arjun said as he waved his hand, moving the energy away from Veilfar and looking up in the sky. Havoc, he yelled, escape your realm. It's time. And Havoc, the beautiful silver and black scaled dragon he'd summoned when he was only a kid, was finally free. Arjun stood as Veilfar froze, his jaw unhinged and his eyes wide in shock. You were done? How? How are you, Dash? His words were cut off from a screech and a tear in the fabric of the world that almost sounded like the screech of a chalkboard. The abyssal dragon, Arjun said, smiling a big as he saw the giant dragon fall down from the crack in the sky. I named it Havoc, but in truth its name is Tiamat. Do you feel that, Lord Zeus? Hera said, emphasizing the Lord. The Olympians all say in their thrones, Arjun's accomplices in chains in the middle of the floor, and Camp Half-Blood circling around them as they awaited judgment. Tiamat? You mean the abyssal dragon? Mordred said in shock. He'd only heard of the dragon in legends and fairy tales, but with a little more thought, he supposed it made sense it existed considering he was surrounded by a bunch of beings he never thought to be real. Artemis, your spawn is infinitely more annoying than I could have ever imagined. Zeus grimaced, standing from his throne and looking down at Kratos. Surprised to see you here, and not using your power? Such a terrible use of my seed, Zeus said as lightning struck him, his armor appearing strapped on him and his lightning bolt in his hand. Gods of Olympus, half-bloods, we are now fighting for existence rather than our lives. Tiamat was a being sealed away long ago because she could decide the rules of the world. How Arjuna managed to summon her, I'm not sure. But do not go into this battle expecting to live. It's time to end this terrorist's life once and for all. Hopefully Tiamat leaves with him dash. Stop that, a voice yelled. You fucking bastard. Stop calling him a terrorist. Megan yelled, fury in her eyes as she ready to spell. Whoa, Percy said, stepping in front of the enraged girl as Annabeth joined him, followed by Talia Grace. Megan, what's gotten into you? Annabeth questioned, a shocked look on her face. Arjun has done nothing wrong. The truth is Zeus wants to get rid of him only because Artemis is his mother. I've been talking with some of the spirits. You just want to get rid of Arjun to make up for your daughter's mistake. No one said anything. It had been revealed Artemis had a child to the demigods. But for many of the Olympians, this was the first time hearing it. The terrorist is the son of Artemis? Athena said with a confused expression, as you could practically see the gears in her mind turning, trying to process that information. How does she still have her immortality? Zeus clenched his jaw before pointing his lightning bolt. Your mistake has cost a lot covering up, daughter. There's nothing else we can do, he said, casting an angry glance toward Aphrodite. Artemis didn't say anything, but the hunters all stood in front of her minus Talia, bows out as if they were prepared for battle. Lady Artemis has done nothing wrong, Zoe Nightshade said. Her lady was tricked by the witch Aphrodite, Zoe exclaimed, aiming her bow at said goddess as Olympus yelled in unison. Everyone quiet. A voice pierced through the noise, quieting the gods, hunters and demigods as they all turned toward the voice. The truth is, I was tricked, not only by Aphrodite, but also someone much more dangerous. Since before we were born, there was evil, beings called devils. They are our enemy, and Arjun's father is one of them. Artemis began to explain the king tale of Arjun, all of his origin, adventures, and true goals, which she knew due to his numerous subconscious prayers to her, that she listened to any time she was feeling down. Rain havoc Tiamat, devour the void, and reset the rules of the world. I have someone to meet. Do you think we're done, son? Veilfar said, not even glancing at Tiamat, who broke out of the crack in the sky, diving down and grabbing devils and spraying energy everywhere, its screech shaking the heavens. You have lost relevance. Go live a useless life and die. There's no reason for me to kill you anymore, Arjun said, turning his back on his father. You dare, Veilfar yelled, lunging at Arjun with his mouth open wide. Stop! Arjun coughed, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth as he gave the command. He needed to act fast before his body gave out. He could finally rewrite the laws of the world, and with Tiamat's help, the history. His selfish plan, the plan he began thinking up the day he'd lost Law, was finally a possibility. Veilfar was suspended in the air, frozen in time, due to Arjun's command. Using such abilities was beginning to have its toll on Arjun's mortal body. Though he wasn't supposed to be able to die in normal circumstances, he could feel his very soul burning each time he used godly or demonic abilities of his predecessors. How long? Veilfar said, moving sluggishly in the air as Arjun coughed up a little blood, wiping it on his shirt and turning away. Long enough to keep you there until I see her. Veilfar didn't respond, only continuing to struggle as the devil's screams echoed in Arjun's ears. Tiamat's judgment not to be laughed at. Arjun walked many miles, but it didn't feel like much to him after everything he'd done. Law, I know you're here somewhere. Your soul was damned to hell, so I'm here to free it, Arjun said, walking farther and repeating Law's name over and over again, yelling, screaming as Tiamat's rage grew more faint with each passing second. Law, Arjun said as he got down on one knee, breathing heavily. Asphali's had helped heal and replace the dead parts of his soul, but it could only help so much. I'm here, Arjun. Arjun widened his eyes as he felt the warm arms clasp around his neck, the small head of his friend pressing into him as her legs wrapped around him. Ah, I missed you, he said, staring down at Tiamat as she flew through the sky, chasing the stray demons. Yes, I know. I've been watching you when I could, but this place is weird, and yes, you don't have to explain. I'm just glad you're here. Do you know what I mean to do? Arjun threw the question out there, his eyelids heavy as he felt Law hold onto him tighter. I do, and I'll help you however I can, no matter the sacrifice. But Arjun, are you in any shape to try this? What more can you sacrifice to change the world? Arjun sat in silence for a second before standing up and turning around, looking at the smiling man made of shadow, accompanied by a red-skinned, orange-haired woman, who smiled brightly at him, though his eyes showed fear, brokenness, and misery. What more do I have to give up? What more do I have to sacrifice? The truth is, Law, if it means changing all this, I'll even give my very existence. Ether smirked at Arjun. Truly? So much pain, you a boy. You make a great god. If you truly wish to visit the Creator, you're going to have to beat me. You understand this, correct? Ether crouched, the wispy shadow of a man spreading around Arjun, darkening the area before the boy held his hand up. Not with Law. I see now, Arjun. Yes, I'll help you. I see what you want. It's in reach. Law said as her spirit glowed, her pupils infinity symbols, as she made a gesture with both her hands, light flooding the entire area, enveloping all of hell in one swift motion. I, lawmaker of the realm, use my second not to change this law. People no longer need to beat Ether, guardian of the void, the entrance to the gates of heaven, in order to gain counsel with the Creator. Law spread her arms out, clapping her hands as her pupils returned to normal, and she dropped down onto Arjun's back again, her spirity body fading and being replaced with a solid flesh and bones one. This is my last, Arjun, and I'll use it for you, vision. Ether stood there, shock clearly expressed on his shadowy face as Hemera smiled, her eyes full of hope as she looked at Arjun. You, Ether paused, are granted entry. Who knew an original would be around? Thought they had all been used up by now. How lucky, Ether said as he looked at Law as Arjun walked past him, carrying the girl on his back. My blessing was not wasted on you, my chosen. Go, make the world a fair place, rid it of unnecessary misery, and live the life you deserve. Arjun paused as he looked at Hemera. Lady Hemera, I thank you for protecting me throughout these years. With this counsel, I will make things right. You do not deserve to be forced into marriage with someone who will only abuse you for the rest of eternity. There are a lot of people suffering, and I plan to make this all right. With this, Arjun looked at the golden steps in the gate that Ether had opened. Finally, he said to himself as he stepped on the first step, plopping down as his consciousness was yanked elsewhere. Ah, welcome at last, young anomaly. I have watched your journey. Now you are here. A man with a face Arjun couldn't make out said as he towered over him. Now speak, what is it you want? Without honor there is no fight. A swordsman isn't a swordsman if they don't have honor. Mordred paused and looked at Nia. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! Are you serious? Mordred yelled as he ran forward, jumping in the air and spinning, kicking his foot out to hit Nia square in the chest. It's like you're separate from reality. There's no way you think some bullshit like that, right? Mordred asked as he completely assaulted Nia's body. The swordsman didn't fight back, not even guarding his attacks as Mordred used his full power in each strike, offering no mercy for his comrade. Mordred stopped his attacks and looked down on Nia with eyes full of rage. Say it with me. Honor is nothing. Mordred yelled, slamming his fist into Nia's face. Honor. Mordred stopped his attack and waited for Nia to finish. is everything. Bam. Mordred's fist slammed into Nia's face. Force equivalent to hundreds of men hitting you at the same time hit Nia's face. Honor is nothing, Mordred would say. Honor is everything, Nia answered back. Between each phrase an attack was ensued, and an attack was received. Kill him. Kill this peasant in cold blood and return to your former glory. Honor is nothing. It doesn't help you win, and it doesn't give you satisfaction. It is nothing, Morgana said, smiling as she stood over the two. Honor is everything. Without honor, I would have fought back, but it's dishonorable to fight an opponent while they're going through something. Come on, Mordred. Aren't we friends? Nia's voice reached Mordred's ears as he raised his fist, ready to end it. Friends? No, we aren't friends. Mordred brought his fist down. Bam! A crack appeared in the clearing and stretched 40 feet in every direction, making a cross in the ground. We're family. That guy you wanted to meet, he's not dead. He's just on that hill. He's always on that hill. I'll see you later, Nia. With this, Mordred walked away, farther into the clearing before going into the neighboring forest. I thought I was going to die. But Nia jumped up and landed on his feet, a joyful look on his face. I know where I'm going to train. With this, Kratos, Mordred, and Nia went to train. Nia with the legendary swordsman Musashi, Kratos in his room, meditating, and Mordred to a secret location no one would find him at. What is it, young ones? Beelzebub asked, looking at the demons surrounding him. We're tired of being stuck down here. You are just blinded by the old ways. We are much stronger than anything out there. Beelzebub inwardly sighed as he faced them all. Let me guess. A demon whose power rivaled mine came and offered you guys freedom in return for you guys offing me? Well, who am I to stand in the way of this golden opportunity? Go right ahead, kids. Come on now. Kill me. Beelzebub smiled widely as he stared at the young demons, all of which were shivering slightly. And no, Lord Beelzebub, we were just a little tired of this. Will this ever be over? Beelzebub didn't answer as he swiped his hand across his body, killing every demon in the room. I'm not an idiot, Mephisto, and I used to play that trick all the time with our elders. So you finally come for a visit, son? The beast stood outside the room Beelzebub was in, a short dagger in his hand as he looked at his dad. Devil society needs to change. There's no humans to make deals from, no humans to feed off of, and no humans to terrorize. Lucifer would be disappointed. Beelzebub sighed as he finished dusting off the chair he usually sat on. Is that so? I feel like I've been a little light on all of you guys. Was that a mistake? Beelzebub asked as his eyes glowed blue, contrary to his son's red eyes. Arjun opened his eyes, his body feeling as if it had been hit by a truck. Arjun! He heard his mother yell from the kitchen, a smile coming to his face as he sat up and looked around. I'm coming, he yelled, hopping out of bed and rushing out of his room. Seeing his mother in an apron, flipping pancakes as his father sat at the table reading the newspaper, Arjun smiled and joined them in the kitchen. Geez, kid, you want some cash? Your wardrobe looks like you're homeless, his dad joked as he walked out. Nah, I like my clothes, you're just too old to understand the current style, Arjun said, smiling widely as he sat down for breakfast. Arjun's mom set a few plates out on the table. Steamy eggs, crispy bacon, and fluffy pancakes. The perfect meal to start the day. You should hurry, or you'll miss the bus, his mother said, smiling at him as he served himself a decent helping of food. I'll be fine, even if I miss the bus, Arjun said, his face changing slightly, showing a much too grown expression. I'm just kidding, love you guys, Arjun said, jumping up and rushing back to his room to grab his backpack. I'm telling you he should see someone, Arjun's dad said, setting the newspaper and looking at his wife seriously. He's fine, Dash. Do you really believe that? Lately he's been so weird. It's like he changed overnight. I want him to go to a therapist. What if he has depression? These were the words of a father worried for his son. So nothing Arjun's mother could possibly stop him from acting. Maybe we can ask him to try it out, just for a day or something. Arjun walked down the sidewalk, his smile bright enough to light up the darkest corridor. What's got you so happy, dude? Sam, short for Samantha, asked, stepping out of her house and looking at him with a curious expression. Nothing, just happy, he replied. They talked about their class trip they were going on today, laughing and yelling jokes, but Sam could see something was wrong. What's wrong? She asked as they reached the bus stop, seeing that Arjun wasn't acting the same as he usually did. Why is everyone asking me that today? I'm fine, Dash. Arjun stopped talking as a boy walked past them, arm in arm with a blonde girl that he had to admit was quite pretty. They locked eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. With a smile, the boy waved, pointing back at him to his girlfriend. Damn, she's fine as hell, Sam said, checking out the girl as the older teens kept walking down the sidewalk. Huh, weird, Sam said, still checking out the girl as the bus rolled up, honking. They boarded the bus and set off for school, though Arjun couldn't shake that weird feeling he had when the two older teens had walked by them. God, when are we getting set free from this prison? Sam asked next to Arjun, who was trying hard not to fall asleep during their chemistry lecture. Miss Falls? Is there something you wanted to say to the class? Their teacher said, stopping any further conversation as Arjun shook his head to stay awake, looking out the window. Had he not done this, he never would have seen the two teenagers watching him from outside the school gates, standing there staring at him eerily. The fuck? He whispered. They seemed to have noticed he had saw them, though, as they turned and quickly walked away from the school. Hey, it's that girl from earlier, Sam said, leaning over his desk and looking at the two flee. Weird coincidence to see them twice, huh? Arjun wasn't listening. I think they were watching me, he said quietly, earning a confused glance from Sam. Get over yourself, dude. That girl is not even close to being in the same league as you, hell. You're not even in the amateur league. She's like the Messi of women, Sam continued on, naming everything she liked about the girl. Yeah, Arjun said, still not really listening as he thought about the situation. So weird. Sam waved goodbye to Arjun as she went into her house, leaving him alone walking down the street. The day itself had been fairly uneventful. Even their trip had gotten canceled and postponed until the following week, so there was nothing to look forward to. Arjun stopped walking, hearing footsteps behind him stop as well. Why are you two following me? He asked, sighing to himself as he looked back and saw the blonde girl and sandy-haired boy from earlier. Hello, Arjun, the boy said cautiously, taking a step forward with his hand outstretched. Arjun looked at the hand. Yeah, I'm not shaking that. Who knows where you've been? The boy flinched slightly, clearly annoyed at the insult. So, how was your day? Arjun shook his head. What do you want? He asked bluntly, turning on his heel and walking the opposite direction. Wait, we need your help, the boy yelled, desperately stopping Arjun in his tracks. I know you don't remember. No one remembers, but Arjun, you are very special. 17 years ago, you changed the entire world. The fabric of reality was completely rewritten. No one seems to remember, but I do. The boy clenched his fists. We need your help, Arjun. Lately, there have been more rips in reality, and Arjun looked back at the two with a confused look. You sound insane, he said, walking away again. Stop, the boy yelled angrily. Stop. Please, you're the only one who could help us? I know you can't remember. Just please let me explain. Arjun, I have a daughter. I need to get back. Arjun looked back to see the boy in tears as the blonde buried her face in his chest. A daughter? Aren't you like 17? He said bluntly. When you reset the world, reality began tearing at random. This is our first time back, but we've been gone for years, Arjun, hundreds of years. Arjun looked the boy in the eyes, a blank look on his face. I'm not sure what you did, but we were transported to a different world. There was demons, monsters, and gods. But nothing like the ones here. No, they were way more powerful. Arjun, my daughter is only 10 years old. Please help me get back. We built a good life there. The boy saw the blank look in Arjun's eyes and sighed. I know it sounds crazy. I know you don't remember Dash. Arjun let out a small laugh. Ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing, shocking the two teens. That was funny to you, the boy said, angrily stepping toward Arjun. Careful, Percy. It'd be a shame to have a fight here, mate. Arjun said, a silver glow in his as he smiled at Percy Jackson. You, Percy said, but stopped as he dropped to his knees, tears flowing from his eyes as Arjun walked up and put a hand on his shoulder. That's right. I remember everything. Go ahead, this other world. Tell me more, I'll help you. I was starting to get bored of this normal shit anyway, Arjun said, smiling at both of them widely. Since a lot of people didn't like the other ending, here's another ending that leaves a lot to the imagination. What world were Percy and Annabeth transported to? That's for me to know and you guys to suffer trying to figure out. Will I ever continue with this new information? Not on this FIC, obviously, but there's a chance I'll make a sequel series or something. A small chance, but still a chance. Some side notes. I have joined the WSA, and I am now writing a novel. If you want, you can go ahead and read it in the novel section. It's called The Keymaster Chronicles. Just a cool idea I came up with while on my long-ass hiatus. Please go and read and support. Even being nominated in this competition would change everything for me. As for my fanfics, I am still continuing for sure. I am actually going to start updating one this upcoming Sunday, but I need your help. I have 3 unfinished fics in my profile. Vote on which one you'd like to see next. There's some chapters up for all 3, so you can pre-read before voting here on which one you'd like to see next. King of Sin, Joe H. follows my own version of Lucifer in the world god of high school, starts at the beginning of the world, and will probably almost all be in the past. Second Chance of a Weak Master follows Asher, a normal human boy who managed to join the Holy Grail War so he could save his mother from her chronic illness. Unfortunately, life isn't a fairy tale, and he had gotten lucky. So, with Mordred at his side, he was killed before the day had even ended. Given a second chance by a cool god, he is put in the world Damacy, with Mordred his goal, to become the strongest master and return to the Holy Grail War and save his mother. DC, Nightwalker. This story follows Theodore Wayne, Bruce Wayne's cousin. This story takes place the same time Bruce disappeared to go train to be Batman. It's Theo's intention to find his older cousin and bring him home. Things don't go to plan when he gets into an accident and is paralyzed. Fast forward, Theodore shows back up in Gotham City, alive despite his presumed dead status. That's not all that's different, though. He now has a 7-foot shadow monster living inside of him. And his new goal? Finishing his mission.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.